Look right, Jim said, tilting his head as if examining me. Ah, shit. What was it about Jim? All he had to do was flash his goddamn CEO expression to make us all feel like we had no choice but to spill our guts. There was no use in playing coy. He was like a human lie detector. It's Jessa, I admitted. If there ever was someone to air out your problems to, Jim was the man. Might as well rip off the Band-Aid and get some advice, wanted or unwanted. Jim's emerald green eyes looked like jewels when he pulled off his aviators and smiled with a knowing grin. I know, he said. And how would you know that? If the problem were that you couldn't perform surgery on the boy, you would have mentioned something about that this morning when you sat silently next to me, drinking your coffee. So what makes you think Jessa has anything to do with it? I asked, irritated this fucker could read all of us like books. Because neither one of you could so much as look in the other's direction when she came in to get coffee for herself. And once she left, you looked like a boy who'd just lost his balloon. I turned to walk toward the door that admitted us into the staff corridors of the yacht. Jim was one observant son of a bitch. That's why he was so fucking successful in business. The man was forever reading the room and quietly observing things on a much deeper level than the rest of us. You know, one day you'll give yourself a day off and stop worrying about everyone who crosses a room that you're in, I said, smiling at a brunette waitress who was part of the staff. Good morning, gentlemen, she said, holding a tray filled with different fruits and giant muffins. Can I get you anything? We're all good, thank you, Jim said. I need to shake this fucking mood or get off the damn yacht, I said. I have no idea why I'm feeling like this. Jim smirked. Let me guess. You tried to sneak into her room last night to get laid, and she nailed you in the balls before kicking you out. Am I close? Ha ha, I said dryly, following the winding stairs to the next floor. Finally, your ass is stumped. I should leave you to wonder as payback for being so observant. Cam, he said, with a laugh I knew he tried to hold in. What the hell happened? I've never seen you in such a shitty mood in all the years I've known you. I fucked everything up, I said in defeat. I walked away from the only person I've ever loved, and now here she is, back in my life as punishment. I can't live like this. Live like what? I'm confused. See? I opened my arms and widened my eyes. I can't even make sense of how I feel. I can't fucking do this. If she doesn't want me back, then fine, but Jesus! I started walking through the grand atrium of this insanely beautiful yacht. Shit, I said, seeing that Jim was back where I left him, wondering what I was doing. We were all lucky I successfully flew the helicopter here because, as of right now, my brain was shutting down on every level. I was consumed with the loss of this woman, and it was the most painful fucking thing I'd ever felt. Where are the damn stairs on this thing? I asked, frustrated. Over here, Jim said, punching the buttons on the wall with the side of his fist. And you aren't going anywhere near anyone else until we work this craziness out of you. I'm heading to my room, I said. I need to calm down. Yeah, your flushed cheeks clearly indicate that your blood pressure is about to pop a brain cell or two in that genius surgeon's mind of yours. So let's get a drink while Jake and Colin entertain everyone when the boat comes to pick them up for whale watching. I'm fine, Jim, I insisted. I just need to do some push-ups or run the track on this yacht to get this shitty energy out of my system. Good idea. The track is on the lower deck. I'll meet you down there in 10, he said, after we stepped out of the elevator that led to the living quarters on the top section of this yacht. Let me tell Avery, then you and I can work out our frustration together. Frustration? You? You're the calmest motherfucker on the planet. He chuckled. Thanks for the compliment. See you down there. After Jim and I sprinted this massive-ass yacht for nearly 30 minutes, I felt renewed after all that rotten energy was out of my system. Jim and I had gone to our rooms to shower before meeting up on one of the party decks. I grabbed a juicy chunk of watermelon and sat on a lounge chair while waiting for my friend. All good? Jim questioned as he walked out, making his way to the bar across from me and ordering a drink. Bourbon, neat. Much better. I wiped off my hands and walked to the bar where Jim stood. I'll take a bourbon, too. He sipped the amber liquid from his glass. Since we're technically on some form of vacation, it's perfectly acceptable to have a drink at noon, right? I glanced at my watch. 11:30, but I won't say a word to the rest if you won't. Jim chuckled, and we walked to a table that overlooked the back of the yacht. I can't understand my brother in that damn bar, he said. The idiot hires staff for table service and still has a bartender. He glanced over his shoulder and waved off the young waitress approaching from out of nowhere. Then he turned back and shook his head. See what I mean? What the fuck? Why the bartender and bar if everyone is going to follow you around to wait on you hand and foot? Probably gives him a hard-on to have all the luxuries at his fingertips. Who knows? It's fucking Jake, I laughed. Jim's features lightened, taking another sip of his drink. Good to have you back, buddy, he said. And listen, I get it. I do. I fucked shit up in the worst way possible with Avery when we were dating. I lost the best thing that had ever walked into my world with her and Addie at the time, and I didn't think I'd get her back. He looked out at the ocean thoughtfully. It takes challenges like these, though, to make you appreciate what you have when you get it back. That's the difference between you and me. You got the girl in the end. I messed this one up bad. Oh, yeah? Jim grinned. Did you fire her and act like the biggest asshole she'd ever met, all while she had a kid to feed? Well, you got me there. Jesus, you fired her? Practically had her escorted out of the building by security because she lied on a resume. The worst part was that I knew she wasn't the person I'd made her out to be. He exhaled, and his features darkened. I should have never been so harsh to her, yet I was. I was struggling with some serious demons at the time. I know it's not an excuse, but that was why I put her in a position to be perfectly justified in never wanting to see my face again. And what was the trick? I asked, taking the bait on this story, which I knew had a happy ending. He raised his glass and pointed with his index finger toward the bar. I reintroduced myself to her right over there at some party Jake was hosting on this yacht. He looked back at me and smiled. Got the girl back. That was it. He shrugged. Nah, but that was what reminded her about what an amazing fuck I was when we finished the conversation in my cabin. I laughed. Well, if sex has anything to do with me getting Jessa back, then it looks like the story doesn't end well for me. He frowned. You suck in bed, huh? Fuck. If that's the case, the story will never end well for you. No dip fuck, I said with a laugh. I can't even find a way to kiss the woman, much less fuck her. She seriously wants nothing to do with me. I hurt her pretty bad. Don't be hard on yourself. She was hurt, man. And she's got a shitload of stuff with Jackson on her plate. You have to respect that. Give her time. Yeah, well, fuck, I said. I felt that dark loneliness creep up on me again. How am I supposed to prove I won't hurt her like that again? It was 16 years ago. I won't sit here and tell you this will be easy. It seemed like it took me a damn lifetime to work through all my issues enough to attempt anything with Avery again. I did a lot of necessary work on myself. But you guys weren't broken up for 16 years. She doesn't even know the man that I am now. I'm certainly not the same fucking idiot she dated years ago who took off on a whim, you know? You know the woman better than I do, so I can't necessarily guide you in that area. But I can tell you that I know the feeling you're weighted down with, and it made my ass physically ill. After watching her storm out of my office that day, I shut down and hid behind my job. I blamed it all on her, everything. At that point, I wasn't good to anyone, especially myself. Seeing you earlier reminded me of myself. I was angry at everyone and everything, throwing a billionaire's kid, spoiled brat fit. "The fuck I was," I said, half joking, half serious. "My dad never let me get away with that shit. Of course, your father didn't put up with that either." "No, that's not what I mean," he said, as he shook his head. "We've lived most of our adult lives believing that the names Brandt and Mitchell owe us something, like we deserve material things with no effort. That's why we fucked women, no strings attached, and left them like they were inevitably always going to do whatever we wanted." "Do you think that's what I did with Jessa?" He shrugged. "How should I know, dude? We weren't good friends then," he laughed. "But if you thought she'd be fine with you running off to pursue your dream, regardless of what she wanted, because your perfect life was owed to you, then yes." "Damn, you're fucking good," I said. "I work with therapists all day, and I would have never seen it that way." "I'm not that good," he laughed, and took another sip of his drink. "I told you I lived it with Avery. I hadn't treated her like the treasure she is, because I'd always gotten what I wanted whenever I wanted it. When all you have to do is snap your fingers to get things, it makes you start to dehumanize people without realizing it." I exhaled. "I have no idea how to get her back. I don't have the words. I have no idea what the fuck to say." "Whatever you do, don't overthink it. She'll be out of your life before you blink if you do. Hell, that ex-fiancé may come back, thinking he has all the right words, and kick you to the curb if you're not careful." "Warren?" I rolled my eyes. "That idiot fucked shit up for good, I think." "Like I said, don't think. You need to act. Follow your gut. If you feel a desire to talk or show her how you feel, do it. She wouldn't be on this trip if she had no interest in you. I'm damn sure she doesn't see your sexy ass as a good buddy either. The point of this trip is for me to come out of this with a sound opinion on Jax," I said. "She could have stepped back and let the boy be observed in a more controlled environment." He arched an eyebrow at me. "Trust me on this. Go where you're being led, and know it won't be easy. If you truly love this woman, you'll have patience with her, and you won't rush it. Respect the fact that you hurt her, and you may get hurt too." "I don't know if I can handle this kind of fucking pain." "I'm sure she felt the same way when you left her," he said. "And then she found out she was pregnant." Shit. My heart sank. I was acting like a little bitch. There was no way I could waltz back into Jessa's life, thinking this second chance was owed to me. I was going about this wrong, and it all made more sense now. "I heard a therapist once say that hurt people, I said, staring down at my bourbon. "She's going to hurt me, or I'm going to hurt her." "As I said, stop fucking thinking. If you think about all the ways to go about this, you'll miss this door while it's open. Appreciate the opportunity to be in each other's lives again. Let the past stay where it fucking belongs, in the past. Move from there and you'll be fine. Be the boy's doctor until she permits you to be more to her. Be her friend. Don't be the ex. And don't you dare try to make a cheap move and be her man." "Cheap move?" "Yes, it's cheap because you're asking her to trust you the way we entitled assholes think we deserve. Getting another shot isn't owed to you because you were careless the first time. She's a human being who trusted you with her heart once already. Jessa has every right to reject you from now until forever for what you've done. So ease up." Jim laughed. "Trust me, I've been where you're at, and I know that void you're feeling." Funny, I hadn't felt this void until yesterday. I was fucking content until now. Jim grinned. "It's because your sorry ass figured out that everything is meaningless without love." He stood when a staff member approached. "At least you've discovered that you have a fucking heart." My eyebrows rose as I sighed. I thought becoming a pediatric neurosurgeon was fucking hard, but I had a feeling that if I wanted Jessa's heart back, it would take patience and time. Lucky for me, Patience was my middle name. "They're arriving, sir. Lunch will be served inside due to the storm heading our way. The captain said the ship will be fine when we're anchored in this part of the bay if you or Dr. Mitchell would like to remain aboard." I'll speak with Dr. Mitchell and the rest of the group. If we aren't looking at rough seas in the bay, I believe the plans were to stay aboard for the night," Jim answered and turned to me. "You good with that?" "I'll see what Jessa wants to do." I didn't know how to approach Jessa after what Jim had said to me. His words sank in, but they also put me into a bit of a tailspin. Had I been treating people like a revolving door my whole life, taking everyone for granted? I'm not sure I wanted the answer to that question.
Chapter 28. Jessa. Being on that whale-watching excursion was nothing short of exhilarating. However, I was still shocked that Cameron, adrenaline junkie that he was, didn't come along. Something was up with the helicopter, so he stayed on the yacht with Jim, who needed to handle some business for his London office. Nevertheless, both men certainly missed out on quite the experience. We took a boat that had been lowered from the side of Jake's super yacht, which seemed the size of a regular goddamn yacht. Such was the life for billionaires, I guess. Speaking of enjoyable, private, billionaire-chartered whale-watching tours, Jake had brought along a couple of marine biology students from the local university. The boy and girl were in their senior year at California State University, Monterey Bay, and they were the politest and coolest young adults you could ask for. They certainly made an impression on all of us. They guided the driver of Jake's mini-yacht to where the whales usually played and fed in the bay. At first, it was rather dull, but the excitement came the closer we got to spot the whales. The students pointed to where the seagulls swarmed over the white caps of the ocean, stating we might see a fin or a tail. There were about 100 false alarms and non-stop laughter before Jake's son, John, spotted our first whale. Then it got crazy fun. We were all acting like silly kids, Jake and Colin more so than the rest of us, running from port to starboard, looking for the next whale. Suddenly, a huge whale was heading straight for us. "Holy fuck," Jake said, covering his son's ears so he could nail the F word with the sincerity he felt. "Jesus." My eyes must have been the size of silver dollars when the massive-ass whale started to get too damn close to the boat. The mini-yacht felt the size of a canoe compared to the creature approaching where we floated helplessly. "My God," Ash said in awe. The giant humpback whale was the most majestic creature I'd ever seen. I stood there, gaping in wonder, before I walked to the ledge, held onto the railing, and watched it glide through the water, dangerously close to us. It wouldn't have taken much for the whale to breach the hull of this boat, but as I watched it move by, everything seemed so peaceful. I smiled when I turned and looked at Jax, standing next to Addie between Jake and Colin. Everyone was silenced by the magnificent creature swimming gracefully below our boat. "That was the most insane feeling in the world," Jax said. "No shit," Colin said. "I swear, my balls are in my throat right now." "In your throat?" Jake laughed. "I'm not sure I even have my balls anymore." Jax laughed, and I just rolled my eyes. "If you all look to the port side, you can see that the whales are starting to hunt for food," the young man named Ryan said. "Over there." He pointed to a sudden disturbance in the water. "They're doing what we call bubble net feeding." Sarah, his college companion, looked down at Addie, who was really trying to be her friend. "They're blowing water below a school of fish right now," she said. "It forces the fish up, and then the whales will swim up and catch the fish in their mouth." As soon as the guide said it, Addie and the kids squealed when the ocean opened and the large whales' mouths appeared and swallowed the fish. Whales began shooting out of the water in the distance, and that's when the curse words started flying. I even got a raised eyebrow and a laugh from Jax when I said, "Holy shit," more times than I could count on one hand. My heart was pounding with excitement as I watched this show. I could only compare it to watching the grand finale of a fireworks show that exceeded your expectations. We'd watched the whales for a good 2 hours until the captain of the yacht notified the driver of our boat that bad weather was approaching and the trip would need to be cut short. Leaving was a bummer, but I couldn't have been more grateful for the experience. I felt exhilarated by the majesty of nature, but I still felt the lingering sorrow from pushing Cameron away yesterday. He'd gone on about how right things felt when we were together, and about a feeling of missing family. And if I was honest, I was feeling that way right now without having him here. I wished I could see Cam next to Jax, admiring the whales and having fun together. It was like a piece was missing from this enjoyment because he was gone. I'd never been so goddamn fickle in all my life. Was fighting these feelings like swimming upstream? Or was I doing the right thing by keeping Cam away? If it was right, why did it hurt so bad? I tried to shake off my thoughts as we boarded the yacht again. I didn't want to be in my head all day, and I didn't want to be in another shitty mood like yesterday. "They have lunch ready in the dining room. The kids opted to take theirs on the bottom deck," Ash said. "Did you have a good time?" "The best. That was better than I could have ever imagined." "Thank you," I said, knowing it was her and Jake's yacht and the mini yacht that allowed us to have such a wonderful time today. "Listen," Avery said, as we all walked through the luxurious boat toward the dining area. "The guys are heading back on the helicopter tomorrow, and Ash took the week off. Jake informed the captain that the yacht is ours for the week if you and Jax want to take a fun little cruise down to Southern California with us." "Oh, wow. That sounds incredible," I said, loving the idea of spending more time with my new friends. "Let me check with Cam, though. I think he has an appointment for Jax to do some more scans on Thursday, but I'm not sure." We walked into the dining room to find an elegant spread of fruits, vegetables, roasted turkey, ham, and even a prime rib roast sitting in the center of a large, polished wooden table. It looked like a medieval feast. "Wow," I said, sitting next to Cameron and smiling at him. "This is quite the spread." His mood hadn't changed since this morning. I'd had the feeling earlier that the helicopter issue was an excuse for him to avoid whale watching, and now I knew it was. I kept replaying the sincerity in Cam's sapphire blue eyes when he talked about us being a family, and the look of devastation when I basically told him to fuck off. Of course, I'd treated him as if he were still the Cameron I remembered from high school, the man who could say one thing, then crush me while doing another immediately afterward. I didn't want to take a chance and risk that kind of heartbreak again. The stakes were higher now. But my mind wouldn't let it go last night. I tossed and turned, thinking about how Cam helped Jax through that seizure the way he did, and how he talked to Jax like he was his son, not his patient. I was aware that my cold exterior was unhealthy, and that after all these years, my reaction was possibly unfair. But what difference did it make now that I'd iced him out? He was pissed, and I was confused.
"Tomorrow, I'm flying the guys back to Southern California because they've got to work. Jake has left the captain orders to bring the yacht down the coastline to Long Beach this week with the ladies and kids."
"Okay," I said, trying to keep my spirits up. "What should Jax and I do?" I was confused by the tone of his voice and not being direct with his point. He swallowed a bite of meat and wiped his mouth with a cloth napkin.
"I wasn't sure if you and Jax wanted to spend the rest of the week with the ladies and the children, or go back in the chopper."
I swallowed a bite of the ham I'd sliced into. "Didn't you have plans to run more tests on Jax?"
"I will proceed with ordering more tests once the surgery is decided upon,"
he said. "Guess I can't get mad when he does what I tell him to do and act like the surgeon instead of a boyfriend," I thought, completely uncomfortable with this conversation. "We'll probably just go home with everyone. I need to stay focused on our next steps anyway. I need to find a place to rent, find a car, and—" I stopped when I felt my heart rate pick up a little at the thought of the responsibilities I'd been neglecting. Getting caught up in this billionaire wonderland was effortless, but I needed to start prioritizing things. "Jessa," Ash said from across the table, "you're staying in Malibu, right?" "Yeah, we are for now," I responded more calmly than I felt. "Jake and I have a beach home there, and we rarely use it." She pursed her lips and looked at Jake, who was nodding along with her. "You're most welcome to it if it helps ease the burden of everything that's going on." "I couldn't," I said. "I can't thank you enough for the kind offer, but I really couldn't."
"Why the hell not?"
Jake asked, sitting back and sipping a beer after inhaling his lunch.
"We've got no use for the place. We always rent it out during fall and winter. What's 1 month early? The place is yours for as long as you need it. No strings attached, of course. Use it before the cobwebs take over.
And don't say no because you think it's rude to say yes, Ash insisted. We wouldn't offer if we didn't want to help make your life easier. You aren't putting anybody out or anything. I felt tears pool in my eyes at their generosity, and the relief that washed over me was bigger than I expected. Okay, yes, I really can't thank you enough, I said. I laughed and smiled at Cameron.
He's got a pretty badass Bugatti parked there, too,
Cam said, grinning at Jake.
I'm sure he'd be happy to let you run that sucker back and forth between appointments. I'm afraid that's where the charity dies on my behalf. Jake laughed. You can, however, use Ash's Land Rover. I'm sick of acting like we're the Brady Bunch in that thing anyway.
Ash rolled her eyes. Is that what you think about it?
It's a Land Rover, not a minivan, Jim said. Don't be such a whiny bitch about it, Jake.
Because the children were eating in another area of the yacht, I finally heard Jim speak up more. The striking man, who could have been Jake's twin, had previously seemed stiff and reserved. I liked this side of him.
I'm the bitch?
Jake questioned in a funny, high-pitched voice as if he were astonished at what Jim had said.
Shall we address your bitchiness with the fact that you insist on being chauffeured in a Bentley everywhere you go? Oh, fuck that, Jim said, rolling his eyes. Nah.
Cameron jumped in with a laugh.
Addie told me she thought you didn't know how to drive the first time you rolled up to McDonald's in that Bentley. Hey, assholes! Would you please stop bickering for half a second?
Colin interrupted and looked at me.
Elena and I have a Range Rover that we hardly ever drive. It's yours.
Colin, I went to speak but stopped when he put his hand up.
If Elena didn't have to leave for work last night, she would be sitting here and insisting on it.
He leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table, exhaling as he looked at me seriously.
Please, don't make me go home to my gorgeous, fiery Cubanita goddess and explain why I allowed her new friend to stress out about transportation when we have cars at home collecting dust.
Colin raised his eyebrows at me expectantly.
She wouldn't hear of it, and everyone knows what my goddess wants, my goddess gets. He ain't lying about that.
Jake teased his friend as everyone laughed.
Seriously, though,
Colin continued, leaning back in his chair.
We're all here to help, and we want to help. So, take the week and enjoy the Pacific Ocean while we dummies get back to work.
Speaking of work, I work remotely, so I probably need to get back too, I said.
Every mother electronic device you might need for business is on this yacht. There are even 4 meeting rooms if you need to do a video conference or something.
Jake said. Really? I questioned. I shouldn't have been surprised. This yacht was insane. He chuckled.
If I want Jim or Alex and Spencer to get on this boat, they can't be cut off from their empires, you know. God forbid the Wi-Fi not work. They'd probably jump overboard and swim to shore if that happened. Very funny,
Jim said as Avery laughed and knowingly nudged him on his side. Wow. Okay. Well, let me think about it. It just makes me feel a little irresponsible, like it shouldn't be this easy.
Life is hard enough, Jessa, Colin said. Take help when offered because not all problems have such an easy solution. No need to drown when everyone is throwing a life preserver. You feel me?
He was right. I didn't have to decline their offers because my ego or sense of decorum told me to. I had a lot of issues to tackle, and now, because they were so generous, worrying about a place to stay and a way to get around wouldn't be on that list. You're right, I said with a smile of relief and gratitude. You should be a therapist.
I'm married to one,
he chuckled.
And when I forget to stay positive, she handles that shit with a quickness.
I appreciate all of this. Thank you all, I said with as much gratitude as I felt. Cam rose and glanced over at me.
So, you'll be staying aboard then?
He smiled, but his eyes were sad, and I felt that in my heart. I just might, I said with a smile. He looked at the others at the table.
I'm going to head to my room for a bit. I'll see you all on deck after the storm passes.
He waved his hand in the air as he quickly went away. I knew something deeper was going on with Cameron, and I was the cause of his sadness. I could tell he was grateful for the generosity of his friends, but something wasn't right with him. Would you all excuse me? I said, standing up.
Absolutely,
Jake said too quickly.
no worries.
Jim said, staring curiously in the direction where Cameron disappeared.
Relax,
Colin added.
the kids are with the activity coordinator and, trust me, they're having a shit ton more fun than we will for the rest of the day.
Activity coordinator? I questioned.
Yep,
Jake grinned.
best damn hire I've ever made on this yacht. It's practically like dropping them off at Disneyland. The only bad part is that Jax may never want to get off this thing once it reaches Long Beach.
Jim laughed.
No shit. Addie would rather be on this yacht than my company one, and she named the goddamn thing.
The rest of the gang continued talking while I went hunting for Cameron's room. This place was like a floating palace, and I should have known better than to go roaming these halls alone without a freaking map. I could tell the bad weather had arrived because I felt it moving a bit for the first time being on this yacht. It wasn't much, but it was enough to notice. May I guide you to your stateroom? A woman asked behind me. I'm looking for my friend, Cameron Brandt, I said, when I turned back to find a beautiful young lady. She nodded. Dr. Brandt is on the upper deck. Follow me, and I'll take you to him. I followed the woman until we reached the door that led to the outside deck of the ship, and she opened it for me. Thank you, I softly said. The door opened and closed during a loud grumble of thunder, so Cam had no idea I was standing out here. He leaned against the railing on his forearms, his hands clasped together as the rain fell into the choppy gray water below. He had one foot propped up on the bottom rail, but his attention seemed to be focused on his hands. He was so unbelievably handsome, and I knew what I was about to do. Skydiving in this weather would have probably been safer than trusting this man with my heart again. But here I stood. I felt years of heartache and grief fall off me like scales when I allowed myself to open my heart again to the tall, dark, and handsome man resting against this boat's rail. Everything inside of me told me this was a good thing. This is why fate brought this man back into my life, and I needed him more than I would have ever allowed myself to admit. And somehow, I wasn't scared.
Chapter 29. Cam. I loved the rain. It reminded me of the trips my parents and I took to Europe. My father always had the most exciting plans for us when we arrived, and then it seemed to rain the entire time we were there. Not even money could ensure that my father's plans didn't fall through, and he had more money than he or generations to come could spend in their lifetimes. Even so, the rain forced a change in our plans every time. My father never allowed the weather to ruin his mood, though. Instead, he found a way to do something entertaining, even if it was playing cards around the kitchen table as a family. And we loved it, because even though daily life seemed to keep us busy and apart, little things brought us back together. Even though my father raised me not to depend on money for happiness, but to appreciate the freedom it gave, I somehow wound up doing the opposite. I'd somehow lost myself along the way, and, as Jim said earlier, I'd started to believe everything was owed to my spoiled ass. What this boiled down to was that I always assumed I would inevitably get what I wanted because, so far, I had. I'd never met any resistance in my rise to success. Granted, it took hard work to get where I was. Nothing had been handed to me, but I'd also stomped on people without realizing it to get there. I'd had the perfect girlfriend, total wife material, and I'd walked away because what I wanted was more important. Now that fate had brought us back together, I'd just assumed that it'd be water under the bridge, and my big, heartfelt declaration of love would be enough to get what I wanted. I was wrong. I knew I'd been selfish with Jessa, and I always felt bad about it, but I understood now that saying sorry and expecting things to work out just because I wanted them to wasn't how the world worked. I was a piece of shit who'd walked away from a treasure, and I didn't deserve that woman one bit. I wanted to believe that fate brought Jessa and me together again so I could make everything right and be a father to my son. But why did I think a chance at family was owed to me? All I could do was look out at the rain and wonder how to make the best of a bad situation like my father used to. How did people get through stuff like this and come out happy on the other side? Maybe I needed to let it all rest, let it go, and deal with the decision I made 16 years ago. That led me to become an accomplished pediatric neurosurgeon, and I couldn't have any regrets about it. I made my choice a long time ago, and it came with consequences. Fuck, I messed this shit up, I thought, standing up straight from where I'd leaned against the railing, wishing I'd had the courage to rejoin everyone for lunch just to be near Jessa again. Cam? My head snapped to my left, and I lost myself in her crystal blue eyes. Hey, Jess, I said, and I could hear the sadness in my voice. Fantastic, Cam. Be a little bitch because that's attractive, I thought, hearing how pathetic I sounded. Am I not Jessa to you anymore? Where was this coming from? You'll always be my Jessa, I said, with more confidence than I'd displayed a second ago. Always. She faintly smiled in return, which made me nervous. Did that statement make her uncomfortable? Jesus, what was wrong with me? I was anxious, vulnerable, and insecure. I needed to pull myself together. There were way too many thoughts floating around my skull about right and wrong, and I didn't operate in these gray areas. That's good to know, she said. Every ounce of nervous energy in my system faded when she spoke. Okay, there's some balance here. Let's go with that. The crisp, cool air cracked with the energy that suddenly radiated between us. I had no idea what had changed with Jessa's attitude, and I didn't want to jinx anything by asking. Was there a change in your plans? I questioned, wondering what brought her out here. Yeah, she smiled, that cute smile I remembered from long ago. My plans to not give you a second chance have changed. Was not expecting that. At all. I had no idea what my expression was, because I was numb with shock everywhere but my dick. She chuckled as if she read my mind, and I was face to face with the boldest, most confident, and charming woman I'd ever met. You are so beautiful, I said, leaning against the rail, trying to pull my shit together. She rolled her eyes, because anyone who knew me knew that was cheesy as fuck. And you're so handsome. Are you coming on to me? Maybe. Her chin lifted, and she had a look that teased every nerve in my body. I was at her mercy, and it seemed she knew it. Let me guess. The whales were getting a little wild out there, and it reminded you of better times with me? Still cheesy, but at least I sound more like myself. Oh, she gave a goofy look. That's exactly what happened. I laughed. Listen, I meant what I said yesterday on the beach, but I need to tell you that I know I don't deserve everything I proposed to you. The family, the happiness, all that. It was foolish of me even to consider you'd give me another opportunity when I took you for granted the first time. Thank you for saying that, and thank you for not pressuring me, she said, turning to lean on the rail of the ship as I'd done. We were young then, and so dumb, she laughed and shook her head. But we did start a life together that we didn't get to finish. What are you saying? I asked, knowing what she was saying, but needing to hear it spelled out. I want to give it a shot and see what's possible between us. She turned and looked at where I stood in shock, staring down at the wind blowing through her hair. Slowly, though. I guess I'm trying to say that I'm sorry I pushed you away so quickly. I just wasn't expecting you to say anything like you did, and it took me by surprise. It scared me. When has the fearless Jessica Stein ever been afraid of anything? I smiled and felt the barrier drop between us. I stepped closer to her and moved a strand of hair from her neck, letting my fingertips gently caress along her décolletage. I'd give anything to have my lips running along this warmth of her skin, to taste the sweet fragrance of her perfume. Slow the fuck down, Cam. Jessa's eyes never left mine, and I could see how different a woman she was from when I knew her in college. The woman who stood before me now shook me to my core. I felt her confidence and beauty, and my desire for her rose with every breath I took. I never stopped loving you, I said in a low voice. Before she could answer and I could make the next move, the wind picked up and blew the moisture from the rain onto the balcony of the yacht where we stood. Jessa squealed, and I made my move. I swept her off her feet, literally, and my next plan was to sweep her off her feet in every other sense. I had my Jessa back. I knew it, I felt it, and I was never letting her go. That was the last thing I thought before my lips met hers.
Chapter 30. Jessa. I intended to talk to Cameron, not end up in his arms. My mind was begging me to stop this, but my heart spurred me on. Cameron walked briskly into the ship to get out of the rain, which had switched directions and was blowing in on us under the covered deck. As he walked, my lips moved to his neck. He smelled goddamn good, like if you could bottle a sunrise and mix it with morning coffee on a perfect autumn day. Holy shit, this is your room? I questioned after we'd stumbled in, all the instant love and romance out the window, taken away by the storm that howled around the yacht.
"We can discuss sleeping quarters later,"
he said, grabbing my hand, his eyes pleading with me to stay in the moment. I pulled my hand from his as I checked out this stately room fit for a real-life king. This is amazing. So, is this the part where you tell me that you're the real yacht owner? He smirked and slid his hands into his trousers as his eyes roamed around the large room. Mine did, too. This place was made up of windows, an elegant balcony with a built-in spa, a supersized king bed, a sofa, and the hallway I'd just walked through to get here. This is wildly beautiful.
"You're welcome to stay and enjoy the luxury it has to offer."
He grinned, watching me with a look that sent a chill up my spine. This man was the epitome of sexy. "Jackson," I said, stopping the forward progression of where Cam and I were headed. "I can't just run off like this."
"The kids are with the activity directors," he said with a confused yet humorous expression.
"Yes, I know that," I said, feeling unnerved by the dark expression he wore, standing across the room from me. "I can't just disappear, though. What if he has a seizure and they're looking for me?" While I was trying to shake the sudden nerves, Cam kept his expression as serious as it was when we were talking outside.
"First off,"
Cameron started. "First off," I said, trying to keep the conversation moving forward.
"I've already discussed Jackson's epilepsy with the staff. All safety measures were implemented for him long before we arrived yesterday."
I cocked my head to the side and smiled. "Well, thank you for that."
"I wanted you and Jax to be comfortable. Since I specialize in epilepsy, I've got all precautions in order. And while on a yacht,"
he smiled and waved his hand around the room,
"it's nice to have medical aid close by, if for nothing else than to feel more comfortable while knowing the hospital is not right around the corner."
"And to have a pediatric surgeon aboard as well," I teased, feeling my sudden nervousness dissipate.
"Always nice to have a doctor who specializes in the field of your medical condition aboard a yacht."
His forehead creased in humor. He crossed the room to where I stood.
"Everyone on the boat has our cell numbers in case something happens."
He took my hands into his strong ones.
"Is this how you've been living with Jackson?"
"Living like what? Not able to do anything without worrying my son will have a seizure around people who have no idea what to do?"
"Yes."
He sighed.
"My God."
He paused and looked toward the windows where this storm didn't feel like the romantic moment of moments ago. "Sorry. I sort of killed the moment."
"You didn't kill anything."
He looked at me with touching sincerity.
I am so damn sorry you've been doing this for so long, and I had no idea. I feel guilty that I went on living a carefree life, you know? It's so unfair to you," he said before he took a deep breath and continued. "I don't want to dredge up old things, but for the sake of moving forward, I just need to say that I wish you would have told me. You absolutely could have told me at any point that you were pregnant. We were so close, Jessa. We weren't just your average couple in college, you know?"
I shook my head. No, we weren't. A lot of it was on me, Cam. I respected that you wanted to create this life for yourself, and I didn't want to hold you back. I guess, anyway. I didn't feel right calling you up and dropping that on you. I figured you moved on for a reason, and I didn't want anyone who didn't want me.
"Oh, Jess," he said in a sad voice. "I'm so sorry I put you through that."
I reached up to the dark stubble that defined the handsome features of his perfect face. Let's keep the past in the past. Everything but the ship slowly swaying in the choppy waves seemed to have stopped. Cameron's eyes were so piercing that my breath hitched in response to his expression.
"Until yesterday, I didn't realize that I'd been chasing selfish desires that would never fulfill me,"
he said, his thumb coming up to trace over my bottom lip.
"I've never loved anything more than I've loved you, Jessa."
"Prove it," I said boldly. His hands came up and rested on each side of my jaw, and his thumbs gently caressed my cheekbones, while my heart kept a cool, steady rhythm. Thank God, because I was scared for a moment that my nerves would completely ruin things. Everything felt like it was in slow motion, though the energy between us in this room was far from that. Cam's lips were on mine, and chills covered my entire body when our lips touched. In hunger, I pulled his bottom lip between mine, his arms pulling me closer. Cam tasted as good as he looked, but he was not the wild man from my youth. He stood as still as a statue, allowing my lips to move from his and run along his neatly trimmed beard. I ran my hands around his taut waist and along his back, wanting more of him. "I want you, Cam," I softly whispered when my lips reached his ear.
"I love you,"
was all he said, and then I was pulled into his arms, and his kiss became consuming. This kiss was raw and explosive, and it awoke sensations I hadn't felt in my body for far too long. Years ago, I figured my sex drive had abandoned my ass for good. It may have. I knew now that it was back in full force, responding to this specimen of a man I'd missed desperately. Our tongues met with fervent purpose, reuniting in a way that made me acknowledge how long it had been since I'd been kissed like this, as if he were memorizing me, and I found myself needing air. I pulled my mouth from his, inhaling his masculine scent deeply and filling my lungs with oxygen. Cam seized the opportunity to bring me back into his arms and lay me gently on the large bed. He moved his body gently to cover mine, and while I searched for air, feeling overwhelmed by sensuality, his hands carefully removed my shirt. Thank God I wore the lace bra, I thought with sudden insecurity. I'd long had stretch marks and hadn't made it to a gym in the past decade, which made me twinge with insecurity, knowing I was not the perfectly toned 20-something girl he knew intimately so long ago. I even had the incision from the C-section to prove it. I didn't like to think of myself as insecure, but I was human, and the thought of being compared to my younger self was starting to freak me out.
"Jess?"
he questioned. He sensed my brief disconnection, and he looked at me with curiosity. I reflexively made an X with my arms over my chest, hiding my saggier-than-he-remembered breasts. A lot had changed in my body since I'd had our son, and I was ashamed that I didn't have the confidence not to care. Cameron seemed to have read my mind, and with a gentle smile, he moved one of my arms from covering myself. He removed my other hand and smoothed his thumb over my nipple, hardening it. I watched as he licked his lips, his eyes studying my hard nipple. Then he gently placed a kiss on it through my bra. Finally, his lips gently glided over my bra and across my chest to my other nipple. After placing a tender kiss on it, he smiled at me.
"You do not need to hide your body from me, baby,"
he said in a low voice.
"You are perfect in every way."
I licked my dry lips and smiled. I didn't know what to say, and the pulsating situation between my legs made me not want to say anything that might end this. Cameron's lips returned to my neck, and I relaxed beneath him again. All it took was Cameron's lips to run down the center of my neck in hunger to let the ecstasy take over. Cameron's hands went possessively up my arms, bringing them up and into the pillows above my head. He settled his body between my legs, and I felt his hard cock against my aching, sensitive parts. I softly moaned as Cameron's lips moved down the center of my chest. His kisses became greedier as his lips claimed my body, blazing a fiery trail down to my abdomen. His lips reached my incision scar.
"Fucking perfection. God, I love you,"
he whispered, his hot breath kindling the fire his tongue created while tasting my body. All I could do was moan and writhe beneath the man as he confirmed that no matter what changes my body had gone through over the years, he still craved me as he once did. My legs fell open as my ass pressed into the bed, my stomach arching up, my entire body wanting more of this. All the dormant sexual energy was returning to life in me at full speed, and it felt like I could orgasm without help. Cameron gently removed my panties, then his mouth went to my inner thigh, prompting a slight current to jolt inside me in anticipation of what he was building up in me. I moaned softly, and Cam took that as permission to cover my clit with his mouth. Holy fuck. It was so sensitive that one would think I'd never experienced this before. I chewed on the corner of my bottom lip while Cameron's mouth and teeth gently worked the sensitive area between my legs. I was dripping wet and coming undone as Cameron satiated his hunger. I need him inside me, I thought, reaching down and grabbing a fistful of his thick black hair. Cameron groaned, and the subtle vibration escaping the man's mouth covering my pussy sent me over the edge. My heels dug into the surface of the bed while my hips moved off the bed in pleasure. Cameron's tongue moved away from my clit and into my opening. I gripped the comforter of the bed, holding on for dear life while Cameron slid his tongue in and out of my sex. I hadn't come like that, ever. Once the violent ripples of my orgasm subsided, I reached for his head and forced his eyes to meet mine. I need you inside me, I nearly growled. Cameron and I smiled at each other. Our souls had been apart too long and were finally reunited as they should be. This was my man. This is what I'd needed. This closeness and security. I felt loved, beautiful, and glorious. And it wasn't just from the orgasm. It was because I felt treasured. Without another word, Cameron's body was now covering mine. I braced myself, knowing this was just the start of a new beginning with the man I loved so desperately.
Chapter 31. Cam. Jessa's eyes were glossy and so riddled with the ecstasy that I'd nearly come after watching the pleasure rip through her. The taste of her sex on my mouth drove me to seek more, and my cock ached with the need to feel her. Her legs fell open while she moaned and licked her perfectly plump lips. I needed more, I wanted more, and my desire fueled a wilder side of me that began taking over. I positioned my cock to line up at her slick entrance, all while my eyes focused on her tranced ones. I slid my fingers into her opening, and feeling her slippery wetness forced a spark of energy through my chest and into my balls. I've never felt this fucking turned on before, I thought, as I managed to rein in my sensual appetite so I could last beyond entering her. After all these years apart, there was no way I would ruin this. I rolled my slick fingers up and down my shaft, my dick sensitive as fuck, and Jessa consumed everything in my mind as she panted while coming down from her orgasm. I dipped my head and took one of her full breasts into my mouth, rolling the tip of my tongue around her hard nipple. She's perfect. My dick was pulsating and dripping when I lined it up to her hot sex. I lifted my head, her hands bracing herself and holding on to my hair while she smiled, luring me in. I licked my now dry lips and moved my hips forward. Jessa's hands went under my shoulders and her fingertips pressed hard into my back as I gently pushed my cock in further. Oh, fuck, yes. Yes. I was so fucking sensitive that it was taking everything in me to hold back now. I didn't want to take my thoughts elsewhere, though. I wanted my eyes on hers while our bodies molded into one, ending the years of separation that should have never happened. I licked along the center of her chest, pushed further in, and was doing great until her tight pussy clenched hard around me. I was in deep, but not deep enough. "God, I love you," she whimpered as I slowly moved in. This felt too good. My breath caught, every muscle in my body tensed, and I felt an orgasm creeping up, trying to bring me over the edge before I could even enjoy a second of this. Fuck, I spoke. Jessa groaned while I gripped the base of my dick, stopping everything right then and there. My forehead collapsed on her shoulder, and my eyes rolled into the back of my head. I had to take a knee and reset, or it would be over before it started. Once things were mildly under control, with no threat of a pre-ejaculation incident, I gently kissed along her shoulder, moving slowly inside her. "Cam," she breathlessly said, her voice so tantalizing that all it made me want to do was love her like this for the rest of my life. "Look at me, handsome." I licked my lips, fully in control now, and brought my eyes to meet hers. "I love you so much," I said, so damn serious I shocked myself. "I love you," she said, her eyes filled with more ardor than I'd ever seen in them. My lips captured hers, tasting the sweetness of the kiss I'd missed for too long. Once I'd pulled my shit together and got it all back under control, things progressed to the next level. Jessa moaned a throaty yes when I moved in and out of her more fluidly than the virgin-like movements I'd started with. The sensations of her warm pussy clenching and releasing my cock pulled me under a spell of sheer ecstasy and desire. My mouth captured hers, my tongue forcefully exploring, while I continued to claim this beautiful woman with everything I was. Jessa whimpered, panted, and sighed blissfully while she clung to my back. I slid my knee under her leg, my lips sucking onto her bottom one as I thrust in and out in faster movements. "I want you deeper, baby," I said, pumping harder. "Fuck," she moaned as she clenched her hands over my ass. I watched as her head fell back and her arms went up over her head. My tip found her deep spot, and I smiled with the pleasure it gave me. Jessa was wet and writhing beneath me while her mouth fell open, gasping for air. I massaged my dick against the hard surface of her deep spot, forcing curse words from her lips. I was stoned as fuck, watching her claw the pillows above her head. My eyes were fixed on her breasts as they bounced with each movement I made, but I wanted to see that look on her face again. The look that told me this was the only place she wanted to be for the rest of her life. Fuck yes, baby, I thought, pumping harder in, knowing her pussy was clenching and begging me for more. My eyes felt heavy with desire. My cock was locked and loaded, ready to end this the right way and fulfill my only aching desire since I saw her beautiful body for the first time in too long. "Give it to me, Jessa," I urged, needing her to let it go so I could follow. The build-up was getting painful, even though I didn't want this to end. But I knew I had the rest of the night ahead of me, back-to-back sessions with the current desire I felt. "Oh," she said, then bit down on her bottom lip. "Cam!" She thrust her hands back in my hair, nearly pulling it out and bringing a sliver of pain that forced a spasm through my balls and into the base of my cock. My dick started pulsating, and I hung on to this incredible feeling. Holy fuck, this felt amazing. A vibration radiated throughout my body, tightening my abdomen as I worked Jessa's pussy into a spasm. "Deeper, Cam! Deep!" Her lips pinched together, and then she gripped my face. The eyes of the woman I was hopelessly in love with met with mine. They were severe but desirous. I felt a chill run down my spine, an electric current flowing throughout my body as I pulled the orgasm out of Jessa to meet with me. I pumped harder, and my balls tightened. Finally, I groaned as I captured her mouth and threw my ecstasy and release into our kiss and her perfect body. We moaned and moved together, riding out this pleasure and rekindling a romance that was put out by the bullshit of my selfishness. Never again, I thought, feeling cum explode out of me and into my girl. I growled into Jessa's mouth, my tongue massaging against hers, imagining it being her clit. I grew wild with a hunger for more. I wasn't stopping here. I wasn't done reminding Jessa who the only man in her life should have been. God, I loved her. I really did. And more than I ever thought possible. But this was just the prelude to what I would do to show her I would never again take my treasured gift for granted.
Chapter 32. Jessa. My body was covered in chills as I felt the last of the most powerful orgasm yet rip through me. Everything was throbbing, awake, and alive. It seemed apparent that I hadn't lost my drive. I'd just been with the wrong man. Women were emotional creatures, and the emotional connection that Warren and I once had was long gone. So all the hormone supplements I'd been taking to regain my libido were a waste of time. I felt now, more than ever, that my love for Cameron had never subsided. It just faded into a black abyss, where all my hope for ever having a future with the man had gone after he left me. But our souls apparently saw it differently. After having this man inside me, seeing his transfixed eyes as he went over the edge in absolute ecstasy, it told me that this was right. We were right. And as Cam's lips kissed tenderly along my neck and over the base of my throat, I felt complete.
"I love you,"
Cam whispered, his lips on my chin as he continued to move his softening dick slowly inside of me.
"You feel amazing."
I ran my fingertips over his shoulders and the lines of his muscular arms. "You don't feel too bad yourself," I teased with a lazy laugh. His body shuddered when my fingernails ran down his sides, exploring the man's perfect body. The rain was pounding outside, and everything felt so cozy and right. There were no regrets, no worries, and no concerns. It was just Cam and me, renewing a love that was once dead and gone.
"Fuck!"
Cam moved away as if my body had electrocuted him.
"God, I'm so sorry,"
he said, rolling onto his back and covering his eyes with his hand. "Did I miss something?" I questioned, perplexed.
"No condom,"
he said as he held both hands over his face. "Well, you promised to love me, and I think you might have even proposed marriage at one point while you reached the second orgasm." I frowned in concentration as his shocked eyes met mine. "Yeah, that was it. It was the second time you came. That's when the proposal happened."
"Jessa,"
he said, exhaling.
"You're not freaked out by that?"
"I should be." I shrugged. Maybe I was high from having so many orgasms in a row. I didn't know, but I was giddy as fuck. "I think you're freaking out enough for the both of us, though." He rubbed his forehead, staring up at the ceiling.
"If you get pregnant again..."
He closed his eyes and pinched his lips. "What's the matter, Dr. Brandt? Are you scared?" I teased. I'd taken birth control pills religiously since Jackson was born, and I had no reason to believe they'd fail me now. Besides, I didn't have the emotional capacity to worry about something that wasn't a guaranteed issue. I had enough real problems without inventing problematic scenarios and worrying about them. I felt happy for the first time in a long time, and I loved this feeling. I loved feeling unafraid and just fucking delighted. I had to hang on to this for as long as the feeling stayed with me. He looked at me, and a smile turned on one corner of his mouth.
"Far from scared, beautiful,"
he said as he turned on his side to face me, his cock becoming firm with the movement alone. I bit down on my bottom lip, seeing the length of his beautiful dick, the one thing that rocked me right over the edge without help from anything else. Yes, I'd been with a few men before and after Cameron, and no, they couldn't bring me to orgasm like he could. His fingers ran over my hips as I lay there, facing him. My sex spasmed, and I smiled, watching his cock return to attention.
"Miss him?"
Cam said, having always referred to his dick as another person. I nodded, and my eyes met his. "More than I knew," I said, arching an eyebrow at him, feeling his hand move over my ass and pulling me closer to him.
"That's not surprising. I'm fairly confident nothing has been able to take his place,"
he said with a laugh and a lingering kiss on my nose. "Well, I wouldn't say that." Hell no. I wasn't giving him this much this fast.
"Oh?"
"Oh is right. Mr. Lucky Dick has had some stiff competition," I said, widening my eyes in humor. Cameron's eyes narrowed.
"Then I suppose you and I will be on this yacht an entire week, not leaving this room, until I'm assured all this competition, which I was foolish enough to allow, has been erased from your memory, and you become obsessed with me again."
Cam and I always had fun together, doing the stupidest shit, laughing and not taking everything seriously. I always felt young and fearless with him, and I loved having these feelings returning to me again. Most couples' post-coital pillow talk wouldn't consist of their previous sexual dalliances, but this was Cam and me. The best part was wondering if the other was being serious or just fucking around. And with Cam, he was always fucking around. I laughed at his eyes as they studied mine. "I don't know," I said, my eyes wandering to the corner of the room. "I got pretty creative after you left for that other college." He propped his hand up and rested his hand against my palm.
"Pretty creative, eh?"
"Yup," I said with a smack of my lips. "I had an orgasm so wild, I was seeing stars." I laughed at how stupid that sounded. Cameron licked his lips.
"Really?"
His eyes grew hungry. His dick was at full attention as he settled himself between my legs again.
"Time to up that game, baby,"
he said, his eyes fixed with purpose. At some point, we were going to have to discuss where the fuck we were going to take everything from here. But right now, I just wanted to feel these feelings with my Cam again. And with Cam, more rounds always equaled better sex. The sound of a phone buzzing in the room made my body jerk awake. "Oh shit," I said, my heart pounding, having absolutely no sense of time. "No, no, no," I chanted as I shot out of bed, nearly running into the sliding glass doors to my right.
"Jessa,"
Cam said, coming out from nowhere. I covered my heart and jumped back in my panicked state. "Jesus! Say something before you just manifest from thin air!" I ran a clammy palm over my forehead. "How long have we been here?" He'd just taken a shower. His hair was wet, and a white towel was wrapped perfectly around his waist. "Damn, you're so fucking hot," I thought. "Nope, not going there." I held my finger up. "We're not having another round. I have to find Jax, and I need to find my goddamn phone," I said in frustration, totally fucking out of it. Cameron pinched his lips, then licked them in the Cameron style of maintaining his composure while I was losing my shit. Jax was most likely looking for me, and, of course, he would find me with his doctor. Shit. This is not good. Cam walked over to show me it was his phone that was blowing up. He waved the phone at me.
"I'm on a group chat with the dipshits on this yacht,"
he said, looking at his phone.
They're blowing it up because you and I went missing about 2 hours ago."
Then he laughed.
"Colin and Jake have bets going like the dumbasses they are."
I knew my eyes were bulging out of my head. "Well, isn't this just super?" I said, finding my shirt had fallen to the floor. I picked it up and pulled it back on. "Where are the rest of my damn clothes?" Cameron let out another laugh. "You think this is funny?" I questioned, angrier than a wet hornet.
"I think you're the most adorable, sexy woman I have ever known."
He leaned against the desk that was situated across the room. His arms were crossed as he watched me fidget with my jeans, struggling to think.
"Jax texted,"
he said casually, and I froze.
"It's what woke me up after I dozed off, holding you in my arms."
"What did he say? He's probably blowing my phone up."
"He mentioned he wanted flying lessons or something like that."
Cameron shrugged.
"I texted him back and said it was up to you. Then we went back and forth."
He tilted his head to the side while all my panicked movements stopped, and I suddenly felt like I could dress without hurting myself. "You went back and forth?" I said with a half smile. I loved to see this look on his face. He looked so youthful, happy, like everything was right in his world. He nodded.
"Uh-huh,"
he said, putting his phone on the desk and crossing his arms.
"We got to texting about some plays that badass quarterbacks such as ourselves make in the game."
I smiled. "I find it lovely that the two of you hit it off like you did, you know?" He rose from where he leaned against the desk. He crossed the room, and then I was in his arms, and he kissed my forehead. Then he pulled back to where his eyes could meet mine.
"I find it astounding that he pulled off a quarterback sneak play that I thought only I knew."
"Which is?" I asked. Cameron's eyes were focused on me, but I could tell his mind and heart were with the conversation he and Jax had on text.
"It's the one where the defense is ready to blitz after the snap, and instead of me trying to jump on the line and get the extra yard for the touchdown, I took the snap, flipped it to the running back, and he ran it in for the first down or touchdown."
I laughed. "I know which one you're talking about. He ran that in double overtime last season. They scored and won the game."
"Absolutely inspiring,"
he said with a laugh.
"Unfortunately, I had to crush the kid's ego by mentioning I'd run the same damn play."
I chuckled. "Yeah, I think Jax figured he made that play up." He looked at me, his striking blue eyes glittering with excitement.
"So strange how genetics work, you know?"
"I agree," I said. "There have been many times where I've seen you and him out on that field." His face grew sad.
"I hate that I've missed so much."
He shook his head as soon as my mouth dropped open to protest.
"No, I understand why, but I still hate it. And I hate that I walked away from you."
His hand tenderly ran along my jawline.
"I fucking walked away, allowing who knows how many men to come into your life and pretend that they could love you as much as I did and will."
"I think we can make up for that." I smiled at him. "We will." He grinned.
"You bet your sexy little ass we will."
He kissed my nose.
"As much as I want you and Jax to enjoy the rest of your time on this yacht over the next week, I'd think it would be nice if you both came back with me tomorrow. No pressure, but I wanted you to know how I feel."
"Well, I hadn't decided what we would do yet." I covered my eyes. "Shit! How are we supposed to tell Jax any of this?"
"What? That I'm his father, and I'm the reason he's a little badass?"
He ran his hands up my back reassuringly.
"Or that his mother is fucking his brain surgeon?"
I rolled my eyes. Turns out both things may need to be discussed since they equally relate and hold significant value in his life.
"Why don't we go with the flow?"
he suggested.
"There's a lot to consider with the surgery. His rehab will be a process as it is, and we need him in high spirits, with no distractions. I would suggest not giving him any added concerns regarding his doctor being his biological father, and his mother giving his dad second chances after he fucked it up the first time."
"You don't know Jax, though, Cam," I argued. "This kid has a hopeful heart of gold. He's the most selfless kid I know. He's so positive about everything." I brushed his finger over the top of my nose and smiled.
"Like his mother.
He bent and kissed my forehead.
However, I see a lot of myself in that boy, and when it came to my mother, I was extremely protective.
Yeah, well, as you just said, Jax has my blood running through his veins too, I said with a smile. He shook his head.
I see how he is with you.
He smiled.
He loves his mother very much, and if he learns I hurt you, he may not trust me with the surgery, Jessa. I'm not sure I want to take that chance.
I stepped back away from Cameron, suddenly stressed about this predicament. Why can't things just be normal? For Jax. For me, I said mainly to myself, walking towards the sliding glass windows. I folded my arms and leaned my forehead against the window, staring out at the vast ocean. Why couldn't anything in my life be fucking easy? I got a taste of living carefree and happy for a couple of hours with Cameron. It was heavenly and blissful. Probably the only reason I dozed off and woke up, forgetting where I was. I needed that. I needed to let go and live dangerously. And for the first time in 16 years, I needed to feel this man's loving attention. And now, there was another fucking mountain I did not want to climb. Cam's arms went around my waist, and I felt the warmth of his bare chest against my back as he leaned over me, his lips pressed onto the top of my head.
We'll manage this together, Jessa, but I don't want to stress out Jax about anything. I may be wrong in my assumption of his reactions to our history and present situation, but if I'm not, I don't want to find out what happens if I'm right.
I understand, I answered, letting my head fall back against his chest. One thing at a time. I let out a breath, thankful I was in his strong arms and feeling the love he kept professing to me. I'm glad I have you back. I've missed you more than I knew. His embrace was tighter around me.
I will never hurt you again. Let's work together to get our son healthy, and we'll worry about making announcements later.
I inhaled deeply. I love hearing you say our son, I said, rubbing my hands over his forearms.
I love saying it, he said. I know this will sound cheesy as fuck, but the truth is that I feel like I'm whole now. I have my family. This is the most unexplainable feeling in the entire world.
I wanted to add to what Cam said, but staying silent felt right. I knew exactly what he was saying. I probably felt it more than he did. Many nights I'd cried myself to sleep, wishing I'd had him in my and Jackson's life. One of them being the night Jax was born. I would have given anything to see the look on Cam's face when his newborn son was placed in his arms. There were many things I'd found myself wanting Cam to be there for, but I permanently moved away from those thoughts because they were too painful. I'd moved forward, and when those thoughts hit me, it was like taking 10 steps back. I wanted to tell Jax everything, but I was all for following Cam's advice and keeping away from all stressful situations. Learning his doctor was his bio father would certainly trip him out. And of course, Cam was right. Jax was very protective of me. But I knew in my heart that my boy wanted his mom to be happy.
Chapter 33. Cam. I'd love to say that having my lady back in my arms felt like I'd never lost her, but I could sense the change that time had caused. It wasn't a bad thing, but something haunted me, knowing I'd missed so much. A week ago, I wouldn't have given a fuck about the time and distance between us. I would have just been grateful that this beautiful woman and my son were in my life, and I would do everything in my power to keep them happy until the day I checked out of this life. However, now I was having a strange download of emotions, filling the void I'd never known existed without them in my life. "Hey, man," Colin said as he joined me, eating lunch alone in the hospital cafeteria. "Sup," I said, bringing my napkin in both hands to brush over my mouth while I swallowed a bite of pizza. "Jake would kick your ass for eating that pizza, you know." He laughed, sitting in the chair across the table from me. He opened a plastic container of fruit, and then my eyes moved to his salad and a plate of chicken and broccoli. "Jake isn't my best friend, though. I rose my eyebrows at the healthy food he arranged in front of him. And unlike your ass, I'm not looking to fuck him or impress him, or whatever the hell you're trying to prove with all of that healthy shit you're eating. Colin laughed as he forked a cherry tomato and popped it in his mouth with his usual shit-eating grin. Don't you worry about what Jakey and I have going on behind the scenes. He shook his head. Jake was anal about the food we ate, but no one ever argued with him. He was cutting people open and working on hearts all day, and 90% of his patients had issues due to their unhealthy eating and lifestyle habits. That was his life. My life and focus were on fixing brains, but I'm sure if I knew there were lifestyle changes we could take to prevent brain tumors or anything else, I'd ensure everyone I knew took the proper precautions. So Jessa returned with you and left her boy on the yacht, eh? Colin questioned with a knowing grin. What happened when you both disappeared for those few afternoon hours during that rainstorm? Nothing, I shrugged. We were just catching up and going over details about Jackson's surgery. Bull fucking shit, Colin said, poking his fork into his fruit bowl. I'm not an idiot, nor are the rest of us. You walked off from lunch like a little bitch, and Jessa was hot on your heels soon after. He took another bite of salad, nearly inhaled it, then arched an eyebrow at me. Do not tell me she felt sorry for your ass and took you back. I chuckled. And if she did? I would probably kick your ass because it was too easy for you. I walked through hell and back, my balls singed by the flames, to get my girl. Jim slept in the lake of fire to get Avery back, and Jake, well, that fucker lived in hell for quite some time, praying for a lifeline to get Ash back. But you? He waved his fork in circles in front of my face. Nothing. I took another bite of pizza and held my hands up. Maybe because I'm better looking than you assholes? Funny. Now spill it. What's up with you two? Is everything cool? Does the kid know you're his dad? Colin's pager went off, and I laughed. Fuck! I have to go. God damn it, you're not getting out of this so easily. Tonight, he pointed at me, we're all going to Darcy's, and you'll be there too. Can't, I said, standing with him. Jessa and I are heading out in my Cessna. Colin held his tray, his eyes studying mine. Damn you, Brandt, he laughed. Me? I said, walking with him to dump our trash in the bin. Yeah, you. Always a fucking mystery. It makes me want to kiss you sometimes. I rolled my eyes. Get in line, I said, laughing and following Colin out of the cafeteria. The rest of the guys knew something was up between Jessa and me, but I wasn't ready to talk about it or confide in anyone yet. I just wanted to enjoy this time. Jax begged his mom for permission to stay aboard the yacht, so we had precious alone time that we wouldn't have otherwise, and I didn't want to squander it. I'd planned to take her on my plane to go somewhere unique and special. All I wanted was to hold her and smell the rich fragrance of the floral perfume she wore. Now I was second-guessing the whole plane idea. She'd be in the seat behind me, and I wouldn't have her eyes to stare into, her neck to kiss. I missed her already. I didn't want to spend another second away from her, because I'd wasted too much time already. You've got to be kidding me, Jessa said, as I rolled up to the private airport. It's like you're trying to get dumped by a thumbs-up emoji or something. I grinned, bringing the back of her hand to my lips. Shall we not revisit that damn emoji breakup scenario? I already feel like I've sort of got one foot dangling in hell while I'm back with you, if I'm honest. Shit, that didn't come out right. Oh? She laughed, and then became quiet when I rolled up in front of the massive private hangar where I kept my airplanes. I'm sorry. I had no idea that being back together— Not what I meant. I smoothly cut her off, knowing what she was going to say. I twisted in my seat and placed my hand on her headrest. It's just that my previously normal routine at work never consisted of pining away like some bitch all day at work. It took a lot of monumental effort to stay focused and not just think of wanting you in my arms, I said. She arched an eyebrow at me. "Nice try," she said, with a shake of her head. "Jax tries to lie his way out of saying stupid shit all the time, so you'll have to come up with something better than that." I met her adorable, challenging expression with one of my own. "I'm not bullshitting you. You've consumed my thoughts all day. All I've thought about was wanting to get the fuck out of there so we could be in this moment now. It's hell because I have you back in my life, but when I'm away from you, you're all I can think about. You of all people should know that this is out of character for me." "And you of all people should know it's out of character for me to go flying in some private aircraft." She exhaled, seeing the blue and white Cessna parked front and center in the hangar. She fanned her hand out in front of her. "Tell me, have I ever given you the impression that I would enjoy flying in an aircraft that most likely has a high death percentage?" "No," I shrugged, looking into the hangar and admiring my favorite aircraft. "However, the Jessa I remember was daring and bold. I wouldn't think you'd mind it. And they don't have a high death percentage." She narrowed her eyes at me. "One death is enough for me. Shit, Cam. I seriously don't want to do this. I'm already stressed about leaving Jax on that yacht, knowing I'm lying to him about working. In reality, here I am with his father, whom I haven't told him about, on some death wish date. Why can't we be a normal couple and go get an In-N-Out burger and watch a movie or something?" I laughed. "God, I love you." I shook my head, trying to get serious, because Jessa could level my ass with a stare alone, and I didn't want to upset her. "That's why we're going up in a tiny death trap? If I'm honest, what is scaring the shit out of me is seeing that look on your face and knowing that somehow I'm going to give in." "Listen," I said, remembering there was a good reason I wanted to take her up in the aircraft. "I'm not trying to scare the shit out of you. If you don't want to go up, we don't have to. I get that. But I also know that with the difficult decisions coming up, fear is most likely taking over your mind, and I want you to be unafraid, no matter what happens. You can face your fears and have no regrets. You and I can face scary shit together and know that we're going to be okay." I looked back at the plane. "Besides, I have a feeling you will certainly thank me later for this." "You're not getting laid, and that's a fact. So," she opened her door, "if this is a challenge for me, Dr. Brandt, I'll take it. I've thought a lot about Jackson's surgery today after having time alone for the first time in a while, and yes, it scares me. I can safely say it scares me more than this plane ride." "You'll want to fuck me after this," I grinned at her. "Who doesn't find a pilot sexy?" "Oh, God," she said dryly, and rolled her eyes, prompting me to laugh. She swung her door open with agitation, and I followed. "Isn't this just lovely?" she said, planting her hands on her hips and staring at me through her dark sunglasses. "Not only am I risking my life by going up in this thing, but I'm going up with a pilot who's a douche." I chuckled. "Trust me, it's a turn-on," I said, thinking I'd play with her a little. "Maybe for some brainless broad who thinks looks and skill make up the qualities of a good man." She arched an eyebrow at me, holding some sassy pose. "I, on the other hand, am not that woman. It takes a lot more than this shit to impress me." I pinched my lips together in humor. "Well, we will just have to see about that, won't we?" "Fuck it," she seethed, and I could hear the trepidation in her voice as she stopped following behind where I walked to the aircraft. "Stop stopping, gorgeous," I said, walking toward where I would prep the plane and get her up in the air before she changed her mind and all the plans I'd made for us tonight. "I think you'll enjoy just being together the next day or two, but I need you to get into this plane." "Next 2 days?" she questioned. "How did you manage that?" I turned back to her. "Long story short, I have a light work week. The one surgery I'm most concerned about relates to the woman I love more than anything in this world, and I want to spend some time with her and help her decide with a clearer mindset." "So you just took the week off work?" she questioned. "No," I said. "I took the next 3 days off work. I've got a couple of doctors who switch shifts with me all the time. Trust me, I've taken on a shitload of extra hours for those chumps. They owe me."
"Good grief, Cam," she finally smiled. "What the hell am I going to do with you?"
"Fuck me like I know you will after I take your cute little ass up in this plane," I taunted her. "Come here, beautiful." I walked toward her and pulled her into my arms. "If I'm wrong and you hate me after this is all over, kiss me now, so I at least have that." She stepped back, keeping me at arm's length.
"If I enjoy the ride, and that's a pretty big fucking if, I may or may not kiss you then."
Her face fell again, and she looked at the plane, shaking her head.
"I can't believe I'm even entertaining this shit," she said to herself. "Just keep us alive. I really do love living life, and I never really saw myself going out in a fucking plane crash."
"Yeah, we need to get this thing up in the air," I said. "The more you keep telling yourself that's what's going to happen, the higher the chances are that it will."
"Let's just get this over with,"
she said. I couldn't resist the woman any longer. I took 2 steps, and Jessa was in my arms before she could react. This is precisely how I preferred to start this trip. My lady in my arms, her kiss as fierce as mine, on our way to one of the most beautiful places in the state.
Chapter 34. Jessa. It wasn't until about an hour into this beautiful flight that I finally relaxed. Cam joked and played tour guide while flying over the farmland beneath us. And of course, with his usual sense of humor, it cracked me up and loosened me up some. The plane flew smoothly, and when Cam wasn't teasing me, I could sense he was lost in the soothing feeling of gliding over everything. It also helped when I heard him do all his pilot talking with air traffic control, proving even more that he knew what he was doing and took it very seriously. I felt a deep love for him after I allowed him back in again, and a sense of safety in knowing everything would be okay. One of the things I loved about Cameron was that regardless of how stressful the situation was, he always found a way not to let it get to him. He was so positive about everything, and when things became overwhelming, he got out of his head about it. The man never dwelled on anything. He thought about it, gave it some airtime, then moved on. It's also probably why the guy would never go gray either. Shit like this was par for the course with Cam, flying to God knows where on a whim to face a fear and have a little fun while doing it. I had to give him credit, though. Getting off your butt and doing something was better than sitting around all day thinking and worrying. And, of course, when you did something, it had to be out of your comfort zone, or what was the point? That's how Cameron Brandt saw the world, and it's why I was falling harder and harder for him while doing the one thing that had made me angry earlier. He got me out of my comfort zone and out of my head. It was insane how much lighter and brighter the world seemed when you took your challenges head on. We landed smoothly on what seemed like a runway in a residential neighborhood, and I was confused. "Where are we?" I questioned, trying to figure out how an airport could fit into a neighborhood.
"My buddy's hangar is just up here,"
he said, turning the plane to drive up some street. "No, where the hell are we? This makes no sense," I said with a laugh as we passed by homes with driveways with planes.
"Fresno," he said. "Remember we always wanted to go hike Yosemite, where the rock climbers climb up?"
"No," I said flatly. "I know the place you're talking about. I've already watched that Free Solo movie, and my ass is not scaling the face of a giant granite rock. I've faced enough fears for a lifetime by flying up here, and there's no goddamn way I'm doing something like that."
"Good, because I, too, have no plans to plummet to my death from the face of El Capitan,"
he said, his voice reflecting that he was focused more on driving this plane up a driveway than convincing me to go rock climbing. "I never know with you, so I'm just making that clear."
"Nah,"
he said with a laugh.
"I think the hiking trails up to the waterfalls would be incredible. Leisure shit like that is a healthy way to shake off stress. I mean, I'm not in the mood to kick my own ass over the next couple of days."
I rolled my eyes. This was life with Cameron. No one ever knew what this guy was up to. He could be tricking my ass into believing he's serious about not scaling the faces of rocks until we got there. And then the next thing I know, I'd be in a harness. Cam and I were always balanced like this. I was the reasonable one who had to keep his feet on the ground, and he was the wild one who had to get me to try new things now and then. After Jax had surgery, I was sure that having Cam around would be good for our son. "I need to call Jax," I said as Cam helped me out of the plane. "Are we leaving right now?"
"Yeah, we're just here to get my buddy's H2. It's in his garage. So let me get the plane strapped down and squared away, and we'll head out. It's about a 2-hour drive from here."
"Ah," I smiled at him. "Looks like you're not getting laid after being a sexy little pilot after all, eh?"
"We're not at the hotel yet, gorgeous," he teased. "I'm ensuring that you make the phone call to Jax now, so you can sleep for the 2-hour drive, because you'll need your rest when we get to the hotel I reserved."
"Ah, now I know why we're not hiking tomorrow."
"Duh,"
Cameron said in a goofy voice with a wink.
"All right, be back in a sec. My buddy left the keys over here. He's in New York now, so if they're not here, I need to call him."
"Got it," I said. I turned to check out the lovely neighborhood we were in. What an interesting way for people who loved aviation to live. There was always something for somebody. You just had to pick your flavor. 3 hours later, Cameron and I walked under a canopy of stars in the inky black sky above us. I clenched his hand tighter, losing myself in the scent of pine and fresh air. "Wow," I said. "It feels like a planetarium with all these stars. I don't think I've ever felt this close to heaven before." Cam's arm came up around me, and then he kissed my temple.
"I'm insulted,"
he said, his lips at my ear and his warm breath sending a shiver down my spine.
"And here I thought I took you to heaven more than once last night, and this morning before I left for work."
"Yeah, well, the stars," I trailed off, ignoring Cam's sexual references.
"Exactly. The stars,"
he said as we rounded the corner and walked under large, round wooden beams toward the entrance of this beautiful hotel.
"You were definitely seeing stars on every round."
"Would you stop?" I teased, playfully running my hands over the hard ridges of his abdomen.
"Okay. I will handle the reservations and get our bags up to the room. I hope you brought that sexy lingerie I sent to your beach house this afternoon."
"When you told me to pack for colder weather, I didn't assume that piece of lace was what you meant." He arched an eyebrow at me as we reached the front desk.
"Good."
He flashed a sexy look.
"Because I'd prefer you wear nothing at all."
He looked proudly at the hotel attendant taking his card. My mouth dropped open, and hers pulled up into a grin. I'd love to think that the poor young woman would have been used to men like Cam blurting out shit like this all the time, but this wasn't your average hotel. This place was elegant and beautiful, like the fancy part of the Titanic, and it also looked to fit that era. Circular chandeliers held candles that flickered all around. The wall to our left was lined with glass paneling, and I could only imagine what the beauty of the scenery would look like when the sun rose in this park. "Thank you, Mr. Brandt," the woman said, handing Cam 2 old-fashioned skeleton keys that seemed to fit our surroundings. Cam snatched my hand while I continued to stare in awe at the lodge-like atmosphere of this hotel. We walked by a stone fireplace you could practically fit a car in, the flames dancing and climbing up around the pile of logs placed neatly into it. The smell of the fireplace suddenly made me feel as though we were in some grand lodge in the middle of Montana, and while I thought the plane ride felt like an escape from the stresses of the world, this was what took me away from it all completely. I could wrap up in a blanket and sit in one of those huge chairs in front of that fireplace all day, I told Cam. He looked back at me and smiled as we stepped out of the elevator onto the second floor.
"Thank God I ensured we had a room with a fireplace in it then, because I don't plan on you sitting alone in a chair. You'll be in my arms tonight," he said, his voice lower.
"Perfect. At least that stops me from getting weird looks from other hotel guests," I said as I nudged his side. When we reached our room, Cam plugged in the old-fashioned key and opened the door, moving to the side and motioning for me to enter before he did.
"Just so you know, this is not called the presidential suite because the name sounds fancy,"
Cam said as he watched me look around.
"JFK and Queen Elizabeth have even stayed in this exact room."
"Not at the same time, I'm assuming," I said, soaking up the grandeur of the suite.
"When it comes to JFK, I guess you can never be too sure,"
Cam laughed.
"Hopefully you approve. I wanted to ensure my lady stayed in a room fit for a queen."
When I walked in, I felt like I'd been swept away into a Jane Austen novel. Cameron could have passed for my literary hero, Fitzwilliam Darcy, and I felt like Elizabeth Bennet.
"Well?"
Cam questioned. I turned around, finding the man dreamier than before. His coal-black hair gave a beautiful depth to the sharp features of his face, and his piercing blue eyes were so deep that a warm sensation swarmed deep inside of me, knowing that I wanted and needed more. "You're so handsome," I said, honestly and completely caught up in this fairy tale moment I'd been transported into. "Thank you. Thank you for all of this." He crossed the room to where I stood with tears in my eyes.
"You are very welcome indeed."
I reached up to his face. "This all feels like a dream, you know?"
"Oh, do I ever know,"
he said with a smile and a kiss on my nose.
"I have no idea how we managed to find our way back to each other, but I know this was meant to be. It's not a coincidence."
"You believe there was a reason aside from Jack's for us finding our way back together?"
"I know there was a reason,"
he answered.
"We were never meant to be apart."
"I'm proud of you, though, for everything that you've accomplished in your life while we weren't together."
"Thank you, baby,"
he said, kissing me and laying me back on the bed as he began removing my clothes. I didn't expect us to move this fast, and for me to forgive him so easily. In fact, I never saw myself back in Cam's arms like this again. I guess it was all part of the fairy tale, though. Everything was so perfect and so right. My anger and resentment had faded entirely, and I felt complete. Would everyone I knew and loved call me insane for taking Cameron back so quickly? Absolutely. My parents hated him for walking out of my life the way he did, and they'd never agreed with how I handled things on my side either. They thought Cam needed to know he was a father and he needed to help. Instead of heeding their advice, I gave up the opportunities I'd worked so hard to get, allowing him to pursue his goals. Needless to say, that didn't sit right with Mom and Dad. My decisions were my own, though, and I didn't give a shit what anyone thought about how I handled things. What mattered now was that we were together again, and I felt fulfilled. It felt so right that I couldn't help but become overwhelmed with emotion. Naturally, I started crying at the exact moment Cameron was kissing along my inner thigh, his lips massaging toward my entrance, where his fingers had just slid into me. Why now? I covered my face with my hands as the sob erupted through me. Tears that had been bottled up broke free, and feeling stupid for crying made the tears fall that much harder.
"Hey,"
Cam said, rightfully confused by my sudden turn in emotion.
"Baby?"
I couldn't respond, but I felt Cameron at my side, pulling my naked body against his bare chest. It took a bit for me to control the sobbing and settle into the warmth of his side before I could start taking some cleansing breaths.
"You don't have to talk about it, sweetheart,"
he said, his hands running through my hair as I clung to his side. I sniffed and stared into the fireplace across the room from where we lay on the bed. Everything was quiet, relaxing, and comforting now. I needed this peace, and didn't feel bad I was taking it. I'd been strong for so long, living in this nightmare of uncertainty with Jackson's medical condition. I'd tried to navigate everything correctly, making the smart decisions, the right ones, for myself and my son. The hardest and most troublesome decision was coming up, but strangely, I wasn't so fearful of that right now. Instead, I knew the right answer was to trust the man holding me with our son's life. I knew the mountain we would climb for Jackson's recovery was steep, but at least I finally felt like we could climb it.
Chapter 35. Cam. Holy shit, this better not be a dream, I thought, when I felt her lips around my cock. The gentle motions of my dick being pulled in and out of firm yet soft lips had my groin in a spasm in a very good fucking way. I groaned and turned from my back onto my side. I reached my hands down into Jessa's soft hair, listening to her moan, seemingly wanting me to fuck her mouth. It took a lot of restraint not to grab a handful of hair and pump deep into her throat, but it wasn't too hard since her tongue, hand, and mouth were working together to build up these constant glorious sensations pulsating from my dick and up to my stomach. Fuck, this feels amazing, I managed, thrusting gently through the tight opening she'd made for my cock to find the most pleasure. I was half asleep and half awake, taking the utmost pleasure at this moment. Her free hand went over my hip, and then she clenched my ass while I lay there, gently moving my body in slow motions, appreciating every sensation of wanting to come, but still holding back. I reached up into the pillow behind me, feeling euphoria consuming me in this dark room. "You like that, baby?" Jessa asked, after she'd run her tongue from the base of my shaft to underneath my tip, where my pre-cum was dripping out. I used more mental strength than I knew I possessed to tighten and restrain myself in response to Jessa, as she began sucking and alternating that sensation with licking all around my sensitive tip. "Hell yes!" I barely managed to breathe out, between almost whimpering in pleasure and groaning through each spark of energy that jolted through me, nearly sending my ass over the edge in that instant. Jessa used the moisture from my dick to run her hand in a tight grip up and down my shaft, and holding back was now becoming torture. I rolled onto my back to lay flat, dropping my knee to the side and giving Jessa all the access she wanted. She followed my movement in a graceful motion and settled herself between my legs. "Shit!" I gritted out when her hand pumped my cock in perfect movements, and her tongue and mouth went to work on my balls. Her moaning, licking, and tight grip on my slick cock sent waves of energy pulsating up my back, and I knew I wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. "Come in my mouth, Cam." Her voice was sultry and sexy, and her suggestion was all I needed. "Fuck yes. I want you to take all of me," I suggested, hoping I could watch her perfect lips swallow my cock and then my cum. She moaned, her lips following her tongue, covering my dick again. Thank goodness I'd left the hall light on so I could see a hint of her sparkling yet daring eyes as she took me with what seemed to be a hunger I could only beg for a woman to have while swallowing my cum. The curse words that erupted from my chest while I filled her mouth with my fluid were not audible. I gripped Jessa's hair tightly as my ass nearly shot off the bed in the electric spasm that jolted from deep inside me, sending my climax deep into her throat and mouth. I'd locked eyes with her just as I let go and hadn't stopped staring into the beautiful gems the entire time. My mouth dropped open as I moaned with each spasm. While riding out the last of this, I finally started to come down off this high. I gently moved my hips, letting Jessa continue to suck the last cum from my cock, knowing that I would properly thank her for this as soon as I got my bearings. "How is that?" Jessa asked, with an adorable giggle. I had my hand over my forehead, trying to get the damn stars out of my head, as if this was the first blowjob I'd ever received. "It was almost too good," I said, when she climbed up, and I felt her naked, warm body molded against mine. I looked down, my eyes meeting hers, and arched an eyebrow at her. "I'd like to think that you perfected the art of the blowjob on me and me alone just now," I smirked. She gave me a sassy look. "I didn't realize blowjobs were considered an art form that needed perfecting." Smart ass, I said, smiling at her. And yes, they are. A relationship can easily be fucked up if a partner doesn't know how to handle their teeth around a dick. She kept a straight face, but I felt the subtle movements of her laughter where her full breasts were pressed against my chest. Well then, she said, trying to be serious in response to my stupid words that I was spewing out while I impatiently waited for my dick to get its act together so I could enjoy this woman in every sense of the word. I'm glad that I perfected the art. I can't imagine destroying a relationship that fate worked so hard to bring back together and ruining it. She snapped her fingers in the air. Just like that, you know? Oh, do I ever know. But, I mean, if we're going to get real about what fate had to go through with you and all this, then yeah, don't want to fuck that up. Me, she said, sitting up and straddling my waist. So fucking perfect, I thought, bringing my hands up to clasp around her waist, staring at her hardened nipples that highlighted her full breasts. Yes, you, I said, smiling. Your cute little ass fought shit, but I accepted it immediately. Really, she said, smiling at me. And when would immediately have been for you? When I first saw you at that resort, I proudly proclaimed, believing I was ahead in this game of following my heart after seeing Jessa again. Her face twisted up adorably. Interesting, she said, because I remember having to hunt your ass down for you to see Jackson, and I wouldn't have had to do that if I had your number after seeing you at that resort. So I'm assuming you're... She paused, and her eyes widened in humor. Wrong. She leaned forward and pressed her finger against the tip of my nose. Bullshit, I said with a laugh. I listened to fate, and because you didn't, I felt karma kick me in the balls. She shook her head, and her closed lips pulled up into a smile. You silly man, she said with a soft laugh. But I guess you're right. I am right, I said. I felt it from the first moment we reconnected. That, and if you gave me your number, I probably would have never called you, and I know I wouldn't have reached out to you that way for help for Jax. That confused me. Why the hell not? I wished I was braver and gave you my number so you had it for that reason alone. Nah, she said, shaking her head. I would have felt like I was using you for help or something. I let out a breath, sad that I even put Jessa in a position to ever feel this way about me. I had to eat it, though. She needed to learn to trust me again after hurting her in such a selfish way. I understand, but the woman I met at that resort and in my office that day, desperately seeking help for her son, was bold and fearless. And in that mindset, you wouldn't have given a damn whether it seemed like you were using me or not. She shrugged. Yeah, that's accurate. I smiled. And now that fate has seen to it that we are happily together forever in each other's arms, I rolled over, bringing Jessa to lie beneath me. I think we should show our gratitude by fucking until the sun rises and sets again. She ran her hands through my hair, her eyes raptly looking into mine. I love you, she softly said, and my heart nearly stopped at the sincerity of her words. I framed her face with my hands, tilted her chin up, and pressed my lips into the center of her neck. Her fingers ran tenderly through my hair, exciting my dick about where this was going. As I continued to kiss along her neck, inhaling the sweet aroma of her delicious skin, Jessa's legs fell open, allowing me full access to what my greedy ass wanted. I won't be gentle this time, I warned, needing her more now than ever. She licked her lips. I was hoping you'd say that. My lips captured her bottom one, my teeth gently tugging and pulling on it as I lined up my hard cock to her slick entrance. As I moved my hips forward, pushing into her, I watched Jessa's eyes roll back as she moaned and nearly ripped my hair out. Fuck, that was a little too hard, I thought, sliding in and out of her in a much softer motion. I wanted to bury myself in her, to hear her cry out my name. Hell, I'd even dig the claw marks on my back. I needed to feel this woman's enjoyment of the pleasure only I could give her, but I also didn't want to pound the shit out of her and fuck up our waterfall hiking day either. Jessa moaned as her legs wrapped around me, crossing at my back. "You like that, baby?" I said in a hoarse voice, feeling a spasm rock through my entire being in response to the sensual moans this stunning woman was making. She took my face into her hands and nipped at my chin. "Don't hold back on me. I know what you've got, Cam," she said in some erotic voice that nearly made me come right then and there. "Fuck me." Damn, this woman would be my undoing. But she already was, if I was honest. And fuck hiking waterfalls. I was about to spend this entire day in bed, making up for 16 years spent apart, and believing I could ever find happiness in any other woman's arms. By the time I'd come deep in Jessa, fucking her from behind in the shower, I was shocked I could still feel my legs. We'd done it all, and enjoyed it with the stamina of our younger years. I held on to Jessa's breasts, gently covering them with my hands, moving myself in and out, riding out the last of this orgasm. Her head fell back against my chest as she stood erect, and my cock slipped out of her. "Damn, we're crazy," she said. I laughed, kissed her forehead, and slid my hands around her waistline to hold her. "That's what was always so good about us," I said. "Right, and your crazy ass is playing it dangerous too, Cam," she said, turning around in the tight little shower, wrapping her arms around my neck. "How so?" I questioned. "If you're speaking of putting my heart out there for you to crush, then yeah, I guess maybe I am." She smirked and ran her hands over my soft dick. "No protection?" My eyes widened in horror. "What the fuck?" I hung on to that word for what felt like 30 seconds. I didn't know what to say. "Lucky for you, I've been on the pill since Jackson was born," she said with a laugh. "I'm just messing with you." "Jesus, don't leave a man hanging like that," I said. "You know, this whole fate and karma thing." "You sound a lot like Ash with all that, you know?" "Well, I learned about that shit from her." "About fate and karma?" she said, grabbing the soap and lathering my balls and dick up like she owned them, which she did. "Let's hope we play it smart and not piss them off," I said, taking the soap from her hands and repaying the favor. "It's not a problem. At least this time, if you run off on me, I know to hunt you down if I find out I'm pregnant," she said, and then slapped my ass. "Don't tease me, beautiful," I said with a smirk. "Oh, I'm not teasing," she laughed. "Fool me once, am I right?" I ran the soap between my hands, preparing to soap up my face, and arched an eyebrow at her. "I like this side of you. It's almost like you're my favorite little sex addict." She laughed and playfully pulled her bottom lip bashfully between her teeth. "I think I might have a problem," she softly laughed. "No," I answered her, then proceeded to scrub my face. I turned and rinsed, then ducked my head under the water. There is never a problem when a woman wants my ass so much she acts like she's addicted to it. And the woman I'm referring to is you, of course. "It better be," she said with a smile before she stepped out of the shower. Our reunion was better than I could have dreamed, and even though I was enjoying fucking nonstop, it hadn't slipped my mind that she'd broken down directly after we'd walked into the room. I had no idea what made her sob uncontrollably until she lay staring at the fire and fell asleep. After I'd tucked her comfortably into bed, she'd turned on her side, away from me, leaving me to wonder. My insecure and vulnerable side assumed she regretted being with me like this. I mean, why else would she be perfectly fine until we walked into this room? I seriously had no idea. Jessa was a strong woman, so I wasn't sure what provoked the tears, and I certainly didn't expect to wake up as I did, with her mouth around my cock. I knew I should talk to her about it, and perhaps I would do just that with some room service on our balcony, staring at the majestic view of Half Dome. That's what we would do. Have some motherfucking champagne and stare at the rocks I paid good fucking money to see from the balcony of this room. Hiking waterfalls was overrated if I put it up against having these moments with Jessa. We might not find many of these moments again once we were back to reality with Jackson. I wanted to tell Jax about this, especially about me being his father, but I also needed that boy to be strong and ready for surgery. By the way, I'm your dad, and your mom and I are back together, was a bomb that was entirely out of the question to drop, both in my lover-man mindset and my surgeon's mindset. In all honesty, I wanted to selfishly tell him the truth about everything. I wanted to be a family. I wanted to make up for lost time, and I wanted him to know that I, as his father, would take care of him and his mother until the end of fucking time. But that was what I wanted, and this wasn't about me. All I could do now was enjoy this time with Jessa, and we would figure out the rest as it came.
Chapter 36. Jessa. Although Cam didn't believe I'd cried my eyes out on the Yosemite trip because I felt happy, it was true. He didn't press me for more information, though, and I was grateful for that because I honestly had no other explanation for the tears. Being in a place of total happiness, relief, and, I guess, just feeling like everything was right and good brought me emotionally to my knees in gratitude for where I was in life. I was so thankful that I took this chance with Cameron. For the last month, all we'd done was enjoy our time together. Whether riding bikes on trails up the coast, watching Jax and Cam throw the football around in front of the beach house, or sitting around the living room and watching basketball. It was refreshing and soothing to my once overwhelmed and exhausted soul. Jax had caught on to the fact that his doctor and I were an item, and though I expected him to flare up a little about it, the kid adored Cameron so damn much that he was practically planning our wedding day. I'd come very close to telling Jax that Cam was his father, because I was beginning to feel like we were lying to him these days by not doing so. I didn't, though, because I trusted Cam when he said that Jax needed to be mentally strong to recover from surgery. He didn't need to think about anything other than working his ass off to get his life back.
So, you guys will be gone for a week?
Jax asked, taking my bag from the trunk and placing it on my suitcase.
You're sure you're not going to Mexico to get married?
I rolled my eyes, still unsure of leaving Jax, but I trusted that he was in excellent care with Jake and Ash. I think Jax was going to bounce around and visit everyone he'd simply adopted as his own, either aunt or uncle, since Cam and I got close. We'd spent a lot of evenings during this last month being around all of them, and it brought me joy to see him develop those relationships so quickly. Right, because everyone goes to Mexico to get married on a whim? I said, grabbing him and hugging him tightly. You know, you'd be the first to know if I was going to get married.
What if he proposes?
Jax said, his thumb pointing back at where Cam was discussing something with the pilot of the private aircraft. My eyes widened at that thought. Was all I could say.
Ha,
Jax said, hugging me tightly again. Hey, I stepped back. I know that for this last month, I've probably not seemed like your normal mother, and even though I've done some fun and crazy stuff with Cam, nobody is pushing it on the marriage stuff. I just called off an engagement, if you don't remember. Jackson laughed.
That was because you were marrying the wrong man.
You just like Cam because he's fun and spontaneous and makes you feel like there are no problems in the world.
Isn't that why you like him?
Jax said. More like why I love him. True, I answered.
Well, I love the new side of you that he brings out. You're finally smiling all the time and enjoying your life. You're not as worried about me as you always were. I love this side of your mother, too,
Cam said, turning back to us.
What are we talking about anyway? Mom has changed because of you. She's happier, gets out more, and has fun.
Jax finished with a cheesy grin. Cameron draped his arm around Jax.
I agree. She seemed to be so, I don't know, serious and, dare I say, boring before I came into her life, don't you think?
Can we please go? What did the pilot say? I asked, searching for a new subject.
Damn, well, I guess this is goodbye,
Jax said, his cursing taking on a whole new level since hanging around Cam's buddies. "Shoot," I said. "Come here." "Okay, Edmund will drive you to Jake and Ash's house, right?"
"Yes, and they have all my emergency contact information. I'm staying with them for the week since Jake is working in the place of that doctor who's out on paternity leave." "Give them hell," Cam said, ruffling the top of Jackson's hair. "You can still come with us if you want. I have a lovely villa I reserved for the week." Jax shook his head. "You two go and have fun. Jake mentioned something about courtside tickets to a basketball game this week." "Really?" Cam said, turning to face Jax. "Where'd that asshole get the tickets?" "I have no idea, but I'm not turning that shit down." "That's my little buddy. See, I've got it all worked out so that by the time I get home, you'll be the biggest Lakers fan I know." "Dream on," Jax joked back. "I'll bet you one of my surfboards and surfing lessons that you will love the motherfucking Lakers by the time I step off that jet," Cam said, pointing at the plane waiting for us to board whenever we finished this brilliant conversation. "Language?" I said, staring at Cam. "Yeah," Jax said, punching Cameron in the arm. "Watch your language." Cam looked at me, and I had to cover my smile. "You realize he's staying with Jacob Mitchell, right?" "Yeah, and Ash, and more importantly, little John, who will not allow vulgarity," I added. "Do you really believe that?" Cam said, turning back to Jax. "Enjoy letting the curse words fly in support of the Lakers when you go with Jake. I wish I could be there to enjoy a beer and the game with you. Unfortunately, you have to go on vacation with Mom." "And he can't even cuss," I said. "Whatever will I do," Cam said, and then he patted Jax on the arm. "Remember, Ash is bringing you in for that scan I ordered. I'll be looking at it when I get back, and you better believe your ass that I'm going to start putting some heavy pressure on you to decide on this surgery then." "Got it," Jax said, more deflated. "I know it's hard, but I want you to focus on this last month. Look at the support group you have surrounding you now. We're all in this with you, kiddo," Cam said, and I could see Jackson's eyes light up a little. "It's good to have all of you," he said. "Jackson, are you sure you don't want to come with us?" I asked, starting to feel uneasy about leaving my son. "Mom, like Cam said, sometimes you have to let them grow up a little." "Yeah, Cam did say that, but that was before I remembered that I was sending you to stay an entire week with Jake." He smiled. "I'm leaving before Mom insists I go with you guys." Jackson leaned in and gave me another quick hug before turning and walking off. "Love you." "Love you too, Jax," I said. Cam brought his arm around me. "Ready to do this?" I looked around for the luggage. What the hell happened to our bags?" "The captain is loading it for us," he said, walking me toward the plane. "And the flight attendant already has your favorite pasta ready to serve once we're in the air." Holy shit. Is that how these private jets work? Yeah. Jim pays these guys the big bucks to ensure every need is met while we fly the friendly skies. "Now you're just being an ass," I said. "True." He kissed my temple. "Let's get away and have some fun." It seemed like all I did these days was have fun, and part of me questioned whether I should. Don't get me wrong. It was an enjoyable escape from the stresses of everything. One I told myself repeatedly that I deserved. But I could sense that I wasn't very grounded. I was out here, living my best life, but I wasn't as attentive as usual with Jackson. I think he enjoyed that part, actually, but it was a foreign feeling to me. Regardless, I planned to find balance in my new life with Cam when we returned from Mexico. As Cam said, it was time to start putting more pressure on Jax for this surgery. The seizures were coming regularly, which was why Cameron ordered the scans, and, therefore, we needed to make a decision. "We do need to focus more on getting Jax more confident in this surgery," Cam said once we were on our way, climbing altitudes in the jet. "Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that." I turned to face him on the leather couch we sat on. "Although, we're on our way to Mexico. Not quite sure how that helps Jax to become more confident about surgery." Cam sipped his beer. "Don't you worry your sexy little ass about that," he said proudly. "I've got Jake and Colin on the case in our absence." "I will say that's an excellent idea." I smiled at him, casually sitting back and reclining.
But I'm not so sure those two aren't just going to screw off and play with Jax, instead of talking him into losing half his brain in surgery. He shook his head.
Those two might fuck around a lot, but they know what's at stake, and they'll do anything to get Jax better. Trust me on that.
How are you managing all of this time off work, anyway?
I've only taken 2 weeks off in the last 2 months.
And if I took 2 weeks off in the last 2 months at my previous job, they'd fire my ass.
Allow me to correct myself, since you just re-entered my life close to 3 months ago or so.
I'm listening, I said, sipping my champagne.
I planned this week to Mexico a year ago. I've only taken maybe a couple of weeks off this entire year, but taking a solid 7 days in a row is unheard of with me. I was owed this. That's why I planned it a year ago when everyone was up my ass to take more than a couple of days off at a time.
What about your trip to the resort in Jamaica? His eyes widened before he rolled them.
Not even a week off, but I felt like I was at that resort for a year with those morons.
Strange.
What's so strange about it?
He said, confused and laughing.
Most people take the vacations they earn. I usually don't, but you've been around me the few times I have.
I guess I always expected... I put my hand on his knee and smiled. Don't take offense when I say this.
I'll be offended if you don't tell me,
he said, studying me with a slight smile. I laughed. When we were dating in college, I always wondered if I'd be some lonely wife of a surgeon who lived at the hospital. Sort of like your career would be the third person in our relationship, taking you away from me.
Well, that would have definitely been the case, he stated factually, and I'm glad for that reason only that we didn't marry young. Perhaps we split for all that time so we could truly appreciate each other when we were blessed to be together again.
Yes. I leaned over and met his perfect lips with a tiny peck. I think you're right. We could have been a real mess if we married young.
Shit.
His eyes widened, and he took another sip of beer.
You'd be screwing the pool boy.
And you'd be screwing some intern or nurse.
And...
He went to continue our lame accusations, but stopped.
Hell no. I wouldn't be screwing anyone at the hospital. No one in the world is better than you, whether I'm a doctor who works around the clock or not. No way I would have ever cheated on you.
I disagree, I answered, remembering when we went through a rough patch, and my friends reported that my man was spotted with a university cheerleader.
No.
He shook his head.
Brandy Hightower set my ass up. You know that shit, too.
Nothing ever happened between you two? I questioned.
Legs.
He chuckled.
That's what everyone on the team called her. That one wished she could have taken advantage of my broken heart. And yes, she tried.
The picture the girls took didn't show you pushing her off you when she was kissing you topless. He rolled his eyes.
Well, I was an idiot boy whose girl dumped him days before trying to move on. So yeah, I guess I enjoyed her tits and a kiss.
Look at us. I stopped, took another sip of the champagne, and shook my head. We're talking like we are back in college, and I'm the jealous girlfriend. He put his hand on my knee.
So long as you're my girl again, I'll gladly talk drama from years past. I don't give a shit.
Oh, trust me, it'll get old fast, and you would give a shit.
Let's just enjoy this vacation, because once we get back, shit will get real with this surgery. Even though I plan to be involved in every part of this recovery, you will see why it was lovely to have me away from that hospital for a week.
That bad, eh?
Damn place holds me prisoner sometimes. At least it feels that way.
I'm excited to do this, you know? Just like the hospital holds you prisoner, I feel like my stress and worrying about Jax has been holding me hostage as well.
It's perfect, then. You and me getting a fresh start.
By playing around? I said, referring to our carefree lifestyle these days.
If that's what you want to call it. Yes, beautiful.
He leaned over, slid his hand over the back of my neck, and kissed me.
Let's play around a little.
Chapter 37. Jessa. Cameron and I were on day 3 of our vacation, and this place was nothing short of paradise in every sense. Punta Mita was mind-blowing, to say the very least. The tropical area felt like an island of its own. From the white sand beaches to our fantastic villa, I woke up every morning content to my core.
"What's on the list today?"
Cam asked, walking out of the shower naked, knowing I would appreciate the chance to ogle him. I pulled my hands up behind my head and into my pillows, allowing the blankets to slide down from where they covered my breasts, offering him a little something too. His eyes sparkled like the cobalt blue color of the ocean water just beyond our master suite.
"I'll take this as my invitation,"
he said as he climbed onto the bed, crawled over my body, and his deliciously hard cock rubbed against my abdomen.
"God, I want you, baby."
I ran my hands up his back, knowing we'd start the day like this as we had every other day since we'd arrived.
"What are you thinking about?"
Cam asked as I sipped my fruity cocktail. I pushed my hair from my face as the wind blew it around. "About how happy and relaxed I am?" I said, smiling at him.
"That's because you're finally living a little, and you're not strapped down by worry and stress."
He leaned over and kissed my forehead before he stood.
"I'm happy that you're enjoying yourself."
He shook his empty beer bottle.
"I'm getting another. Do you want the bartender to make you another cocktail?"
"I think I'll switch to water. It's only 2 p.m, and I'll be too drunk to eat dinner tonight if I keep this going." I laughed.
"Back in a sec,"
he said, then walked back into the villa where, for some ridiculous reason, we had a chef and bartender at our beck and call. I brought my attention back to the ocean, watching it sparkle in so many iridescent ways, and genuinely proud of myself for not bugging Jax this entire vacation. The rustling of the palm trees in the breeze and the waves crashing into the shore were hypnotic, and I was so thoroughly relaxed that I could have fallen asleep.
"Jessica,"
Cameron said softly, most likely not wanting to startle me. I said, stretching a little, realizing I was about to doze off from the combination of the alcohol and the soft, warm breeze. He ran his hand over the top of my head.
"Baby,"
he said, and my eyes widened when I saw him kneeling at my side. Holy shit. Was Jackson right? Is Cam going to propose? "Cam?" I said with a laugh and a smile. I was more nervous than excited at the thoughts running through my head. I wasn't sure I was ready to take this step. This careless lifestyle had agreed with me so far, but I wasn't sure I should jump right back into an engagement. What are you doing?" I smiled bashfully, knowing precisely what he was doing. This was Cameron, and Spontaneous was his middle name. But his expression didn't change with my smile, and it confused me. Something wasn't right. I could sense that now.
"I've arranged for the jet to be prepared to take off within the hour. The captain assured me that he would be at the airport in 30 minutes, and the plane would be ready. We can't waste any time."
"Oh my God, is it Jackson?" I screeched. It felt like a building had landed on top of me. I couldn't feel anything but pain, stabbing my heart and taking the oxygen from my lungs. I should have known something bad would happen while I was off living in some euphoric fantasy land with Cameron. God help me. What have I done? "Calm the fuck down and get a hold of yourself, Jessa. Tell me what happened," I demanded, my voice grave but controlled. I stood up, still bracing myself for the worst. Cameron was as solemn as I was.
"We need to get to the hospital. I need you to sit down. I need to tell you about our son's condition."
"Holy shit!" I cried, starting to crack. No. I sat down, and Cam knelt in front of me. My heart was racing, my palms were sweaty, and my legs trembled as a numbing sensation fell over me. "No!" I shot up again, practically knocking Cameron back on his ass, feeling like I had to run to get to my son but had no clue which way to go. Where was he? Was he okay? Did the worst happen? God damn it! What happened to my son? Is he dead? Tell me right fucking now. Is Jackson dead, Cameron? I screamed at him like a lunatic and felt completely disconnected from my body. Where is he?
"He's not dead, Jessica."
Cameron's voice was deep, smooth, stern, and precisely what I needed to stop hyperventilating and take a deep breath. He put his arms around me as I stood shaking and lightheaded, feeling I might faint at any second from the loud ringing in my ears. Cameron pulled me back, steadying me and holding tightly onto me.
"He is in a coma. It is not deadly,"
he continued before I could utter a word.
"But I need more answers than the vitals Jake relayed. I need more information, and I need to help our son."
My brain must have confused what Cam had told me. There was no way Jax was in a fucking coma. No way! I stepped back into my body with a vengeance and took control. I couldn't listen to this nonsense. I needed to hear something that made sense, and this wasn't it. "No, he's not. He's with Jake and Ash," I said. This could have easily been some crazy nightmare I'd conjured out of guilt for leaving Jax in the first place.
"Jessa, listen to me."
Cameron's voice was authoritative.
"The housemaids are packing our things.
He pulled his phone out of his front pocket and stared at it.
And the car is here to pick us up. We need to leave now."
"This isn't a nightmare?" I asked, feeling the weight of the truth from underneath my cloak of instant denial.
"No,"
he said, his voice calm and steady.
"But we need to get to Jax immediately so I can assess his condition and decide my next steps to save him."
"You can't help Jax if you are freaking out, Jessa. Help or get out of the way." My internal demands felt like they came from another person. Maybe it was my fucking guardian angel. Who knows? But I do know that something washed over me, abating my panic and turning it into laser focus. "Do the doctors know what happened?"
"I'm waiting on a call back from Dr. Fremont. He's the physician caring for Jackson until I return. They're running scans on him, and we'll have those results within the hour. I've already called ahead to my medical team, and they are calling in the ones I specifically requested for surgery if that is my decision. Unfortunately, I won't know more until we arrive at the hospital, so we desperately need to leave."
He took my elbow in his hand.
"Are you able to walk? Your legs seem a bit shaky."
"Yes, I'm fine," I said. "We need to go."
"Please, have the luggage transported to the airport. I'll ensure the next commercial flight brings them to LAX, where they will be received,"
Cam said to one of the housemaids frantically running around, gathering our items that were strewn all over the place. Ring, ring. The sound of Cam's phone as we sat silently in the car nearly made me jump out of my skin.
"Yeah, you're on speaker, Colin,"
Cam said, looking at me.
"Jessa is next to you, I'm assuming?"
Colin questioned seriously.
"She's right here and can hear you,"
Cam said.
"Okay, good,"
Colin said.
"Where's Jake? Was he with him?"
Cam interjected.
"Jake is still with him. He told me to call you both and run interference while he stayed with Jackson and Dr. Fremont. I barely got vitals from Jake before I had to take the call from the hospital,"
Cameron said. He looked at me.
"I told them to bypass calling you since you were with me."
"Fine," I answered, not caring about these details.
"What happened, Colin? I need to know exactly what happened to my son." "Apparently, he went into a seizure, and as he began coming slowly out of it, another seizure followed, and then another. His seizures were back-to-back, not even 5 minutes apart,"
Colin said.
"Jake says Jackson had maybe 4 seizures before he fell into this comatose state. With the vitals Jake gave me, I can confirm he's scoring a 5 GCS.
"What the hell is that?" I snapped.
"Sorry, Jessa,"
Colin said.
"It's the Glasgow Coma Scale. It's how we rate the extent of impaired consciousness in patients who may suffer any form of acute medical or trauma-like conditions,"
Cam explained.
"Being rated a 5 on that scale,"
Colin interjected.
"while not great, it simply means that yes, he's in a coma. And Cam, I'm only confirming what he's already been assessed at, given pupil dilation and his responses to sensory. I'll know more when I arrive,"
Cam said.
"I'm just perplexed, trying to piece together why he went into a coma in the first place. I'm more concerned about the back-to-back seizures in a short period." "Right, and with no recovery before the next,"
Colin added while I felt myself growing numb again. I couldn't believe this was my son we were discussing.
"It sounds like status epilepticus,"
Cameron said, leaning forward and pinching the bridge of his nose.
"I think that may be what occurred,"
Colin agreed. Cameron looked at my confused expression.
"Status epilepticus is when either a seizure lasts longer than 5 minutes or more than one seizure happens in under 5 minutes.
"How did this happen? How could that happen?" I questioned, dropping my face into my hands, wishing I'd been there for my son when the seizures had taken a turn for the worse. You should have expected this instead of running off like a fucking schoolgirl with no responsibilities. I scolded myself. You knew his seizures were worsening, and you still let him stay behind. The guilt echoing in my brain was deafening, but I needed to concentrate.
His seizures had advanced and progressed, but not to the point that I thought SE would be something he'd be facing in the near future.
I heard Cam say to Colin and me.
And that was why you ordered more scans, because it seemed the seizures were becoming more frequent?
And why we should have never left him until we knew more, I thought, crying into my hands. I felt Cam's hand running calmly over my back.
Right,
Cameron answered Colin.
The seizures were occurring more often, but definitely not at a rate that they would potentially consume him like this. After working with adult patients with Jackson's medical condition for so long, I agree with your assessment. I wouldn't have imagined SE would become an issue for him. But it has,
Cameron answered.
I just need to determine the next steps to help him and bring him out of this comatose state. Do you think you may move forward with the surgery with him in the coma?
Colin questioned.
Not sure,
Cameron said.
I need to see the scans and go over labs and blood work. Fuck. I hate that I'm not there.
Cameron growled. I pulled my face out of my hands, my rage matching Cameron's. What the fuck were we thinking to leave the country with my son sick like this? I questioned Cameron accusingly.
Because he wasn't sick like this,
Cam seethed.
If I saw this shit coming, I would have pressured you both to go through with surgery after I saw his first scans.
Bullshit! I snapped back.
Jessa,
Colin interrupted us as we escalated the conversation in the back of this SUV.
If Cameron were God, he would have known. Honestly, this happened, and it will be fixed. You have every right to be pissed, but please understand that the brain is a mysterious entity. We can't predict everything that will happen. We just can't. We can only control what we can control. If I saw Jackson's left hemisphere acting out of character and could have predicted an anomaly with his epilepsy, yes, you damn well better believe I would have mandated this surgery as his physician and as his father who loves him.
I just don't understand, I answered, furious at myself and becoming angrier at the world by the second. Cameron's hand covered my fidgeting ones.
I understand that more than you know,
he said to me.
I need to see why he took such a harsh turn so suddenly.
He returned his attention to Colin.
But, to answer your question, Col, I don't know if I'll operate on him and perform the surgery at this point. I can't be sure. I have operated on comatose epileptic patients before,
Colin said,
and my surgeries were successful. If you need my input on anything, please know that I will happily advise. I appreciate that,
Cam answered.
I've assisted on 2 other surgeries in such conditions, but the patients were stable. I need to see those scans. All right, if I hear anything, I'll call, but I'm sure you'll hear from Jakey first. Both of you stay strong. We're all in this together for Jax. We're just arriving at the airport,
Cam said.
We'll be there soon.
I'm calling Warren, and I need to call my parents, I finally said, having had enough of hearing about this shit and knowing we had a minimum 2-hour flight before we got to my comatose son. This was an absolute worst-case scenario, and half the reason we hadn't put any stress on Jax for the surgery was that I'd been fucking around with Cameron. It was the entire fucking reason, actually. Cam and I were out here living it up, billionaire style, high on life without a care in the world, and that was why my son was in a coma instead of recovering from a surgery he should have had a month ago. All this happened because I started screwing off and letting my responsibilities to my son slide. I'd permitted myself to let go of my burdens and unwind while my son's condition progressively worsened. What kind of mother does that? And what kind of a man lets her? This was all the product of me acting irresponsibly. I was ashamed of myself and took full responsibility for my son's condition. When my son needed me most, I was gone, and I'd never forgive myself for that.
Chapter 38. Cam. I could tell Jessa internally cursed the ground I walked on, but no more than I did now. Regardless, I wouldn't allow her or my emotions to interfere with the medical emergency facing us. Although these jets flew higher and faster than a commercial airliner, the fucking thing couldn't get to LAX fast enough for me. Fuck Fremont, I growled at my phone, wanting to know Jackson's official Glasgow score and what was being displayed on his scans. Jessa remained quiet while I went through 100 different scenarios in my mind of how this might play out. But once we were at flying altitude, she'd gone to the back bedroom of the plane and hadn't emerged since. Ring. Dr. Nguni, I said, answering the chief of pediatrics' call before the second ring. I'm on my way. The captain said we're 30 minutes from descending into LAX. Very good. I need to know where things stand with this patient, he said. From the tone of his voice, I could tell he was referring to my relationship with Jackson. I felt a jolt of fear strike me like a lightning bolt. How could I fix Jax if I couldn't be his physician? Doctor, I started, hoping to God this man would allow me to assess my son's condition and let me get straight to work. Dr. Brandt, he said, his voice leveling me. If there was anyone who could put my ass into the mindset it needed to be, it was Chief. He was a 72-year-old veteran surgeon with nerves of steel, and I respected him immensely. You will not land and immediately go to work. Dr. Fremont confirmed that this boy is your biological son, and you and I discussed your paternity briefly after his initial evaluation with you. Yes, that is all true. Then you understand that while your son is stable, I need you to determine the proper protocols and decide if you can make the appropriate judgment calls as his surgeon and not his father. Chief, I said, he's my biological son. I do not— Cam, he interrupted. I could tell from his tone that I would not like where this was headed. I also understand that you have recently spent significant time with him and his mother. Word gets around in this place, as you know, and I've been informed that there may be a deeper bond than a biological one. Most chiefs didn't speak to their staff so candidly, nor did they give subordinates the chance to voice their beliefs about how situations, such as this unique one, should go. So sometimes, and I mean sometimes, Dr. Nguni allowed us some freedom to make judgment calls on our own. I'd had at least an hour and a half to process this situation, and I could sense that Nguni was allowing me to argue my case about how and why Jax would be safe under my care, whether he was my son or not. I also understood that Chief was my voice of reason right now because my patient had fallen into a coma after I'd not pushed him hard enough to have surgery. It was my duty to Jax not to beat myself up for not putting more pressure on him and his mother to make this decision. Because the God's honest truth was that none of the scans or tests had revealed that Jax could crash this hard and fast. There was no indication he was in such danger. I wouldn't have let him out of our sight if there were. Although this was a rare case, with the brain anything was possible, and I should have expected the worst instead of hoping for the best. Sir, I am proud to say that Jackson and I have grown closer over the last month. Perhaps that is why I am driven to help save my son. And why was there no encouragement for this surgery before your vacation? Chief, you know that I would have canceled my vacation in a heartbeat if my patient wanted to go ahead with the surgery. I plan to follow every protocol, knowing that my Hippocratic oath will drive me to make all my decisions, not the fact that this is my son. I plan to assess him myself while working with my colleagues and the other professionals who may or may— All right, he interrupted me, half chuckling. You don't need to bullshit me with all that stuff. I know you're a fine surgeon, Brandt. I just need to know where your mind is at. You know that we do not advise doing surgery on our loved ones. You understand this, yes? More than you know, and I will ensure that it is not taken for granted that you've allowed me this opportunity, sir. I just want to know that when you storm into this hospital, your head is in the right place. I understand that. Thank you. And thank you for calling on my patient's behalf, I responded. Fremont is still with him, and I will be at Fremont's side until you arrive. It's my day off, but I want to be here for you, the family, and our staff, as I know this will be felt personally. You have family behind you, Dr. Brandt. That is what makes us a unique medical team. So do not let your mind go there and feel alone in any decision you make moving forward." "I appreciate and understand that. Thanks, Chief," I said, then hung up the phone and began to center myself. There was no more room for emotions, and I fucking knew that. Ring! I picked up Jake's call immediately. "Hey, buddy, how far out is the jet?" Jake asked. "How are you and Jessa doing?" "I'm pulling it together. Jessa is in the back and hasn't said a word to me since we boarded, and she went into the private bedroom." "As to be expected," Jake answered, cool as a cucumber always. "So I'm not sure where your head is in all of this. Do you want me to run you down on what happened, or would you rather wait until, is it Dr. Fremont?" "Yeah, Fremont is the attending physician until I arrive. Chief just called, too." "Yes," Jake answered. "I looped in Chief before he called. I hope the call went well." "It's a good thing Nguni is as badass a chief surgeon as you are." Jake laughed. "Now you're just fucking delusional. Though I'll take the compliment, since everyone tells me I'm too young to be chief, and that I'm lucky I even have hair on my balls." I wanted to laugh, but my head just wasn't fucking there. "Tell me what happened. I'm sure Jessa is either talking to Ash about it, or she just fucking hates all of us for this." "Get out of your head, man," Jake said. "Seriously, I don't want to say who gives a fuck if she hates everyone or not, but I fucking will. You are no good to her or your son if you start with that. You wouldn't allow angry parents to make your decisions any other time, so don't start now. Do not let emotions take over. We'll all take care of Jessa while you make the decisions that need to be made for your son." "Right," I said, closing my eyes. Jessa would be fine. She was just processing the fluke occurrence as best she could. Nothing indicated to me that something like this could happen, even after his seizures became more frequent. Of course not. You couldn't have known this would happen any more than I could know one of my patients would have a spontaneous heart attack. We do the best we can with the information given to us. We can't predict whether an anomaly will occur. We're not God, and you know that. Do not do this to yourself." "Yeah, well, I don't know," I said, sighing. "You know, Colin has your back on this, too. That fucker had to hold his wife's brain in his hands and cut. He also didn't ask to be in the position you will likely be in soon, and you better not push him away if he offers advice." That pissed me off. Why would I push away one of my best friends? Because I can hear it in your voice, Cam. You're fucking scared, and you're spinning. That mindset will fuck you, and the next thing you know, you've pushed everyone away," Jake said. "Now, let's get back to why you're blaming yourself for going on vacation before you talk this kid into having this surgery." Jake wasn't wrong. I could already feel myself wanting to isolate, which wouldn't be in my or Jackson's best interest. "I get it, Jake. There was no stopping this from happening, and vacation or not, Jessa and Jax were not ready to go through with this surgery. Which is why Colin and I were working on Jax while you were gone," Jake said. "Now, would you like to hear something positive?" "Yes," I said. "That boy of yours is just as crazy as you are. On a fucking bet, he told Colin and me that he would be having surgery to prove he could throw a ball with his left hand if he had to." "You're shitting me. Was he serious, or was he just fucking with you two?" "Colin told him stories about his patients who should have had this surgery but couldn't because of their age. Sad fucking stories, but they made Jax want to seize the opportunity instead of squandering it through indecision." I felt tears fill my eyes, wishing I'd gone to Colin before. "I should have thought about doing that sooner," I said, feeling my voice crack. "Should have thought of what? Having me and Call use our genius minds to help your sorry ass out?" Jake said, trying to change the tone of this conversation. "Shoulda, woulda, coulda, Cam. You know better than that." I chuckled. "Yeah, I know, I said, leaning back in my leather chair. I need to get my head straight and drill down how I will proceed now that he's in a coma. Yeah, he dropped right before we got in the car to go to his appointment. By the time the ambulance arrived, and after his third seizure in under 6 minutes had rendered him unconscious, I feared the worst. Fuck, man. Never in a million fucking years would I have imagined such a massive electrical storm. I did the Glasgow with Colin over the phone while waiting for EMS to arrive, and Colin rated him a 5 due to pupil dilation and his unresponsiveness. EMS got him on oxygen, though, and even though they were shallow breaths, I sensed he was breathing well enough for oxygen to enter his brain. "I'm praying that I don't find any damage when the tests come back," I said, feeling nauseated by this nightmare. Maybe I wasn't cut out for this. Perhaps I'd grown too attached to Jackson, and I didn't have what it took to be his surgeon. I sure as fuck wouldn't ordinarily be this emotional with such a small amount of information on a patient. And that scared the shit out of me. "Just get your ass down here. Word is buzzing through all the residents and surgeons, so you'll have plenty of help at your disposal should you need it. Colin is on call tonight, and you know he'll sneak down to the pediatric ward to lend you some of his wisdom." "Got it. We're landing soon, so I'll get off the phone and get my head straight." "We're all here for you and Jessa, brother. You better fucking know that." "I know, and thank you," I said. I needed to check on Jessa. I nearly came undone when she said she was going to call her ex. Did I screw things up that bad? I needed her to know that these occurrences were uncommon. I would have pressed harder for the surgery if I knew this would happen. I would have scared the fuck out of her and Jax with this specific nightmare scenario if I thought it was a possibility. I couldn't let myself feel guilty. I would not allow a freak accident to force a very frightened Jessa into making me believe this was my fault. The worst part was that I was putting thoughts and words into Jessa's mouth that she hadn't relayed to me. I was projecting my insecurities, and I needed to get over it, or I was no good to anyone. I had to fix my son, and I was on my way to do precisely that.
Chapter 39. Jessa. The last thing I remembered was getting confirmation from my parents and Warren that they'd all be on the next flights to Los Angeles. After that, I was stuck in my head about everything that had gone wrong since I left Jax to go on vacation with Cameron. I couldn't think of anything but my guilt for this happening to Jax while I was enjoying living the life of an adventurous billionaire's girlfriend. Everything that happened, from when I hung up the phone and walked out of the plane's private bedroom until now, was a blur. I vaguely remembered the plane landing and the car ushering us to the hospital, but that was it. I recalled loud ringing in my ears, and now I was reclined on a sofa in a small, immaculate room with pictures of biplanes hanging on the wall. How did I get here? I thought, feeling completely strange. I had to be in the hospital because I heard doctors being paged over the intercom, but I couldn't have traced my steps if my life depended on it. "Jess," Cam said, shocking me by entering the room, wearing dark blue hospital scrubs and a white lab coat. I sat up, getting my bearings, knowing I'd been a crazy zombie since I learned my son had gone into a coma. "Jessica," Cam said. His voice and demeanor changed entirely. He was gravely serious, and I realized then that I'd never met this side of Cameron. "Cameron?" I answered, unsure what to say.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked. "Me?" I questioned him, more confused than irritated that we were talking about me instead of my son. I smeared my hand over my forehead. It was sweaty, and my palms were clammy. "How'd I get here?" I asked, knowing I'd lost important time somewhere along the line. "I can't remember anything."
"It's because you fainted,"
he said. "Fainted?"
"Yes. How are you feeling?"
"Jesus, Cameron, who cares how I'm feeling?"
"I do,"
he answered stiffly.
"My son is in ICU, and the woman I love fainted after seeing him in that state. I need to ensure you're feeling better after waking up from that."
"I'm confused," I answered honestly. "Did I see Jax? I fainted? I've never—"
"It can happen to anyone in overwhelming situations, Jess."
I felt so damn tired. "What have I missed?"
"You fainted when we walked in to see Jackson. Thank God I was behind you when it happened. I caught you, and you didn't injure yourself."
"Thank you," I said, my mouth dry as the desert. I need some water, though, and I need to see my son. I took the water bottle Cameron pulled out of a fridge in the corner of the room and started crying. All I've wanted since I learned my baby was hurt was to hold him in my arms. And once I get the chance, I fucking faint? I growled the last word, feeling hopeless and worthless.
"Don't do that to yourself," he said. "This whole situation has caught all of us off guard. It's helped me to see the images of his brain and go over them with my team."
He sat next to me. "And what did you find?"
"The scans are showing positive outcomes for what I feared most. I was afraid he may have suffered brain damage from lack of oxygen, but that is not the case. It was as if all that activity firing off at once made his brain protect itself, and it shut itself down. It's the closest thing to a miracle that could have happened to him. But time is of the essence. I must perform this surgery now to remove the diseased portion of his left hemisphere and allow the right hemisphere to take over."
"So this is it? It's like his brain is giving us no other option?"
"He may wake from this in a week or so,"
he said, placing his hand over mine.
"Or it may take longer. Having viewed all the scans, I'm confident that he will wake. However, I am not confident this won't continue to happen. I am in a place as a surgeon and as his father where I don't want to take any chances."
I closed my eyes, grateful that Jax would wake up again, but scared about what would happen if we didn't do the surgery, and if we did. I felt like I was backed into a corner. "What if we do this?" I stopped myself. "What if I tell you to do the surgery, and he wakes up paralyzed and never forgives us for taking out half of his brain without permission?" I saw the faintest look of relief wash over his face.
"I talked to Jake while you were in the back room on the plane,"
he said.
"Jake told me that he and Colin spent some time working out some details of what life would be like if he opted out of the surgery."
"Working out some details? How?"
"Well, you know that Colin is a neurosurgeon, and though pediatrics is not his specialty, he also deals with epileptic patients. He shared a few stories with Jax, making it more real for the kid. Jax realized that he'd be foolish not to have it. He agreed."
He paused, and I could see tears in his eyes. I watched as a tear slipped out of the corner of his eye, running down to the dark stubble of his cheek. "So he was willing to have the surgery?"
"Yes. Fuck. I can't let these emotions get into my head. I'm doing a good job keeping them pushed down."
He sniffed, then shook his head and frowned. Finally, he looked at me with glaring sincerity.
"I'm so sorry I didn't see this coming. I'm sorry to you and Jax. But I promise I will make this right and fix him. I will bring him back to us with a healthier brain."
"Stop apologizing and just fix our son, Cameron," I said. I was feeling a million emotions, but holding on to one: determination. I knew Jackson would get better, and he would beat the odds.
"I have more blood work, labs, and scans coming back. If I feel confident in what I see and that he will do well in this state and surgery, I want to schedule it for the morning after tomorrow."
"Isn't that a bit soon?" I questioned, then saw the severity in Cam's eyes and nodded. "I understand you probably know more about all of this than I do, but are you sure you're ready for this?"
"I wouldn't consider this surgery if I wasn't,"
he said. "I need to be sure you're doing this prepared, ready, and not just doing this because we screwed up by taking a vacation and shirking our responsibilities to our son, not pushing him to have surgery earlier." Cameron's face grew dark.
"I understand why you might believe I couldn't perform a surgery because—"
"Stop," I said, crying again and then hugging him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that."
"Jessa."
He pulled me back and stared intently into my eyes.
"I understand your fears and concerns. I have not given you much to go off while being Jackson's doctor by only doing fun things while bonding and enjoying our time together."
I nodded because it was true. Deep down, that's how I felt about Cameron. Was he the responsible doctor he said he was? He sure hadn't been acting like it.
"I need you to push all of that away, though, and trust that I've been watching him even when I was enjoying my time with you both. I've mentally processed how he behaves in and out of the seizures, and how he behaves coming out of them. This is my field of expertise, so while you may think I've been screwing off, I've been paying close attention. I needed to know if he was a strong enough candidate for this surgery, and I can confidently say that he will most likely surprise us in time with how well he does in recovery. On the surface, perhaps I made it appear like I was just messing around with him, but that couldn't be farther from what I was doing.
I just need to be certain you're doing this for the right reasons, I said. I need to be sure that his doctor is making the decisions, and not his dad, who could possibly feel guilt that this even happened. It was harsh, and I knew it. But my son was facing brain surgery while in a coma performed by a man who just happened to be his newfound dad. So, I needed reassurance that Cameron wasn't trying to make up for anything, like I could see myself doing. His features darkened even more. Now, he was the cold, handsome surgeon I saw when he walked into this room a few minutes ago.
I would never cut into a child because I felt guilt or remorse for lack of judgment.
His tone matched his grave expression.
That is how mistakes, botched surgeries, and even death happen on the surgical table. I pride myself on putting my patients and their good before my own. I will never get greedy in the surgical room, and I ask that you trust me on that.
I pinched my lips together, feeling somewhat intimidated by the tall man standing before me. I didn't know this man, and I thanked God he finally introduced himself to me. I needed to believe my son was in good hands, and not in the hands of the man who had swept me off my feet for an entire month. I didn't want the crazy, wild, and goofy Cameron anywhere near my son, and I sure as hell didn't want a remorseful Cameron operating on him. I wanted this asshole, the arrogant surgeon who knew his shit, to save my son from the hell I allowed him to go through because I was too busy believing that life owed me for a change.
Before I came in to get you, Jake told me that the girls have been trying to contact you. I informed them about what happened when you saw Jax in the room, and that you were lying down.
I can check my phone later, I said coldly. I didn't care who was trying to get a hold of me. I needed to see my son. Take me to Jax. I want to be with him. I think I've spent enough time this month putting myself first.
I just wanted to let you know that the ladies are here at the hospital if you'd like the company. I will be going over many things to assure that Jax will do well in surgery.
While I appreciate that, I don't plan on leaving his side until he's taken into surgery, I said. Warren and my parents should be here tonight, so I'll have his support when he gets here.
Warren.
Cam's expression darkened. Don't start, I said. You need to let me deal with this my way, Cam. Warren has been a huge part of Jackson's life. In fact, I paused. Don't fucking say it.
In fact,
Cameron urged, and his irritation fed mine. I just know if I were with Warren, I wouldn't have spent the last month living in a fantasy world, and I would have been there for my son.
Is that what you feel this last month was? A fantasy world?
Wasn't it? Living some idea, focused on our perfect little family, while we should have been focused on fixing Jackson and not our relationship? Instead, we were careless and foolish, and now my son lies helpless in an ICU bed. And for what? So I could have a little fun, right? Put myself first for once, yeah? Isn't that what you've been telling me this entire time? I covered my mouth, forcing myself to shut up. I saw the pain in Cameron's eyes, and I knew it wasn't fair. I wasn't mad at him. I didn't think I was, anyway. I was mad at myself. Mad at the world. I was just fucking mad.
Instead, you were with me, living a life with your son that you both deserved. A fucking fluke incident happened, and now you're blaming your lack of judgment for taking me back?
That's not what I'm doing, Cameron.
It doesn't matter at this point. I cannot worry about how this affects our relationship. I can't worry about anything. I must focus on Jackson and helping him.
I couldn't agree more, I answered. I need to be with him. Have you decided how you'll move forward?
As I said, I'm still waiting on more labs. I'll meet with my surgical team after I bring you to his room, and there, we will go over everything, including the safest way to proceed.
Do you believe you'll do the hemispherectomy? I asked.
Yes,
he answered.
With everything I've gone over, I can safely say that is the best option. I just need more results back before we make the final decision.
Okay, I answered, my emotions stable. I needed to be with Jax and wait for Cameron to get his answers. and then we'd go from there. My parents and Warren couldn't get here fast enough. I had no idea why, but Cameron brought me no comfort right now. I desperately wanted and needed someone familiar, and Warren had always been an anchor. I knew he would ground me, and I needed that comfort more than ever. Chapter 40. Jessa. I hadn't seen Cameron much since my parents and Warren arrived, but it wasn't because he was upset they were here. Cameron had been in Dr. Brandt mode since I woke up in his on-call room 4 days ago after I fainted. He'd been relentlessly going over lab work, ordering more and more scans of Jackson's brain activity, and while he was in that mode, I would talk to my sleeping son, doing everything I could to bring him back to me. I pulled my fingers through the top of Jax's silky, soft onyx hair. There was a terrible hole in my heart and soul that I could never describe, and now and then, the pain caused a spasm to rip through me when I took a breath. I was exhausted and wanted my son back, but all I could do was keep pushing through each moment, hoping for a miracle. Today, a pediatric neurosurgeon from Stanford joined Cameron's team at Cam's request. The physician was a friend of Cam's from college, and Cam said he wanted the man's second opinion as things were leaning toward a better outlook if the surgery was performed. I trusted Cam and his team explicitly after living in this hospital 24 hours a day all week. Still, I wanted Cameron to feel 100% sure about everything. So whatever that man needed, I was behind it. I wasn't arguing with anyone at this point. Jax, you've officially missed the playoffs. You and I know that Cam and his buddies would have made sure you saw it in person if you would have just woken up, I said. Then a thought hit me, and I walked out of the room to find a nurse. Ms. Stein, the older woman greeted me. Is everything okay? I have a silly question, I said. At this time of night, the only thing that could be heard in this hospital wing was the beeping of monitors and the shuffling of nurses when they got up from their desks to check on patients every so often. It might have even been considered peaceful under any other circumstances. Nothing is silly, she smirked. I'm Polly, by the way. I see that Letitia is assigned to your son, Jackson. Would you rather ask her? She's just with another patient. No, I'm good, I answered her smile with a tired one of my own. I just had a question about patients in a coma. You want to know if they can hear you while they sleep? She said inquisitively, and after I nodded in response, she continued. There are many schools of thought on the topic, but I believe they can. Call me eternally optimistic, but I think there is too much evidence to suggest they don't. We've had a handful of reports from patients who had certain recollections from their time in a coma, so who am I to dispute that? Really? I might not have been an eternal optimist, but I needed to hear that. I read about it online, but there are so many conflicting stories. I think it depends on what state their brain may be in, but I believe the subconscious mind picks up everything. I think so too. I hope so anyway. Just keep talking to him, Mama, she said. If anything, he will find comfort in your voice. Thank you, Polly. I walked back into Jackson's room, seeing my handsome son resting peacefully, and I took his hand in mine. This better work, I muttered, feeling my anxiety climb. The nurse says that you might be able to hear me, Jax, and I hope you can. Maybe if I keep talking, you'll want to wake up just to shut me up. I laughed nervously as I rubbed his limp hand. Here goes. So, I'm going to tell you something about Dr. Brandt. Remember when you told me that you two had so much in common and that it was freaky? Jax and Cam had taken on Jake and Colin in a game of tag football on the beach that day, and Jax noticed how Cam threw the ball exactly the way he did. I almost told you then, but Cameron and I decided to wait until after your surgery so you weren't stressed or anything, but... I inhaled, paused, and then continued with a big sigh. Cameron's your dad, honey. I sniffed and wiped a tear from my cheek, wishing I could look into his beautiful eyes as I revealed this. Imagine that. Your best buddy and doctor is actually your father. We were very young when it happened, but it happened nonetheless. and we really need you to come back to us now, Jackson." I exhaled. The last of my nerves that had spiked had dissipated along with all my hope and excitement, believing that revelation would snap my son awake. I would have dealt with any kind of fallout later, and when nothing happened after my life-changing reveal, I would have begged for any type of fallout to happen just to get him to wake up. I was desperate. "Come back to me, Jackson. Please wake up and talk to me. Yell at me, or tell me you want me to leave you alone." I was pleading, begging, and crying with the desolation I felt. "Tell me anything, baby. Just please wake up. Please, please wake up, Jax." I let the tears erupt from deep inside and laid my head on his chest, holding him and wishing he was awake to shove me off him. I felt like I would go mad if Cameron didn't have a solution by tomorrow. I needed something. Right now, all I could do was sob and be as close to my sleeping, handsome man as I could be.
"Come here, Jess,"
Cam said, rousing me awake after falling asleep on Jax. He positioned me to turn and face where he knelt in front of me. I reached for his face and studied his eyes. "I need him back, Cam," I said, running my thumb underneath Cam's brilliant eyes. "Please do something." I started crying again and leaned into his embrace. I felt Cam soften and hold me for the first time since meeting the solemn surgeon who'd taken over. His arms ran up my back, bringing a warm and soothing comfort to my aching soul.
"I'm going to, Jessa,"
he said.
"I'm going through with the surgery."
I snapped my head up to look at him. "You're confident?" As he nodded, I could see he was sure.
"If I weren't confident, I wouldn't consider it, as I've told you. But yes, this is going to take care of a lot of issues. After surgery, he may wake up within hours, or it might take days at the most. I need you to understand there can and may be complications, though, as with any surgery."
"I understand. I think I do anyway." I sniffed and ran my hands over my eyes. "Please tell me you're saying this because of protocol or something?"
"Yes, protocol, but I also want you to be prepared for anything," he continued. "I know this has been quite a journey for you and our son, and this will be the steepest mountain to climb. However, this past month has shown me that you and Jax have what it takes to get to the top."
I hugged him tightly, and for the first time since this happened, my inward resentment of Cam subsided. Maybe it wasn't fair of me to loop him into my self-loathing, but I did. He was my accomplice in selfishly neglecting our child, and even though I couldn't forgive either one of us for our actions, it felt good to know he was able to help turn this situation around. At least one of us had the power to redeem ourselves. It sure wasn't me, though, and I wouldn't let myself off the hook that quickly anyway. I pulled away as the ICU nurse admitted Warren. "Dr. Brandt, there's a call for you."
"Thanks, Letitia."
Cam stood and faced me as Warren stood next to me.
"It's good that you're here."
He acknowledged Warren.
"The phone call is from the lab. They've got the results I've been expecting to show that Jackson is a candidate for surgery. And so, I plan on surgery at 4 in the morning. "Don't you think that is a bit fast?"
Warren questioned Cameron. Cam eyed me, then Warren.
"Actually, I believe the surgery could have taken place yesterday. However, I wanted Dr. Astor's opinion. You are aware of that, are you not?"
Cameron was that hard-faced and stiff-talking surgeon again, and Warren was face-to-face with a man who could bury him with words if he wasn't careful.
"I understand that, Cameron."
"Thank you, Dr. Brandt." I acknowledged Cameron professionally since his current demeanor demanded it, and Warren knew that. Warren was being a prick, and I knew it. I wasn't in the mood for games, though. I wanted my son to be well and for Cameron to be confident in this surgery. I didn't have time for cockfights between two grown men who hated each other.
"I am very confident performing this, like I was telling you, Jessa,"
Cam said.
"It will be roughly a 6-hour surgery, and I expect a full recovery after that. We will have our neuropsychology team ready to aid you with any further questions, but that will come after surgery. This can take a toll on you, but you've already been through hell. So this is just one more thing to push through.
I understand, I said.
Once Jackson is awake,
He looked between Warren and me.
which I expect to happen within hours after surgery, our rehab center will begin working with him immediately. I want him to be challenged, and I will not back down. Do you think that is necessary so quickly after surgery?
Warren asked, speaking before I could.
If I didn't, I wouldn't demand it,
He answered, then looked at me.
After spending a fair enough time with Jax, I'm confident that challenging him immediately, starting small, of course, is what he'll need and where he'll thrive. The teams will go over all of this in further detail.
Thanks, Cam, I said, forgetting about Warren and hugging Cameron with the sincerity and relief I felt.
He's going to surprise all of us,
Cameron said with a smirk, his deep blue eyes sparkling as they stared into mine.
I promise you that, Mom.
With only a fraction of a second to feel that spark that made me come alive from the inside out, he half smiled, then pulled away.
Both of you should get your rest. Starting tomorrow, you'll face many mental and physical demands. And when Jax is awake, he will need you to be rested and ready to go to work with him. I'll get her to the hotel.
Warren slid his arm around me and looked at me.
Your parents need to know what's going on as well. I can speak with them. Where are they?
Cameron asked.
I don't think that's a very good idea,
Warren said, and I pulled away from him the minute I sensed his enjoyment at relaying that information. I would have been shocked if anyone despised Cameron more than my parents. They were also the most passive-aggressive people I knew. I loved my parents, but they stopped talking to me for a time because I didn't nail Cameron to the wall for knocking me up and taking off. They didn't appreciate when I didn't take their advice, and, as certain people love to do, they got their feelings hurt and made it about them. I put up with it because I wanted Jackson to know his grandparents, and I hated the thought that my parents were upset with me. It killed me to have that contention, so we worked through it eventually. Once Warren came along, my mother and father adored him for taking on another man's burden by caring for his child and the woman he'd selfishly left behind. I avoided the Cameron-Brandt discussion with my parents like the plague. And now, here Cameron was, wanting to speak with them. And why shouldn't he? He was their grandson's doctor. I just didn't know how it would play out.
You may not think that's a good idea, Warren,
Cameron said, after studying him for a moment.
But they are the maternal grandparents. If they have any questions, I would like to answer them.
Warren looked at me.
Your parents don't need to be put in an awkward situation. They're as stressed as we are, and, as you know, their opinions aren't very high of Cameron. I'm standing right here, Warren.
Cameron seethed.
And I understand if Rod and Patty don't want to have the stress of their grandsons.
Is it absolutely necessary? I cut Cameron off, not wanting the added stress of this. I can relay the info to them. And honestly, if you're doing the surgery at 4 a.m, maybe it's best if you get some rest. Focus on Jackson, and I'll deal with my parents. Cameron eyed me, and I didn't want to know what the man was thinking from his expression. I hadn't meant to insult him, but I did not need the added bullshit of my parents hating him right now. I couldn't do it. It would hurt Cam, and it would hurt them. It was just too fucking much.
If you feel more comfortable giving your mom and dad the information, then fine. I'll head out since I'll be back here first thing tomorrow.
He spun around and then was gone. Shit, I said, feeling horrible that I'd inadvertently chosen my parents over Cameron. I feel awful.
Don't,
Warren answered.
Cameron should know this isn't the time to be the hotshot doctor and make amends with your parents that way. It's absolute nonsense. And I, for one, would like to respect your parents' wishes of never being in his presence again.
Jesus Christ, Warren. I looked at him. That's a bit harsh. What they don't like about Cameron happened 16 years ago. My parents should be over it by now. Warren took my hand and gently guided us out of the room.
Jessa,
he said once we were walking through the hallways and weren't in earshot of anyone.
Your parents love you very much.
I know that, I said, rolling my eyes.
So, you know their current disdain was renewed after learning that he was apparently flying you everywhere in private jets and playing on the beach when he should have been focused on healing your son,"
Warren said, repeating everything I was ashamed of myself for. "This is bullshit," I said. My world seemed to be spinning out of control, and I didn't feel like it was a good idea for me to leave my son. "I can't leave the hospital. I won't."
"You need to get some proper rest, and staying here isn't going to give you that,"
he answered. "I can make my own decisions, Warren. Thank you."
"Don't take this the wrong way, but the last time I left you to make your own decisions, Jax ended up in a coma while you were in Mexico."
I glared at him. "Fuck you," I growled. "You don't think I already blame myself for this?"
"I just don't understand where your mind is anymore, Jessica. None of this has made sense since you flew out of here and hunted that man down for help."
"After the surgery, and when Jax is recovered, you'll understand," I said, suddenly feeling weak from arguing with Warren. Weak and stupid.
"Then why wasn't the surgery decided on in the beginning, Jessica? Why is he suddenly the heroic doctor? I don't want to insult you, but you should understand that this whole thing makes people question you and your relationship with Cameron. It's not a good look for a mother who says she wanted help for her son and ends up in bed with his doctor."
"I'm not doing this," I said, walking briskly away from him.
"Doing what?"
he questioned, stepping up to keep up with me.
"Listening to the truth? People talk, you know."
I was stopped when he tugged my arm and placed his arms around me. "I just want him better," I said. That was the end of my fight for my own happiness. Somehow, I'd given Warren and my parents power over me, and I was too weak to fight for it back. I didn't even know if I wanted it back. I clearly wasn't responsible enough to keep my son from nearly dying. I deserved this shame for what I'd done to Jackson. It was painfully obvious that my decision-making couldn't be trusted. I hated that I felt so weak. I hated that everything Warren was saying was right. And I hated that I agreed with him.
Chapter 41. Cameron. I began surgery on Jackson at 0400 hours. After 7 hours of supreme focus, communicating with my surgical team about what I was finding and where I was disconnecting the damaged hemisphere of his brain, Jackson was safely out of surgery and in the pediatric ICU. "I spoke with the family," Dr. Fremont said with Dr. Palmer at his side. "They're happy to know the surgery was successful, but they're still waiting on you." I nodded. I didn't walk into that room directly after surgery, as I would have done with any other case, and it wasn't because of the emotional storm I'd been through over the last 72 hours either. It was because I wanted to stay by Jackson's side from the moment that I made that first incision to the point that he was safely and intensively being monitored in the ICU. "Thank you. I trust they are grateful to hear the good news," I said, smiling for the first time since walking into the hospital at 3 this morning. "I'm on my way to see them now." "Fine job today, as usual," Dr. Palmer said, her eyes bright. "Thanks, Palmer," I said. "I'm glad everything went smoothly. Sometimes you get lucky, and we sure as hell did today with Jackson." "Some might call it luck," she said. "But
allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
"I don't." "Oh," I said, smiling over at her as we walked to the family waiting room. "What would you call it?" "Talent," She laughed. "How can you say luck played a role in that?" "What else would I call it? Maybe luck makes it sound like I was in there rolling the dice, but when it comes down to it, isn't that what we're doing? We never know what's going to happen despite all our training." "Yes, but I believe there are angels in that room." She nudged me in the side. "And on your shoulder to help guide you. You didn't just get lucky. You're skilled enough to make all of that happen with diligence." "Well, if I viewed it that way," I smirked at her, my mood lightening up some more, "then I'd be one arrogant son of a bitch." "Neurosurgeon and arrogance, I think those words go together, right?" She chuckled. "Douchebag? It's all the same." I laughed. "Easy, Dr. Palmer," I said. "Let's just agree that I won't pretend luck played a part in this brain surgery. No one wants to think the person holding their loved one's life in their hands is a gambler." "You're a piece of work sometimes, Dr. Brandt. Just take credit where credit is due." We approached the family waiting room, and I felt that darker emotional state wash over me again. The state I was in when I'd watched Jessa lean on Warren for support. Fuck luck, I thought. Lucky was the last thing I was when it came to Jessa. That couldn't have been more evident these past few days. "They're all extremely excited to see Jackson, especially Miss Stein, of course," Dr. Palmer said. "Very good," I said, shrugging off the look of concern she shot me. The entire pediatric ward knew that Jessa was my college love, and they loved how fate had brought Jessa and my son back to me. However, a little-known important fact was that somehow I lost her in the whirlwind. Fuck. I couldn't think about that now. I walked in and saw that Jessa, Ash, and Elena were hugging, laughing, and crying, and Warren was with Alex, Spencer, and Jim. Wow. This bastard thinks he's in the same league as my friends because he's also a businessman, I thought. Maybe it was a childish response, but I was irritated that the fucker was anywhere near my friends after Jessa had decided to lean on him instead of me. What a surprise. Her parents aren't here. They hated me, which was fine with me, but I couldn't understand why they were such cowards, running away every time I came around when we were dealing with something so vital. I had no headspace to consider them right now, though. I'd lost Jessa again, and I felt that acutely. They were probably part of the reason for that, and Warren was the other. I still hadn't a fucking clue where it had spun out of control between Jessa and me. All I knew was that even though she told me not to apologize to her or blame myself for Jackson's freak accident, she sure as fuck made me feel like it was all my fault. Hell, if she trusted Warren so fucking much, why didn't she have that useless prick perform our son's life-saving surgery? I rubbed my forehead and removed my surgical cap, forcing myself to get away from these stupid feelings, being jealous and acting like a victim. "You okay, Doc?" Warren asked. I straightened up. I wasn't about to engage this fucker in a conversation while feeling how I did, especially when the guy's stupid, cocky expression made me want to bitch slap him. "He just performed surgery on his son," Spencer Monroe said, looking at Warren as if he'd said the stupidest thing possible. One thing about Spencer, he was always the biggest dick in any room, and if Warren thought he was going to take a jab at me, Spencer would make him look like a fool with no help from me. "Yeah, well, he looks a bit exhausted. I was simply just asking." Warren started to defend himself. "That's a stupid fucking question for a surgeon who just saved a child's life by performing actual brain surgery," Spencer said, not letting up. Spencer could sniff out a weasel from the deepest underground burrow, and he had no qualms about putting an asshole in his place. "It's all good," I said, feeling the temperature of the room rise. I looked at Jessa. "As you were informed, Jax is in recovery. I hope you'll forgive me for not joining my team earlier to fill you in about surgery, but I wanted to see that our son was settled in his recovery room, and the ICU staff were brought up to speed with my specific orders." To my shock, Jessa crossed the room and wrapped her arms tightly around my waist. "Thank you, Cameron. Thank you for taking care of him," she sniffed, and her hug grew tighter. I was afraid to hug her back or show any emotion because I was scared to death that this would never happen again. I had no idea where she and I were, but emotions ran high after surgeries, and the gratitude that was born from successful surgery made them run even higher. So whatever affection Jessa was giving me now, chances were that it came more as a flood of relief than a desire to be close to me. I hugged her back, but I was rigid. My guard was up, no doubt, but I would be a fool if I didn't protect myself emotionally. I stepped back a little and smiled into her tear-filled eyes. "I'm here to take you to him, but you need to understand that the real work will begin in recovery. I believe that he will wake up soon, and when he does, I need you to keep a positive outlook for him." "The neuropsychologist was here and spoke about that too, what to expect and everything." Jessa looked back at Elena, who was also a neuropsychologist, and then back at me. "Elena said she would be there for both of us too, Cam." "Thank you, Lainey," I said, smiling at Colin's wife, who was always the freaking light in the darkness due to her expertise in matters of the brain and heart. "So you're ready to go see him?" I asked Jessa with an excited smile. "I won't leave his side." I grinned. "You haven't left his side since all of this happened. I'm shocked you allowed him in my care for the surgery." She chuckled. "Take me to him. I might lose my mind if he wakes up before I get to him." Jax woke up later that night while Jessa sat next to him, holding his hand and doing a damn fine job of not crying or appearing to be stressed, all the emotions we didn't want around him. I was in and out, ensuring that Jax responded well to waking up. It was my expectation that he would not be able to speak when he woke up, which was common after disconnecting the left hemisphere of his brain. The right side of his body was not responding as it would have with the left hemisphere doing that job, but there was still some good news. Jack's troubled hemisphere did not require me to remove it entirely. Because of that, his brain was still intact, and I was able to disconnect the pathways for this hemisphere to send signals to the body that would result in a seizure. Even so, I would keep him on a mild epilepsy medication for at least 2 years to ensure we'd successfully silenced the brain. It was now up to the right hemisphere to do the job of the left. At his age, with his brain nearly fully developed, there was concern that his right hemisphere would not learn, but I knew my son would fight back. And with grueling physical and mental work, I knew we would all be impressed with his comeback. "You've slept for long enough, kid," I said, seeing that the left portion of Jackson's face pulled up, but the right did nothing. "I'll give you a day or so of rest before we turn this into a spring training situation." I watched him, as I'd been doing since he woke up, and my mind went straight to helping him with a speedy recovery. He was a lot like me, competitive and determined. Things needed to be a challenge and move fast. It's how I played sports, how I drove myself straight into this career, and what I wanted to see in him. And I did. "You've got no response to that?" I said, trying to work him up a little as I saw a certain glimmer in his eyes. "Don't tell me you're just going to lay around in bed all day." There's my boy, I thought, seeing him become somewhat irritated. He moved his head, and his eyes shifted toward the ceiling. That was a good start, but I knew there was more to come. Rest was number 1 at this point, though. After that, rehab would start. That's where we would see more improvement. I patted Jackson's foot. "Get some rest, kiddo. You'll need it when I start kicking your butt in the morning."
"Dr. Brandt?"
Selena, the nurse in the room, called out.
"The therapist will be in tomorrow, but she'd like to go over some details of the recovery plan with you and Miss Stein sometime today."
"Excellent. Anything else before I make my final rounds for the night?"
"No," she smiled. "I must say, Jax surprised me with how quickly he woke up."
"I wouldn't have performed the surgery if I thought it wouldn't have brought him back to us," I answered with a smile. "It's going to be a tough road for him, but I'm glad to hear that the rehabilitation therapists are ready to go. I requested a team, so I may have to call out and ensure that happens."
I'm not too sure about how they'll go about it, but I'm sure if that's what you requested, it will happen.
Thanks, Selina. I'll be back to check on him in an hour or so. His mother will be back before we all know it, though. I chuckled, wishing Jessa and I were enjoying this together. But her parents and Warren were practically acting like bodyguards to ensure it was difficult as fuck for me to be around her. It wasn't helping that she was also avoiding me, but honestly, I didn't have time for that shit. I had to remain focused on Jackson, and I knew that's where Jessa's focus was. After everything shook out and Jax was moving forward, I would steal her away, and hopefully we could straighten out the things that went wrong. Part of me understood that having her parents and Warren here would make that difficult, but they needed to understand what I already knew. I was not losing my Jessa or my son ever again.
Chapter 42. Jessa. A week into Jackson's therapy, I finally felt like my world had stopped spinning wildly out of control. Jax was doing very well, and I couldn't be prouder. When he started, he could barely move his mouth, and it nearly killed me not to hear his voice. Now, he grumbled, and his expressions were also starting to improve. The most frustrating thing beyond Jackson's rehab was dealing with my parents and their seemingly never-ending stream of demands on me. "Jessica Ann," my mom said, her crystal blue eyes as stern as they always were when I didn't listen to her advice. "I just want you to follow your head and not your heart. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you have a son who will require a lot of your—" "Stop, Mom. Just stop," I said, interrupting her. I'd heard enough of this crap all week. "I know the last person you want my son and me around is Cameron. For the millionth time, I know that. You've hated him since he took off in college, and yet you should be thanking him for doing it because he pulled off a miracle and brought Jax back to us. But instead, you and Dad still can't forgive him." My heart was racing under her fierce gaze as I dared to talk back to her. "And do you want to know the worst part?" "Do tell me." She put her perfectly manicured hand on her hip, like a sassy 5-year-old. "What could be the worst part of Cameron Brandt getting you pregnant, and then, with all of his expert knowledge, choosing to pay more attention to getting back into bed with my daughter than fixing the son he suddenly claims to love?" My blood pressure was through the roof, and my heart was pounding in my head. "I never told him about the pregnancy. You and Dad judge him for actions he never got to prove, and decisions he made without all the important facts." "Judge him for actions he never got to prove?" my dad interjected, his voice booming with frustration. "He proved himself well enough to me, Jessica. He managed to convince you that his happiness was most important, and that's why you kept things a secret." "I'm not having this conversation again," I said, worn down to my core. "He's proven he's a wonderful father. I've witnessed all of it firsthand." "A wonderful father, eh? I struggle to imagine that." My dad scoffed. "You need to start thinking around that man. I see the nurses gawking at him. I see everyone, including my daughter, staring at him like he's God's gift. Maybe he is, and that's fine. But you are making horrible judgment calls because you are caught up with this man in the worst way." "I'm not." I paused, tears in my eyes, frustrated as hell that my parents were piling this on. "I will not stand here and listen to this. Not anymore. You've turned an amazing week for my son into a hellish nightmare for me. And for what? To prove that I was wrong to date Cameron again?" "We're not trying to prove anything, honey. We're trying to help you. We see the way you look at Cameron. When you were with him in Mexico, Jax got sick. We're just concerned about your happiness, that's all," my mother added. "I understand that I got caught up in a fantasy with Cam, Mom," I said, caving to this bullshit because I needed it to stop before I had a literal stroke from my blood pressure spike. "But I trust myself now. I just hope you'll trust me too." "Oh, honey." My mother took me into her arms. Her floral perfume reminded me of my childhood and the constant hovering my parents did. "We just want to be sure when we get on that plane in 2 hours that you're doing the right thing with Warren." I hugged her back. "Mom, please, For once in my life, just trust that I'm a good mom and love my son. I can't have you and Dad going insane from my choices," I said, pulling back and locking eyes with her. I looked at my dad. "Trust me, I'm a good daughter and mother." My dad walked over to me, his white hair brightened by the sun as it beat on us in the parking lot of St. John's.
"We're sorry," he said, hugging me. "We're just concerned."
Then he stepped back, and his brown eyes bore through me.
"Be wise. I'm glad you have Warren here. If you didn't, I don't think we'd be able to leave. But now, we know you're in good hands."
"I'm going to be fine. Enjoy your flight, and please just support me for once. Jesus H. Christ, just go." Today was the first time in 2 goddamn weeks that I was leaving the hospital, and this was my send-off? The thought of leaving the hospital turned me into a wreck in the first place, and getting an earload of this crap from my parents was enough to send me to the crazy house. There were no winning arguments with them, and I probably wouldn't hear from them for at least a week because I wasn't being their obedient daughter. "Enjoy your evening with Warren. Tell Jax we love him again, and we look forward to updates," my mother said, becoming her usual aloof self, and I had no energy to give a damn at this point. "I will. Fly safe." We gave our final goodbye hugs, and now all I wanted to do was talk to Warren. He, of all people, understood how horrible my parents could be to me in the name of their love. A nice evening out, a few laughs, and someone I could depend on sounded nice. Jax was with Cam, so I knew I could get away safely. Mom and Dad were out of here, and now I could focus on Jax without hearing about how irresponsible I'd been for running off with Cameron and taking him back after all these years. Later that night,
"I'm telling you,"
Warren said, straightening his tie.
"Jax is one strong kid. Cameron said he's even impressed with Jackson's advancements in physical therapy."
He looked at me through the mirror where I stood behind him before he turned around and smiled at me.
"He's already in the rehab center of that hospital, so that means he's coming along well."
I forced a smile. I'd been doing that a lot lately with Warren. It was strange. Part of me needed him right now, and part of me needed him gone. "I know," I finally answered Warren. "Are you sure we should be going out to dinner to celebrate? Maybe we should be bringing the dinner to Jax."
"Oh, sweetheart,"
Warren said, smiling.
"Yes, I'm sure we should be going out tonight. You need it. This afternoon you couldn't stop telling me how happy you were that your parents were gone and that getting out would do us good. Let's get away and let your mind unwind some."
He leaned forward and kissed my forehead.
"Listen, I'm heading back to New York for a couple of days now that everything is settled here. It will be nice to have some one-on-one time to sort things out. You and me. There's nothing to worry about with Jackson. You said that you feel so much better now that he's in the rehab center. Stop allowing your mind to run all over the place. There is no need for that."
I couldn't deny how very off everything felt. Being back with Warren, if that's what anyone would call this, wasn't sexual. There'd been none of that. It was like having a roommate or a close support system, and there'd been no pressure in the romance department. And when I thought about it, that's what Warren's and my relationship had been like for quite some time before I even called off the engagement. I smiled. "Well, you and I are not officially back together," I said, hoping he was assured we weren't a couple. "But I appreciate you being here for Jackson and me."
"Let's just go get dinner,"
he said, dismissing me as he always had.
"I have reservations, and then I'm leaving on a red-eye flight tonight. So, let's stop talking about all this stuff that stresses us out and focus on how we will work together to support Jackson once he's released from the hospital."
"That sounds nice," I said. After a delicious yet exhausting meal with Warren, I was glad to be back at the hospital. I felt good after having eaten, but all I wanted was to see my son. I didn't want to think about relationships. More than that, I was sick of everyone telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing, or how I should or shouldn't feel. I just needed to see my son. I walked into the hospital, noticing how different this place felt at night. Strangely, it was more peaceful and more promising. At least it seemed that way since my son had awoken from his coma. I walked into the serenity of the pediatric ward, seeing the holographic images on full display for the children. This place was unique and such a beautiful environment for the kids. "Ms. Stein," Sally said. She was the evening receptionist at the entrance of the pediatric ward, and she knew me intimately by now. "You look well. Did you do okay, leaving for a while?" I smiled at her. Her long chestnut hair was pulled neatly into a ponytail, and her glasses highlighted her deep brown eyes. "I wish. I honestly don't think I will have it together until I leave in a month with Jax," I said. "Feelings of guilt?" she questioned with a sympathetic grin. "How'd you know?" "Sheesh, not even Warren could pick that up." I laughed. "Most parents who leave for the first time come back with the same guilty expression you have. It's a normal emotion given everything you've been through." "Very true," I said, being reminded that I wasn't the only parent going through a nightmare like this with a sick child. I need to stop thinking I'm the only mom worried about her child like this. "That's very common, too," she said with her friendly smile. "Don't beat yourself up, or you'll be no good to Jax when you see him." "How's he been doing?" "Well," she looked at her Apple Watch and chuckled. "Since you've been gone, he's finished up with the speech therapist." "The speech therapist came tonight?" I said, stopping her from saying another word. "Yes?" She looked at me skeptically. "Ms. Stein, all is well. The therapist said she enjoyed the progress that was made tonight." "Thank you, Sally," I said, then pulled my purse strap in tighter and nearly speed-walked through the halls to get to the elevator. This is why I haven't left the hospital. And this is why I shouldn't have gone out for dinner tonight. I can't believe I missed the speech therapist's visit. Why wouldn't Cameron have called me? Oh, right, because I shoved him into the friend zone and the Dr. Brandt only category. I'm fucking everything up by thinking I'm doing the right thing. And now this? The elevator doors opened, and I rushed out as carefully as possible, knowing this floor housed patients recovering like my son. The last thing I needed was to hurt someone else while berating myself for abandoning my son once again. I walked briskly down the walkway that led to the numerous rooms on this floor. There was a glass half wall to my right. Beyond the railing of the glass was an impressive sports arena. Kids in recovery would go there to throw Nerf balls, actual balls, or holographic balls while working with their therapist to improve their motor skills or just to help them stay active. I'd previously toured this rehabilitation area with Jax, and we found the sports arena intriguing. Unfortunately, Jax couldn't stay in the place due to certain flashing lights possibly provoking a seizure. Thankfully, out of this nightmare came a silver lining. My son hadn't had one seizure since Cameron operated on him. "Where's Jackson?" I questioned, unsure of where he could be at this hour. "He's not in his room?" "Ms. Stein, he's with Dr. Brandt and Dr. Brooks," Nurse Julia answered. "I'm sorry, but where? And why?" "Cameron, what the hell are you doing?" I heard Cam's laugh coming from the arena. "Jackson insisted, and Dr. Brandt thought it would be fine to go to the arena to get him out of the room for more than just the therapist appointments." Julia went on. "Thank you," I said. I turned and walked to the glass wall where the sounds came from below. I covered my mouth, tears stinging my eyes when I inched toward the glass railing and leaned against it, marveling at the sight below me.
"All right, champ,"
Colin said, wearing his blue scrubs. His short, blonde, messy hair was nearly white under the arena's lighting.
"Your mind thinks you're right-handed, and that's the only way you can throw a ball, right? We're going to change it,"
Cameron added, looking strikingly handsome from this vantage point in navy scrubs that matched Colin's. I looked at Jax, sitting in his wheelchair, and I covered my heart when I saw his right foot move. "Oh, God," I whispered, choking back tears, finding excitement in the smallest things. This was huge. Jax let out a sound. His head was braced in the wheelchair because he still didn't have the ability to hold it upright for too long. I smiled again.
"Shit,"
Colin said, when Cam hit him in the chest with the Nerf football. He took the regular football, smiled at Cam, and rocked back on his left leg before he fired the ball back at Cameron.
That's BS, dude. You told me you couldn't throw with your left arm. I can't, Cameron said, laughing and looking at Jax. Nice though, right? Jax moved his foot again while Cameron walked over to get the dud throw that Colin threw with his left arm. Cam was still a great shot, but I wasn't so sure he nailed Colin in the chest by throwing that with his left arm. Throw that shit back to me, Colin said. I rolled my eyes at their profanity. They couldn't resist even when some kids or families had to be around, listening to doctors act like idiots. I just threw it at you. Jax saw it, and I watched you cry like a little bit. He stopped himself from finishing the word, and I noticed that Jax seemed more animated than he had since he woke up from surgery. He absolutely loved these two, acting like stooges. Throw it again, left hand, because I'm doubt. Colin was hit in the gut this time, and he bent over, holding in his curse words. A little girl squealed and laughed. He got you, Dr. Brooks, right in the nuts, she declared, her cute voice echoing through the arena and up to me. I closed my eyes, and my lips tightened as I shook my head. Glad these two are setting great examples on the floor, I thought in humor, unsurprised. Hey, Jax! 2 other kids walked over to where Jax sat in his wheelchair. The little boy who called his name rubbed the top of his shoulder carefully. Feeling good? Jax moved his head just enough to let me see from here that his answer was yes. Me too! I want to play football, the other boy said, his head wrapped in bandages. Not with the way Dr. Brandt throws with his left hand, kid, Colin said, still recovering from the nut shot Cameron sent his way. My name's Tommy, the boy said, correcting Colin with annoyance. I'll be just fine. That's what I like to hear, Cam said, walking over to where the 3 kids stood around Jax. However, having just operated on you, I'm not clearing you for the regular football yet. It wouldn't be fair, Dr. Brandt, Tommy said. Jax can't play, so we can't play. Don't start that. We're all here to help each other work harder. Cam smiled at Jax and knelt. Jax would be pretty upset with me if I didn't let you play so you can get better faster. I'm sure of that, Cam said, looking at Jax and reaching to rub his knee. Right, kid? I could see the movement in Jax, and it appeared he agreed with his dad. Listen, Colin said, stepping up to the group. How about we all use the holographic balls to show Jax that we can throw a football with our left arms just like he's going to? In fact, we better learn how to now, because I have a feeling Jax is going to beat us all when he gets there. Holographic balls? Really, Dr. Brooks? Cameron said, standing up and laughing. I should like to have more kids, and your left arm is about to end all hope for Elena and me if we use a ball that can do damage. He answered. All right, I heard another voice, and it was Jake. I'm off shift and ready to do this. Awesome, Colin said with a devilish grin, throwing the football into Cam's chest. Cam throws a mean ball with his left hand, Dr. Mitchell. You'll be impressed. Do it, do it, do it, the kids said in unison. Happiness covered me like a warm blanket on a chilly autumn afternoon. It was comforting to watch Cam and his friends give Jax hope and encouragement for his recovery in this manner. It was heartwarming, and I needed to see it more than I knew. Cameron wasn't giving up on Jax in any way. He'd shown that to me in other ways, but seeing him prove that Jax could train his brain to throw with the left arm instead of using his right arm was monumental for Jax and me. Even if he wouldn't regain use of his right arm, he still had his left arm to throw with. How strange that something so minor could impact my emotions in such a huge way. This was all so much more inspiring than I'd expected. They say that I should expect miracles to happen this month, and after not speaking to Cam much since everything happened, I wondered if it would take a miracle for us to ever work again.
Chapter 43. Cameron. This month flew by faster than the hell that caused the fallout of my and Jessa's short-lived relationship. Sadly, we grew farther apart, with Warren constantly lingering around, and my focus more on Jax than anything. I had to take partial responsibility for it dissolving to nothing, as my only priority was Jackson and my everyday busy life as a top surgeon at this hospital. I felt myself sinking into that dark void more than once, but throwing myself into working and being with Jax made those sensations go away as quickly as they came. "Look at your pimp self," I said to Jax, walking into the room where he was dressed and ready to leave rehab.
"I'm good, man," he said.
His words were still a bit slow, but the speech therapist said he'd made excellent progress, and by next week, Jax could be talking like he'd been before the surgery. "I'm so damn proud of you, kid," I said, hugging my son with whom I'd formed the most wonderful bond throughout his recovery. Then I stepped back and looked into his cheerful eyes. "Seriously, you're doing better than I expected a 16-year-old to do in recovering from this surgery. Insanely better, and it's just a matter of time before we get the brace," I pointed at the brace on his right arm, "off your throwing arm and get you back in the game." Jax smiled and unexpectedly hugged me back.
"Thank you. You helped me so much."
I felt tears burn in my eyes and knew I could quickly lose my shit if I weren't careful. "You helped me too, kid."
"Oh?"
Jessa chirped with excitement, walking into the room.
"How's that, Doc?"
I didn't know if it was the excitement of Jackson's big day of going home, the anticipation of where it all went from here, or the realization that Jax had got me through a month that I probably wouldn't have survived without him, but I stared into Jessa's radiant eyes, and I couldn't tolerate being back in this position with her. I needed her back. "The car's here. The Uber is a killer ride, sport," Warren said, his voice slicing through the air and making me angry the moment I'd heard him. This fucking guy again, I thought. The bastard had come back into Jessa's life and most likely manipulated her into taking him back because he knew she was vulnerable. "All good here, Dr. Brandt?" he said. I couldn't stand this man, and that was putting it mildly. I just signed off on the last of his charts. I looked to where Jessa and Jackson stood together, ignoring mine and Warren's bizarre standoff. "The therapists will meet with you tomorrow and review the outpatient rehab guidelines." I looked back at Jackson. "When you're ready, Colin and Jake have insisted on a game of beach football," I said. My friends and I worked with Jax over the past month to ensure he kept moving forward, fighting, having fun, and never giving up. "Don't you think football is pushing it a little bit?" Warren popped off. "Okay," the outpatient team leader said, walking into Jackson's room, where I was ready to punch Warren in his whitened teeth. Fucking douchebag. "All's good here. He's officially discharged from St. John's," I said, smiling at Jax. "I'm on call this week, but your mom and I discussed me popping in and out to check on you, if that's good." Jax smiled, but it was apparent the poor kid was confused. One day he was going to Lakers games with my best friend, while his doctor and mother were on vacation in Mexico, and the next thing he knew, Warren was back in his life, and now living in Southern California. He hadn't said a word about any of it, but honestly, he had more significant problems than discussing his mom's relationship patterns. "Laguna Beach isn't exactly around the corner from here," Warren said. "Are you sure you can be that far from the hospital?" You're a fucking prick, I thought, hating this asshole more and more by the second. "Don't be a dick, Warren," Jax said, shocking me. And after looking over at his annoyed expression and Jessa's wide eyes, I didn't know where to take this. "I see you've learned some lovely foul language while under the care of Dr. Brandt," Jessa said, as Warren tried to figure out how to pick his jaw up off the ground. Jax smiled at me. "Dr. Brandt doesn't cuss," he laughed. God, this boy. I wanted to hug him and tell him he was a chip off the old block, but that was for a different day. It was another thing I wanted to discuss with Jessa, but would do so when this gnat of a man wasn't hovering around like the annoying fucking insect he was. "Never," I agreed. "All right, the team is here, and the rehab center usually does a fun send-off when patients leave, so don't keep them waiting." "I'll see you soon," Jax said, and I nodded. As the room filed out, Warren decided to pull a chicken shit move and glare at me like a middle schooler. I'd had about enough of his shit for the past month, and I wasn't about to let this bitch piss me off on my son's big day. "Can I speak to you for a moment, Warren?" I said, staying back. "It's okay," he said reassuringly to Jessa, while I kept a professional expression and refrained from rolling my eyes. "Yeah, I'm not going to kick his ass or anything," I said after she halted. "I just need to go over some stuff, ensuring Warren understands. I haven't talked to him much over this past month, and I want to ensure he's up to speed with supporting Jackson and you." I plastered the fakest smile I could manage to get Jessa to trust that I wasn't going to level this dick standing proudly to my left, and she hesitantly left the room. "What's the deal, Cameron?" Warren questioned. I slid my hands into my pockets. "I intend to get my lady and my boy back. I suggest you not get too comfortable living in Southern California." I didn't give a shit anymore. I might as well make my intentions clear with this fucker so he wouldn't be surprised when his ass was heading back to New York in less than a month. "Oh?" Warren said, his gaze darkening. "Well, if it makes any difference, I wasn't the one who called and begged for me to come back into their life. That would be the woman out there who doesn't trust herself with you. So maybe you should tell her, not me." I smiled. She was scared, and that happens. So I'm not surprised she'd fall back into the arms of a man who most likely made her comfortably miserable. "Miserable my ass," Warren said. "She's a good woman. Not the type to live her life chasing adventures and thrills. I know you believe it's as easy as that." He snapped his fingers to prove some point. "But there are responsibilities in this life to attend to when you're not born with a silver spoon in your mouth." "You insult me because my father was wealthy?" "You insult yourself, Cameron. Take my advice. If you care about Jessica and Jax, leave them alone. Let them live a normal life where they aren't spoiled by material things that give false hope." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "They're not grounded when they're with you. Not everything is yachts, expensive cars, and beach houses on loan by friends. That isn't the real world, and until you can see that, you'll never understand why Jessica blames herself for her son falling into that coma." He turned and left as quickly as he could. I didn't know what to think. What I did know was that this intimidated asshole had insulted me and my life, which he knew nothing about. The idea that I wasn't grounded was laughable. I was a top pediatric neurosurgeon at a world-famous hospital, and I didn't become so by gallivanting around the world on a yacht with no responsibilities. I certainly hoped that short-sighted prick heeded my warning, because I was on a mission to take back the two most important people in my world, and none of his petty insults would stop me.
Chapter 44. Jessa. With Jax and I living with Warren in the Laguna Beach condo, one might assume that Warren's and my relationship had been rekindled. But that couldn't have been farther from the truth. Warren and I had picked up where we left off, minus the engagement. There was no sex, no romance, no connection. Nothing. Vanilla was a spicy way to describe us. But Warren made me feel grounded, secure, and comfortable, whereas Cam made me feel wild, carefree, and, for lack of a better word, careless. No matter how often I tried to work things out in my head, I always ended up on that fateful day in Mexico, where I was lost in bliss, debating whether to have another drink, when Cameron walked out to me. I was floating on clouds and higher than Snoop Dogg, as that joke goes, believing he was about to propose marriage to me. Then, reality hit me like a meteor. The downside of living in a fantasy world is that the stresses of everyday life will hunt you down and find you. So you better be ready. Being half-buzzed and deciding whether I'd accept Cam's marriage proposal was me living in that fantasy. My son falling into a coma was life's way of telling me to keep my ass planted in reality and pay attention to my responsibilities. Warren agreed, and the three of us moved into this lovely condo in Laguna Beach, And every morning that Jax and I got out and walked the beach, I would look up at the incredible beachfront homes, reminded of the house Jake and Ash so generously let us use, and of Cameron's place in Malibu. "Jessa?" I heard a woman call over the sound of waves crashing onto the shore. I turned and saw Bree Grayson, a lovely woman I'd only met once. Her husband was one of Cam's close friends, and Bree was introduced to me by Ash, Avery, and Elena when we met for dinner a while ago. Her bright smile popped the cutest dimples on her cheeks, and she half jogged over to Jax and me. "You must be Jax," she said, noticing the brace on his right leg and arm. "Well, aren't you adorably handsome? You look great." "Jax," I said, smiling at his confused expression. "This is Bree Grayson. Her husband is Alex. He's good friends with Cam and Cam's friends."
"I've heard them talk about him. It's nice to meet you, Bree,"
Jax said, reaching out his right hand. His movements were still slow, but he was making good progress.
"Sorry, it's a bit hard to shake with this hand."
"Don't you dare apologize," she said. "I've met grown businessmen who have full use of their right hand, and they don't even have the courtesy to use it to shake my hand." "Tell me about it," another blonde woman said as she approached. She looked like she'd been transported from a Gucci runway to the beach for God knows what. She peered at Bree through her oversized sunglasses. "Those men don't offer you the courtesy of shaking your hand because they're full of themselves." She looked over at Jax. "So, always make sure you shake a woman's hand because if you don't, chances are she will assume it's because you wore it out the night before giving yourself a little hand, if you know what I mean." She took a sip of the Cosmopolitan she held unabashedly in her hand, unconcerned that any random police officer could see her and fine her for it, and I couldn't help but laugh. Who the hell is this woman? I thought in humor. Her large, floppy beach hat and the way she spoke made me feel like I was standing with the real-life version of Samantha from Sex and the City. "You'll need to pardon my friend. Everything is sexual with her," Bree said, staring at her friend in shock as the woman shrugged her shoulders. Bree shot her friend a look as if to censor her, and then she looked at Jax. "Jax, this is Natalia. Nat, this is Cam's—" She paused, and I knew she was searching for words other than Cam's son. "Cam's patient. He's recovering from surgery, and he's doing remarkably well." She pulled off her sunglasses and eyed Jackson. "Dear God, you look just like Dr. Brandt," she said. She looked at me as I subtly shook my head, pleading with this woman to shut her mouth immediately. I must have looked like a deer in headlights because she caught on instantly and corrected herself. "I just mean, you certainly are a gorgeous young man, aren't you? Cam would love to know he's been compared to a handsome man like yourself, especially coming from me." Jax smiled but didn't say much because I knew he was inwardly drooling over this woman. She was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, so I could only imagine what a teenage boy thought of her. "So, you know Cameron?" I asked, wondering if Cam was dating or had dated this woman. I wouldn't have been surprised. "Oh," she smirked at me while Bree chuckled. "That's a story for a better day when young men who have proper manners aren't around." Now my interest was piqued. Who was this woman? "I'm down here checking out some real estate with Brienne," she said. "Why don't you join us for lunch later?" "They're not in the market, Nat," Bree said. "But we're all going to Jim and Avery's house tonight for Jake's birthday. We're low-key getting everyone together." "I'm going to pass," I said. "Cam was over this morning, working with Jax a little bit, and he invited us as well. But I think it's best for us to hang back." "Best for whom, dear?" Nat said. "These little bashes are where the good stories about all these crazy men are told." "Right," I answered.
"Mom,"
Jax interjected.
"you need to stop hiding from everyone."
My face flushed red, irritated that Jax would embarrass me in front of Cam's friends. He'd been a bulldog in recovery, and that mentality had him smarting off every chance he got these days. I knew he was angry that we were back to living with Warren again, and that anger was pointed in my direction. He lit up when Cam was around, but after Cameron left, my son would dismiss himself to do his treadmill, stretches, and computer therapy in his room and away from Warren and me. I might have gained security from Warren in all of this, but I felt like I was losing everything else around me by choosing stability and comfort over being wild and carefree, starting with my son. I wish I could say that's what I was doing, but that's hardly what is happening.
Could have fooled me,
he said.
Nice to meet you both, ladies. Have fun tonight. And tell everyone I said hi.
I paused, pointing my thumb back toward where Jackson turned and walked away. I need to get back. Very nice to meet you, Natalia. And it was great to see you again, Bree. Jessa, Bree said, stopping me. Do come tonight, if for no other reason than to hang out with us girls again. We miss you. Let me see if Warren is okay to stay with Jax. Hold the fuck up, Nat interrupted. Forgive me if I'm being forward here, but is this Warren guy the acting parent for your son? Acting parent? Yes. You're not with his dad, whom I can easily assume is Cameron since your son looks exactly like that hot snack of a man. So is Warren his father figure? Nat questioned, and her confident tone made the statement hilarious instead of intrusive. Yes, Warren is pretty much his father. He has been for years. For years? She pulled her oversized glasses down. Well, honey, then there's no asking. There's simply insisting that he stay with your son so you can have a girls' night. I don't think he'll be cool with me hanging out with a bunch of Cam's friends, I honestly said. So you got back with the man and then allowed him to put a fucking leash on you? Nah, you need to get out. After that statement, I can tell you'll never know what life is outside of being a caretaker and a lonely little housewife, Nat said. You're too good for that. Completely unacceptable. Nat, you're being rude, Bree said. Sorry, she lacks the ability to give a shit. Some people love her and some hate her. At least I'm black and white. There are no gray areas where I'm concerned. There's too much stress in the world not to have clarity with people. But listen, hun, she continued, and somehow I appreciated her directness. If you've put yourself in a position to depend on a man, and he begins to take your freedoms away, your sex drive will die first, and a vibrator won't even resurrect it. There's only one way to go from there. Antidepressants, wine, and inevitably, reality shows about housewives and bake-off challenges. Now, I know what you're thinking, and those things are all great on their own, but none of them should be binged, especially in tandem. Jesus, Nat, you make it sound like she's a prisoner for checking in with her partner, Bree said as the wind whipped through Natalia's pashmina. Losing your sex drive and not being able to live your life a little is more like a death sentence, Bree. Please, God, do not tell me that after a year, Alex has stripped you of your rights as well. Does the vibrator I purchased for you no longer enhance the nights when he's traveling? Bree and I both started laughing. Are you in real estate or porn? I asked, laughing. I hadn't felt this light in too long. The porn industry could use my help, that's for goddamn sure. But I don't dig that now. I swear, you can work yourself up over nothing, Bree said. I'm always running at an even 10 out of 10, ready to go when the moment arises, she answered with a smile. I have to know something, I said, glancing back and seeing Jax talking to a couple walking their Labrador on the beach. Did you and Cam hook up? She smiled. You're adorable, and I see why you and he have created such a beautiful little human in your son. No, Bree said immediately. I think Cam is the only man to ever turn down an advance from Nat. Truth, Nat said. That guy is one hell of a scoop of caviar on a cracker. I was working every move and angle I knew. And trust me, honey, I could write the books on seduction. Anyway, he played along all night, then turned me down. I chuckled. That doesn't sound like the guy I dated in college. He mentioned something about not being the man he once was when he was younger. But who knows? She threw her hair over her shoulder. There's plenty of other eligible men who aren't afraid of me, so it took me a good 3 minutes to get over the rejection, and he and I have been good friends since. You know what? I think I will take you up on your invitation, I said, feeling in much better spirits. Strangely enough, I loved this Natalia character. She was a kick in the ass, and her personality had put me in the mood to be with the girls. If I saw Cameron again, who knew? Maybe we'd talk. It's the fear of losing that sex drive that will help you make better decisions. This one being the first, of course, Nat said. Or she could want to have a night out with friends, Bree said. Like I said, fear of losing the sex drive. Depression is the beginning, and then the meds bury it. I'm not a doctor, so don't go quoting me, but in my experience, that's usually how it goes. A controlling man controls more than he knows. And ruins more than he knows, I answered with a laugh. Listen, I'm going back to the house, and I'll see you both tonight. I turned down Cameron's offer earlier, so I'm not sure he'll be... Who cares? Bree said. Cameron's a big boy. He'll be pleased you showed up whether you came by his invitation or ours. I shook my head and laughed. Then I noticed the mysterious smiles the two women offered each other. Am I missing something? I questioned. Nope, we're taking off. Nat turned and hooked her arm through Bree's. We'll see you tonight, gorgeous, she said with a laugh and a wave of her hand. I would have loved to brush it off, but I could tell that I didn't run into these two on the beach by accident, especially in Laguna Beach, this far south from where all of Cam's billionaire friends lived. Maybe the girls really were down here walking the beach and just randomly ran into Jax and me. Shit like that can happen, right? A text buzzed on my phone, stopping me from overthinking. Jax.
Warren and I are heading out together.
Jessa. Okay. I guess I'll order in food and enjoy some alone time. Winky face. Jax.
Go have fun with your friends, Mom. Please.
Something was definitely up. Jax never wanted to go anywhere with Warren. Warren was dull and dry, and when he tried to fit in and be Jackson's buddy, the awkwardness of it drove Jax insane. The divide with Warren had only seemed to grow since Cam and Jax had become closer, especially since Cam had spent so much time with Jax lately to help with rehab. We owed Cameron everything. I knew Cam was the reason Jax had worked so damn hard to get this far. Cam pushed him, and Jax loved it and thrived. I didn't have the mental capacity to dig into any hidden conspiracies about getting me out of the house, but I was grateful for the opportunity. And if all these outside forces were working on getting me to socialize, they'd succeeded.
Chapter 45. Cam. "How's the kid?" Spencer asked. I looked over at the sharply dressed businessman, wishing I could be as much of a dick as he was at times. For the last couple of months, my attempts to get Jessa back had failed miserably, and I was stuck with that terrible empty feeling. Even staying busy at the hospital these days didn't do anything for me. "Doing great," I managed, tipping back my beer and downing half the damn thing in one swallow. "When are you two going to get your bitch asses in this pool and help us turn up this fucking water polo game?" Jake asked, throwing the ball from inside Jim's rooftop pool to where I sat on lounge furniture with Spence. "When we go back to the days when we were 4, like you idiots," Spence answered, taking a drink of his scotch and laughing. I eyed the hard liquor, debating if I should take my chances and pour myself one, but with the mood I was in, it probably wasn't the best idea. "So, tell me," Spence said, leaning his elbows on his knees, "what's going on with you? You look like hell, which shouldn't be the case from everything Jim has told me about how well your son is doing in recovery." I shrugged, and in the distinguished art of trying to go bald at a young age, I rubbed my forehead for the millionth time this month. "Jax is doing amazing. The kid is determined to get past the limp, and his vision and right arm are still trying to fuck with him." I smiled and stared into the fire pit. "He just doesn't quit." "A lot like you then, eh?" Spencer said. I looked over at Colin, Jake, Alex, and Jim tossing the ball around in the pool, making up some game like we always did, and wondered how I'd somehow traded places with Jim. He was usually up here, chilling with Alex or Spence on the sidelines. They were notorious for having one of their epic business conversations, while the rest of us entertained ourselves like toddlers at the park. "Guess so," I said. "How's Jessa?" he asked. In being around businessmen all my life, I knew the tone that Spencer used well. It meant he was guiding this conversation in a direction that would either help me or make me angry. There was no in-between. "Madly in love with that Warren bastard," I said, then closed my eyes when I realized I'd said it loud enough to stop the ball from being traded by my friends in the pool, bringing a mischievous and all-knowing grin to Spence's lips. "That's fucked up," he said casually. "Yeah, you think? Jessa and I were just getting things started, getting to know each other again, and then it's like, boom, like it wasn't meant to be or something." "Wasn't meant to be my ass, Cinderella," Spence said with a laugh. "You wouldn't understand," I said with the same annoyance I felt. "Let's just end this conversation right here." "I'll gladly let that die. However, your depressed ass just told me I wouldn't understand something. That doesn't fly with me," Spence said, acting like a cocky asshole. "That's why your last deal made us more money than Mitchell and Associates had ever done," Jim said. He dried off and caught his daughter as she rushed to him when the women passed by with the kids. "I've got her," Jim said, waving at Avery. "It must be nice to help your lady out instead of having her kick you in the balls repeatedly with her new man." Fuck. I was acting like the biggest bitch ever, but I was so damn defeated that I didn't know what to do. "Yeah," Izzy said, reaching her arms out toward me. She kicked her 2-year-old chubby legs against Jim's in protest while I smiled. This little girl, with her pitch-black hair and icy blue eyes, was my little buddy. I adored her feisty personality and how she could give Jake's son, John, a run for his money. Jim popped the pacifier out of Izzy's mouth. "Now you can talk, Izzy," he said. "And here I thought little Izzy had you wrapped around her finger," I said, smiling at Izzy, who was now angry at her dad. "She does." Jim grinned at his annoyed daughter. "But this whole pacifier thing needs to end, and soon." Izzy frowned and looked up at Jim with a lethal expression. "Well, you've officially pissed her off," I laughed. "She looks a lot like you do these days, Cam," Spence added. "How so? I didn't realize I looked that adorable when people pissed me off." "You do. Your pretty blue eyes must make you both look the same," Spence said. "However, little Izzy doesn't have a look like the world is ending when things don't go her way." He sat back in his chair and took another sip. "So that's where you're different and not as cute as her." I rolled my eyes and had a feeling I'd be doing a lot of that tonight. "What's going on with you, Cam? Catch me up on how things are going with Jessa. Last we spoke, you put Warren in his place and were planning to get back your son and Jessa?" Jim asked, joining the Grand Inquisition. "Yeah," Spence said, after I looked down, pissed that my plans weren't working out. "His bark is a lot louder than his bite." "Fuck that noise," I said to Spence. "I've tried. It seems all I do is push them further into Warren's arms." "Warren is the biggest fuckknuckle I've ever met. And you honestly think you've lost your son and Jessa to that dipshit?" Spencer laughed while he and Jim exchanged knowing glances. "You're losing your game to a man who practically begged Jim and me to hire him to work in our advertising department that day in the hospital? He's a fucking douche. How the hell are you letting that guy beat you at anything?" "He hit you both up for jobs while I was in surgery with Jax?" I said, shocked at this revelation. "Not shitting you," Spencer said. "The man has no dignity. If he did, he would have never asked friends of Jessa's or Jessa's ex for a job." "We had to pull him over to a corner to entertain him and keep him away from Jessa because he was no good to her. I suspect his chattering was grating on her nerves, and rightfully so under the circumstances," Jim said. "I imagine she would have been mortified if she knew he was hitting us up for jobs, though. It took Alex and Spence's directness to level him down quite a lot, but if it were up to me, you'd have him curled up in a ball in the corner of the room, crying like the bitch he is," Spencer said to Jim, and then turned to face me. "Listen, Cam." He grew more serious. Don't let this whole thing get into your head like this. Spence, forgive me if I'm too forward, but you can't be troubled to hang on to a woman for more than a night. I'm not sure I can see this as no big fucking deal as you can. She's the love of my life, and I fucked it up. Dat mir, Izzy said, pointing at me. Jim chuckled. I'll never know what the hell she's saying, but she says this shit every time she gets pissed. It's pacifier talk for stop acting like a bitch, Uncle Cam, Alex said, drying off, shaking his head, and joining us. Great. Now I was about to get lectured by 3 businessmen. Right, Izzy?
Wrong, Uncle Alex, Avery said, walking out to where we were. Why are we all out here cussing up a storm in front of Izzy? It's bad enough we can't figure out what half her words are, and something tells me this dat mir phrase is probably a few curse words rolled up into one. She leaned down to get her daughter, who was reaching up for her. Time for bed, little one. She looked at me. Jessa is here. She's been talking with Lainey downstairs, so dry it up, handsome. She winked in her usually sassy Avery way. I think this may all come back together for you. The rehab might just have taken longer for your relationship malfunction than Jackson's did. I rose, bringing smiles and humor to everyone's faces. Send her up here, Spence said. Quick, Cam, jump in the pool. Let her see what she's been missing for a couple of months. I agree, Alex smirked. Anything else from the men I won't be taking advice from tonight? I looked at Jim. Jim sipped his bourbon and shrugged. Dat mir? Yeah, that about sums it up, I said, feeling more anxious than I should. You're going to be fine, Avery said, pulling Izzy tightly into her side. But the whole bare chest in the water thing couldn't hurt your case. Nice, Av, I answered with a smile. Is Jessa okay? I don't think she's going to be okay until you and she work things out, Avery said. Might be just me, but she and Warren are toxic. I think she sees that, but if you know that, you have an angle. I smiled, feeling my spirits lift. Thank God for that, too, because when I got here, after Jessa and Jax had declined my invitation to join me at Jim's house, my mood was shitty. Now all I could do was hope that things went well. Lately, it seemed like every time I got my hopes up with Jessa, everything always went south. I walked through Jim's pimp-as-fuck Hollywood Hills home, and with each beat of my heart, my feelings of excitement faded, and the nerves took over. Fuck, Cameron, this is what you've been praying for. Hey, Cam, Elena said with a bit of liveliness. Can I talk to you for a second? Haven't we had enough of your sneaky therapy sessions, Lainey? I asked with a grin. We have, she said with a challenging eyebrow arch. And thank God for my sneaky little attempts to peel you like an onion, or else you'd be a prisoner at St. John's, hiding behind work and from all of us. So what is this? I asked. Seriously, I'm confused. Just come here and stop asking questions, she said, leading me to a spare room in Jim's home. She closed the door behind us. I'm on my way to see Jessa. I don't want to keep her waiting. She'll be fine. She's with Nat and the girls. My eyes widened. You left her alone with Natalia? I asked incredulously. Jesus Christ. Trust me, Nat is not her flavor. Nat was not your flavor, she said with a laugh. Jessa likes her. In fact, I think we all have Natalia to thank for helping Jessa come to her senses about coming to talk to you tonight. How the fuck is that possible? The only thing that woman cares about is money and sex. Nat cracks all of us up, so take it easy on her. Now, Elena said, more serious, Jessa doesn't need 50 million questions about why and how she left you. Why are you telling me this? Because she's been with that asshole for a month now and blowing your ass off. Anyone from the outside looking in would judge the situation harshly. I don't blame her for leaving me and believing she could find more stability in Warren. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to prove myself to her before things went horribly wrong with Jax. I know, she said. Both of you needed this last month to heal with Jax, and I feel you both have. You just need to understand that sometimes, when something is right for two people, it takes time to heal, and healing separately, to realize that you need to be together.
You act as though I'm going to go in there and blow up on her or something." "I know you would never do that to her or any other woman, Cam," she said. "But emotions do some crazy shit to us, and she's been with another man for over a month." Her eyes locked onto mine, and we were in some standoff now. "Yeah, and that's fine. So long as she's not here to tell me she's engaged to him again and on her way back to New York, I will keep my cool. Trust me." "Right," Elena smiled, and I sensed that more things seemed to be at work here aside from Jessa stopping by tonight. "Right," I mirrored her, trying to pull the information out of her. "What the hell is going on, Laney?" "There's my diosa cubanita. What are you doing with this old sap?" Colin said from behind me, stepping into the room where Laney and I were talking, with the door half closed. "Oh, you know me. I'm just psychologically intruding on a romance that I believe needs to happen," Laney answered, while Colin placed his arm around her. "What'd you tell this guy?" Colin asked, acting fucking weird. "I'm going to go find Jessa," I said. My friends were acting beyond strange, and I was starting to lose patience with them. "Good luck, buddy," Colin said. "You'll do great," Laney said. I turned back with a frown, studying the two standing there like the parents on a Leave It to Beaver episode, and I forced a smile on my face. What the fuck was going on with those two? Something was entirely off with Colin and Laney, and because they were dumb enough to make it obvious, I was smart enough to hang back to listen on the other side of this door, hoping I'd overhear something that might shed some light on things. "Do you think this will work?" Colin asked, and I smiled. I knew these assholes were up to something because these were my friends, and only my friends would play games, believing they were bringing Jessa and me back together again. "How was he at the pool?" Laney questioned. "Acting like a bitch," Colin said with a laugh, and I rolled my eyes. "Spence kept him busy while you ladies were with Jessa. How do you think she feels about all of this?" "Oh," Elena giggled as her phone chimed. "This is Jax. Let me tell him he did well and that our plan is going smoothly." Jackson? Texting Elena? "What the fuck?" I said, entirely confused now. "What?" a female questioned from behind me, causing me to nearly jump through the door where I was eavesdropping. I turned. "Jesus, Natalia! Announce yourself or something," I said. Her rosy red lips pulled up as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Announce myself? Perhaps you should announce yourself to whoever you're spying on the other side of that door." She laughed. "What's going on in there that would shock you?" "Wouldn't you and your kinky little self love to know?" I said, slipping my hands into my pockets, a bit thankful that Nat was the one to catch me and not anyone else. "Indeed," she said, without missing a beat. Time to kick the ball back to these assholes for sneaking around behind my back. "It's Colin and Elena. I was on my way to see Jessa. Apparently she's here to talk, and I saw Colin sneak into that room," I said, trying to act cool. "And why would that lead you to spy on him? Last I checked, Jim's place wasn't a murder mystery house where the guests were all suddenly disappearing." "Well, it sounded like he fell," I answered, trying to think of something, knowing by Nat's strong eyebrow arch that she was catching on to my lie. "So I went to open the door, and then I heard Elena say—" I paused, searching for something that would make me spy on my two married friends. "Say," Nat pressed. "God, this is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Colin, actually," I said. "Then it must be bad," Nat humored me. "So spill it, Blue Eyes." "He said to go easy while shoving it up his ass like that," I said softly, acting like I was repeating Colin's words. Nat rolled her eyes. "That's what got you spying behind the door? Married people's kinky sex shit? Good God, I struggle to know what you would have thought of me in bed," she said, unamused. "Well, if a man taking it in the ass from another woman is not the least bit shocking to you, then I'm glad I never went home with you," I said, staring at this woman and wondering if anything embarrassed her. "Cam, let me inform you of something," she said. "There are plenty of men in this world who take it up the ass from their wives all the time, literally and figuratively. Some like it, and some don't. It seems like Colin likes it, so what's the fun in listening unless that turns you on? How the fuck did this backfire in my face? God, no, that doesn't turn me on. Then why are you listening on the other side of the door like some creepy voyeur? Fuck me, Nat, I answered. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not a fucking creep. Her eyebrows shot up. What the hell else would you call it? Listening to your friend get pegged without anyone knowing? I say that's creepy, and I think you're probably turned on, and since you're most likely not getting any lately, you'll— Stop! I held both hands up. I'm not creepy, I don't need a piece of ass, and I'm not turned on listening to my friend take it in the ass. Who's taking it in the ass this time? Jake said, bounding down the stairs, hearing everything I told Nat after my voice rose in frustration. Colin, Nat said. She pointed at the door I was standing in front of protectively, praying that Colin and Elena didn't hear any of this. Cam was standing out here with his ear pressed to the door, listening to his friend's matrimonial coitus. Jake's expression tightened in humor while he pulled on his shirt, his hair still wet from being in the pool. I thought Colin only liked it when— The fuck are you all doing out here? Colin said, opening the door and zipping up his pants. Dear God, I should have known he'd prove my lie true because he and Lainey could never be left alone without something happening. Jake recovered his humored expression, while Nat simply smiled. Was it good? She taunted, as only Nat would do. Always is, Colin said, not realizing he should be mortified because no one thought he just had a regular old quickie thanks to my lie. I thought I was your one and only, Jake said with a laugh. Seriously, you're into that, though? Yeah. How has that not always been obvious? Colin answered, looking at us as if we were all crazy. Right? Nat said with a sexy arch of her eyebrow as Lainey walked out, adjusting her dress and oblivious to the disaster I'd created out here. You are one lucky girl. She smiled and hugged Colin at his side. I know. She kissed where her lips reached his upper arm. And let this be a lesson to you, Natalia, she giggled, still glowing from her tryst. Marriage doesn't dull the sex life. Indeed not, Nat said. And that's why I'm jealous. I am too, Jake chimed in. You two know no bounds, and apparently that's the fucking key. Oh, fuck me. I wouldn't be surprised if Jake went home and asked Ash to give him the old heave-ho next. That's always been the fucking key, Colin answered. Then he looked at me. Speaking of fucking, why are you still here? I figured you and Jessa would be halfway to heaven by now. All eyes were back on me, and instead of clearing up any of this, I let it all ride. Bastards always gave me hell anyway, so I might as well let Jake believe the key to keeping sex alive involved his wife strapping on a dildo now and then. Who knew? Maybe Jake and Ash were into that kind of thing, and I did everyone a favor. Before I take off to catch Jessa, I said, adding one last nail to the coffin, Little John is upstairs by the pool, Nat. He was hoping to see his favorite Aunt Nat before bedtime. Oh, my bubs, she said, and jogged off. I smiled at what I knew awaited her and how my sweet revenge on her for backing me into a corner would come back tenfold when she walked out and saw Spence instead of Little John. Why'd you send her up there? John's in bed, Jake said with a laugh. Why else? I smirked. Karma is a bitch, and Nat will crack the whip on Karma's ass, Cam, Colin said, while Lainey laughed. You guys go ahead, she said to Colin and Jake. You get your handsome butt to Jessa, she told me. I'm going to save Nat from being forced to interact with Spencer Monroe. Elena sent us all packing, and I had to hope Karma didn't get me back because I'd had enough reckonings for one lifetime. I was ready to make everything right.
Chapter 46. Jessa. I glanced down at my watch, and even though it was nice to see the girls and visit them for the last half hour or so, this whole thing was starting to feel weird. First, it was Jax and his crappy mood when I didn't accept Bree and Nat's invitation to come here. Then, after I returned to the house to talk to him, He was adamant about having some guy time with Warren, of all people. Then, finally, as if my son's odd behavior wasn't strange enough, Elena calls and insists I come to the house because she's worried about me. I bought into that one a little bit because, in truth, I was a little worried about myself. I'd been hiding behind Warren's business trousers instead of owning my shit as a strong woman would. Mom and Dad's visit didn't help me in that department either. They only reassured me that I was weak without a strong man in my life. They were horrible when it came to Cameron, too. Almost embarrassing. Talking shit behind his back. And when they knew he was coming over to see Jax and help rehabilitate him, they left the room. They made that shit obvious, too. Obvious that they had zero backbone and zero support for Jax unless it went their way. It's how my parents always were, though, and why I had no intention of moving back to Washington for their support. They still treated me like I was the reckless girl from college, and if I didn't do what they felt was suitable for me in my life, they ignored me. They were next to impossible to get along with, yet somehow I always managed to deal with them when they popped in and out of my life like this. Why are you thinking about them? I thought, pacing the floor of this room, which had a spectacular view of Los Angeles. Why are you even here? Because Jax said it was good for me to get out? What is with that boy anyway? I know this is about Cameron.
Jessa?
Cam said. I whirled around and my breath caught when I saw this man looking so damn attractive in a tight black shirt and blue jeans. Wow, you clean up nicely. I tried to tease, but I knew that comment was as stupid as it sounded.
Yeah, I guess I do.
He held his arms out, his biceps stretching the hem of his shirt, and my feminine parts sprang back to life with a zing I almost forgot about.
Especially after the only thing you've seen me wear over the past month are scrubs.
Meh. I placed my hands on my hips and teased him with a smile. You look pretty good in those too, Doc. He smiled and pointed his thumb over his shoulder.
Avery caught me upstairs and mentioned something about you wanting to talk to me.
I frowned. I did? I questioned.
I have no idea. I'm just repeating what she said.
Interesting. I stared past him at the open entryway. The girls invited me over. Jax insisted that he wanted to hang with Warren, and that was after acting like I was the worst mom in the world for turning down the invitation to come over tonight. I paused, seeing Cam frown, most likely in response to my comment about Jax wanting to be with Warren. No, something's up, I said. Jax can't stand Warren, and the only thing he's been excited about since leaving the hospital are the days when you come over. So I'm not sure what's going on. I pointed at Cameron. Did you and Jax set this all up? I mean, the girls invited me over, but after only 30 minutes, Elena told Avery to get the kids, and then the next thing I know, I'm being told you want to talk to me, so they all took off. But not before Nat gave me some pointers on makeup sex. Cameron unexpectedly arched his eyebrow and folded his arms.
Makeup sex, huh?
I rolled my eyes. Something I'd been doing a lot lately. Don't get too excited. It's Nat, and in the hour total that I've known the woman, I've learned that anything sex-related is not off-limits to that woman. I laughed.
No, absolutely nothing sexual or otherwise can frighten or embarrass that woman.
Oh? I studied his flushed cheeks and laughed. It had to have been the look of exhaustion and annoyance in his eyes.
No.
He instantly shot back.
Not like that. I've never been with Nat like that. It's just that...
Now I was a bit concerned because Cameron was falling over his words too much, and Natalia was every woman's envy of a natural goddess. Her unshakable confidence was the icing on the cake. The woman was a unique personality, to be sure, but she was also sincerely a fun, likable woman. Cameron, we're broken up, and Nat is like every man's dream. It's okay if you...
I didn't. And no, it's not okay. And it would not be okay if I were with another woman. Aside from being focused on Jax and his recovery, I gave my heart to you and only you. I don't just take that shit back.
Fuck, that escalated quickly. Cameron, I know it seems like that's what I did, but...
Isn't it though, Jess? Isn't that what you did by shutting down on me, as if we had nothing, and jumping back into the arms of the man who made you feel safe?
If I hadn't had these last 30 minutes or so with Elena for her to open my brain up and pull out some trauma issues I'd been dealing with in all my past relationships, then I wouldn't have known how to answer Cameron. I crossed the room and took his hand, leading him to the sofa. Once we sat, I twisted and hugged him. I felt tears in my eyes as I inhaled Cameron's robust scent. I'd missed it terribly.
"I love you more than words, Jessa,"
he said, his lips gently pressing into my neck while his sturdy arms pulled me tightly into him.
"I miss you. I'm sorry this happened to us, and I lost you to him."
I pulled back. "No!" I shook my head and locked eyes with his sapphire blue ones. "You didn't lose me to him, Cameron." I ran my hand along the dark scruff on his face. "You lost me to my fears and the need to heal from the pain in my past." He looked at me with a confused smile.
"You sound like you've been talking to Elena,"
he said. "How would you know?" I chuckled.
"The whole lost to fears and healing from pain and past issues. That has Dr. Elena Brooks written all over it."
I grinned. "It's the truth, though. Thank God I did talk to her, because if I hadn't, I'd probably be wearing my engagement ring again, playing the victim and living comfortably miserable for the rest of my life."
"I could see any woman being miserable with that dick,"
he said, and I silenced him with a smile, placing a finger over his perfect lips. "I know," I said. "However, that's all Warren has ever been to me, really. He's someone who took care of Jax and me when I knew I couldn't have you. When you left me in college, it only messed me up so badly because I dealt with shit like that from my parents." I exhaled, still shocked that Elena had pulled this shit out of my head so quickly. No wonder St. John's hired her as their top neuropsychologist. The woman was practically a soul reader or something. In the home where I grew up, I was made to understand that my feelings weren't valid. When my parents wanted me to do something, I had to do it no matter how it made me feel. There were times when I rebelled against that, but going against their rule meant being cut off from them for years.
"You've never said a bad thing about your parents, Jessa. But then again, you never really talked about them at all."
"I know. It was best not to bring them up because if I did, I would get upset or anxious. The one time I stood up to them was when I got pregnant with Jax. I thought I could go to them for advice, for help. And they told me I needed to contact you, hold you accountable, and not let you off so easily by letting you dump me to pursue your dreams. They insisted that you and your parents had money. And, long story short, they thought I should make you suffer for getting me pregnant, not them."
"Jesus,"
he said, reaching down to hold my fidgeting hands. This made much more sense when Elena pulled it out of my head, so bear with me.
"I'm just sorry I put you in a position to be told that by your parents. I feel like the biggest piece of shit alive over that."
Speaking of apologies, that's probably why all I've done since you've seen me again is apologize for things. Not only did my parents make me feel ashamed about my actions, but Warren jumped in there and picked up where they took off. I've always felt responsible for everyone's feelings and comfort, but not my own. People-pleasing was all I knew. So when you got me out and kept me out of that zone, taking me on trips and pampering me, that was foreign to me. It felt wrong. I felt my voice lower. It was so weird how things that had happened in my life affected me so profoundly, and I never saw that it was unhealthy. I felt guilty for being with you because everything was about me.
"It'll always be about you, Jessa. You're my lady, and—"
"I'm going to lose my train of thought." I laughed and cut him off. "When you made life about what I wanted, it felt wrong. Don't get me wrong, I loved it, but deep down there was guilt. And when Jax got into trouble and I wasn't there because I was doing something for me, all those buried, guilty feelings exploded to the surface. I freaked, and in my mind, I believed Warren was the one who could make me feel right about dealing with Jax and the medical issues. In my mind, Warren was responsible because he didn't put me first. He put himself and his accomplishments first, making me believe that was a healthy way to live. In reality, Warren was putting work first for himself, and I was expected to respect that and appreciate that because work bankrolled a roof over my head, food in my mouth, and medical care for my son. There was no love. There was no happiness. It was a very lonely relationship, and strangely enough, I was comfortable being lonely like that.
Shit, Jessa.
All that said to say this, I turned my hands to hold his. I was scared, Cameron. I wasn't raised in an environment where I had my voice heard or my feelings validated. All I've ever known to do was to make everyone else happy but me. I'm happy when they're happy, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense, beautiful, he said. You were afraid of making me unhappy if you told me about the pregnancy, because it would interfere with my career.
I would have ruined your life, Cam. We both know you would not have been the surgeon you are today. I rubbed my forehead. Can you imagine where all those children would be? Especially our son, if I would have told you that I was pregnant? And what if...
No more what-ifs, Jessa. People have worried themselves into early graves over the statement, what if? I've missed too much of my son's life and nearly lost you again because of it, too.
He repositioned himself to face me better.
I know I placed you in a position to question everything, but you aren't responsible for my feelings or reactions. I hate that you felt responsible for all of that.
Well, I did become estranged from my parents for about 4 years because of it. I laughed. And it made me think I'd found love with Warren. But it's not just all that. It's my baggage, my damage. And I just need to start owning it now instead of casting blame or trying to please everyone but myself by doing what they want instead of what I want.
Is that why you're still with Warren?
It's why I have to move on from Warren, I said. I need to take this time to heal alone, and to heal with our son. His once hopeful expression grew somber.
Somehow, I was hoping all these revelations would bring you back to me.
I felt tears in my eyes again. Cam, you don't want me like this. Trust me. I'm damaged. Seriously. And I'm not just saying that. I will hurt you. If not now, then later. Something else will come up and I will blame myself for trusting you when you put me first and loved me the right way. I must face things and learn to be strong on my own. The very fact that I ran back to Warren when the storm hit me full blast is enough to tell me that I would do it again. And it's not because I don't love you. It's because I don't really love me.
I don't agree with that,
he said. I didn't want to either, but it makes too much sense not to be true. How can I honestly say I love myself when I allow other people's happiness to overrule my own? That's not self-love. And even now, when I see this look of sadness on your face, I feel responsible for it. And knowing that I'll hurt you until I'm healed makes me want to take back everything I just said so that I can end your suffering. I didn't know if what I was saying made sense. It made sense when Elena pulled it all out of my head, though. She laid it all out like a puzzle, and I needed to put the pieces back together again. I had to stop living like this, even though I knew no other way, especially because I knew no other way. Even now, it was killing me that Cam wanted me back, and as much as I wanted to be with him too, I knew I needed time to figure out how I would start putting myself first.
Hurt people,
Cameron said. Then, as if a light had been flipped on, he looked at me with a smile.
I will support any decision you make. But know this, Jessica Stein. If you plan to stay single for the rest of your life, then I'm going to be the old bachelor living in the single-wide trailer across the street, hitting on you while you prune your rose bushes every day.
I never said I wanted to be single for the rest of my life, I answered with a laugh. And even if I am, I can't imagine my billionaire ex living in a single-wide trailer across the street.
Oh, you'd be shocked at how us crazy rich people roll.
He laughed.
We go incognito all the time. Besides, those trailers can be very nice.
I patted his hand and rose. Thank you, I said, hugging him after he stood with me. For understanding. He kissed the top of my head.
I'm doing my best to understand, which means I'll be kicking Colin's ass for allowing his wife to pull my girl farther away from me.
I felt him laugh as I pulled away. Cam, This isn't her fault.
Jessa,
He said as he smiled down at me.
I know it's not her fault, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to give her hell for it. However,
He arched his eyebrow and smiled at me.
I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. When you're ready, and I pray to God that it will be soon, I'm ready to show you the love I know you deserve. I just wish I could help you on this journey.
You're helping me by being understanding. I need to see my potential, doing things for our son and me without leaning on anyone else. I just need to figure shit out on my own.
And Jax?
If you have days that you're not at the hospital and want him to be with you, then I know nothing would make him happier.
And Warren?
He'll be more difficult than you're being, that's for sure. But I'm positive he'll move back to New York.
Jessa, if you don't have a place to live...
I'll figure this out, Cam, I said. This is all part of the healing journey so I can be the best version of myself and have a promising future for a solid, equal relationship.
I understand. As I said, I'm here for anything you need. I love you for putting yourself first, even if it means kicking me in the balls.
I felt him laugh, but I hugged him tighter. I was scared shitless. I didn't want to lose Cam, but I knew now why I pushed him away and ran back to Warren as I had. Things in my childhood and previous relationships made me nearly marry a man I'd be miserable with just to say I had a hero. Now, I was almost 38 years old, and I had no direction. All I knew to do was to take care of Jax, and up until recently, be a support system to Warren. How would I ever take these first steps? I didn't know where to start, but I hoped it would come to me.
Chapter 47. Cam. I walked Jessa out to her car, feeling that all hope for us getting back together was slipping farther away with each step I took. I wasn't happy with the arrangement, but I had no say in it. I told her I would give her time to get things right for herself, and I truly meant that. Hell, I loved the woman. If I didn't know that before, I knew that now. Before, I might have taken this rejection as a fuck you and walked out of her life forever. But something told me to give her the time and space and allow her to heal. I honestly had no idea what she needed to heal from, but it wasn't my place to question her feelings. Jessa had always had a good head on her shoulders, so if something didn't seem right to her, I trusted her instincts. It's not that I didn't have the fight in me to win her heart back. It was that I loved the woman so much that I was willing to honor her request and let her go. I just had to hope that whatever journey she was on would lead her back to me. "Where's Jessa?" Bree asked, taking a sip of her martini. "A better question would be, why the fuck aren't you with Jessa right now?" Colin said, sitting casually on Jim's massive-ass sofa that was situated in this room to do nothing more than offering a perfect seat to take in all the lights of downtown L.A. "Ask your wife," I said, grabbing a beer out of the bar fridge in the corner, my pathetic voice halting all conversation in the room. "What happened, Cam?" Elena asked, while I twisted off the top of the beer and worked to down the whole thing in a few gulps. I wiped the back of my lips, everyone staring at me where I stood by the mahogany bar. I leaned back against it, elbow on the bar and legs casually crossed. I stared into the dark bottle, searching for words to say, because I wasn't really mad. I was just fucking confused. "She doesn't want a relationship." I smiled at everyone in the room. "She needs to work on herself first." "The upside of that," Jake started after a moment of silence, "is Warren is fucked too, right?" "I hope so," I said, taking another drink of my beer. "Who the fuck knows? I'm confused as hell." I pointed the top of my beer to where all my friends sat, staring at me. "I'm also sure that you all played some part in trying to get us back together. Sorry, that backfired on you." "All right," Colin stood. "You're not even drunk, and you sound like a man who's been drowning his sorrows for a week. Fuck that. Yes, we were all trying to get you back together, and the best part is, she didn't fully reject you," he said, grabbing a drink from the bar. She didn't. She's working on herself, and there's nothing fucking wrong with that. I know. I'm just confused. I have no idea. Cam, Elena said, joining her husband, you need to understand that so much had happened in her life to cause deep trauma even before you left her in college. I applaud her for having the strength to choose herself first. I applaud you for giving her that opportunity. Well, thanks for the applause, Lainey, but I don't feel like this is something to celebrate. It's because you're feeling sorry for yourself, she hit back. Seriously, this is not about you, Cameron. It's about her. It's about her being able to resolve some behaviors and things she's afraid she will take into her next relationship. She will hurt that man, be it you or whomever else. I just feel like she's mine, you know? I answered Lainey as if it were just her and me sitting in her office in a therapy session. It's hard to let her go again, especially after I just got her back. We barely had any time together before everything went sideways, and now... I ran a hand through my hair, frustrated. Now here we fucking are. Remember what we talked about that day on the yacht, Jim spoke. I eyed him and then looked away. Right. Slow, go, and no, he said. Cameron? I felt like my dad was speaking through one of my best friends. Yep, I said, hoping to end this. The beer wasn't helping, and neither was talking about this. I needed to get out of here. I wanted to get on my motorcycle and drive dangerously to feel the adrenaline surge through my veins, taking away all these emotions. You're at a point where she's said no, Jim went on as if he had my full attention. I'm guaranteeing that if you give her the space she needs, she'll bump you into the slow range. I turned to look at him, seeing that all of this may have a light at the end of the tunnel. By that point, when she's ready to move slow with you, support her. Be there for her and build on a friendship. But tread lightly in Jim's slow category, Spence said with some humor. Because if she starts drawing the friend zone boundaries on your ass, you're fucked, and you never make it to the go category. Jim rolled his eyes. You would know, I'm sure, he said. We all knew how Spence was. He proudly fucked him and left him. I was sure the man broke the friend zone laws and fucked those women too. I've been in all sorts of categories that Jim loves pulling out of his ass with his relationship bullshit, Spence said with a laugh. Yeah, no shit, Jake said, laughing with Spence, and then looking at me. Okay, enough of this therapeutic bullshit, he nodded at Colin. Give her the space she needs. You're a hot piece of ass, and whether you two ever tell your boy the truth, you're an amazing father. I could go on and on about your sexy blue eyes, he said, acting animated with his arms, your tight ass, and those biceps that make me want you to fuck me like Elena fucked Colin with some dildo in Jim's spare room earlier, but I have a much better idea. The fuck are you talking about? Colin asked, bringing to mind the lie I told Nat, who was conveniently in the kitchen with the rest of the ladies to avoid being around Spence. Lucky for Elena, she'd excused herself just before this started. Jake held his hands up. Not my thing, man. I'm not shaming you. If you like taking it up the ass so fucking bad that you do it at Jim's house because you can't even wait to get home, hey, that's your kink. The only shit I've taken up my ass is your bullshit when I'm not in the mood for it. Other than that, I wouldn't last a minute in prison. Colin defended himself, and I couldn't help but smile at how this lame lie had taken off. You're letting Lainey fuck you with a dildo in my house? Jim said. Hell, it seems like marriage can be quite adventurous, Spence stood, but not enough to tempt me. He walked over and patted me on my shoulder. Hang in there. She'll come back. They always do, he chuckled. I'm out, guys. My driver is here, and I have the Bartholomew project to tidy up first thing tomorrow. When do you fly out to London? Jim asked. Those bastards at Greengate are trying to come in hard on that deal, and I want them leveled. You're the fucker who can get it done. I'm not drunk enough to listen to you boss my ass around while I'm not on the clock, Spence said, and then he looked over at me. Seriously, let her go for now and focus on your boy. This will work out. It's refreshing to hear that someone wants to fix themselves for a change. Sex will probably be even better for it, too. Sex is always your end game and final thought, I said. Yep, Spence said, disappearing through the side door. And since your ass ain't getting any, up it or near it, Jake said, with a mischievous grin, we're going out tomorrow night after work, taking your plane or the bikes, or whatever. If I don't get held over, I said. Work has been crazy. Find a way to get out of there. He looked at his brother, then me. We're not letting you bury yourself in your job like Jim did while he waited for Avery. We're going to live, and yes, he smiled wider, the ladies already have a plan to help your lady live too. It's all taken care of. What? Colin smiled. This is going to be one long-ass bachelor party, and Jessa is going to have a long-ass bachelorette party too. He raised his glass of gin to me. So you're welcome for Elena, knowing Jessa wouldn't take you back immediately. Lainey had a backup plan to keep her close, taken care of, and all but gift-wrapped for you when she's at Jim's go moment. He looked at Jim. Where do you come up with that shit? My wife owns a women's shelter that helps in these situations, and I run a global empire, dickhead. So this shit just rolls off my tongue, Jim answered. While the room settled a bit, I felt better about where all of this would go. Thank God Lainey and the others would be there for Jessa as friends for whatever she needed. After this pep talk, I felt solid. This would work, and like I told Jessa, I was here for her when she was ready for me. I just hoped it wouldn't take forever, but I could play the friend game so long as it meant I could see her. And of course, Warren's ass could run back to New York City, where he belonged.
Chapter 48. Jessa. Who would have ever thought that in all of this, letting Cam go, letting Warren go, and more importantly, putting myself first, I'd end up working with the children who came to Elena's Equine Rehabilitation Center. I decided to take Elena up on her job offer since I'd been there almost daily. Jax had nearly fully recovered after 6 months of busting his ass at Laney's Equine Rehab Center, and when she offered, there couldn't have been a better solution to my employment problem. It was practically a fairy tale. Maybe not to everyone else, but it was to me. I didn't end up with Prince Charming, sweeping my son and me off our feet, though. That prince being Cameron, of course. Because in every perfect scenario in my head, Cam was the only man who could make me feel whole if I were to factor romance into my fairy tale. But I was neither happy nor sad about losing Cameron. Jax learned that Cameron was his father about a month after Warren was officially out of our lives. I can't say he seemed surprised by the revelation, so even though he didn't come out and say he already knew, it was obvious to me that he'd put 2 and 2 together long ago, which was no slight relief. Dealing with Warren was a struggle, but I ripped that fucking Band-Aid off. He was angry and demanded to know why I'd do this to him after he'd given me a second chance. His tirade ended with the good, old-fashioned, "You'll regret this," because he'd never grace me with a third chance. I let him say his piece, and he stopped fuming after he realized his words didn't have their usual manipulative effect. I think I tuned him out after he insinuated that he'd done me a favor by being with me again. It was striking how a little insight could change my outlook entirely. How could I have thought he'd felt happy to be with me? In his mind, it was I who should be thanking him, and for too many years, I felt the same. But no longer. Never again would I allow myself to be treated as anything but an equal. I'd damn near broken my back from carrying a disproportionate emotional load in all my relationships. Warren wanted me to believe I would be single, unfulfilled, and alone for the rest of my life because no one could love or take care of me as he could. Well, if living single for the rest of my life resulted in me feeling excellent, strong, and accomplished like this, then I'd take it any day of the week. "How's Millie?" Elena asked after I walked out of the office where I did reports and financials for the Equine Center. I stretched, having stood for the first time in what felt like hours. Jax said she can now close her hands over both reins. She's riding the pony without him leading her around the corral, I said, walking through the lodge-like center. This place was gorgeous in every way, but the story of what made Elena and Colin establish this as an equine rehab center was even more beautiful. That girl reminds me of him. Elena smiled, wearing riding boots that came up to her knees. Do you want to take a ride with me? The ocean looks amazing from the top of those mountains, she said, pointing toward the back of her estate. It's my favorite place to go after a long day. Nah, I said. Jax is putting that pony away and we're going to head home. I'm starved and I'm getting you on one of these horses one day. She laughed in her contagious and youthful Elena way. You can't only bury yourself in spreadsheets and all that boring office stuff while you work here. It pays great, I said with a laugh. Right, she answered as we walked outside. She pointed at the vomit-green 1980s station wagon I'd bought with my first, well-earned paycheck. That piece of junk would speak otherwise about how much I pay you. Colin has even questioned it. I chuckled and stepped down the stone steps to the car. I'm sure he has, and because of him and Jake, I hang on to the thing. It drives them insane. Elena laughed, crossing her arms and looking down at me as I got in the car and pulled out my phone to text Jax. It's honestly the only reason I'm cool with that hunk of junk. She laughed. Those dipshits need to be humbled in the car area of their lives, if you ask me. Exactly. I picked up my phone as soon as it rang. Jax, I'm taking off. And if you want to take your driver's license test tomorrow, I suggest you step it up so we don't miss dinner with your dad.
Be out front in a second,
he said. Cameron said he'd loan Jackson his Maserati for the test. I swear, I didn't know if putting Jax in the station wagon would be a bad idea compared to the damn sports car. Either way, I wasn't going to argue. Arguing with Cameron about doing things for his son these days was pointless. I guess the sad part of this was that I felt Cameron and I had become amazing best friends and co-parents. It wasn't necessarily because I wasn't trying to take things further. Trust me, my hormones raged insanely when I was around him. Tonight, after we went to dinner, I'd be envisioning the way his eyes would get glossy as he came inside me, or how much I craved his enormous cock, his moans, his growls, his teeth grazing over my nipples. Mom, Jax said, making me jump and clear my throat, scaring the shit out of me for getting horny while thinking about Cam again. God damn it. Why couldn't Cam just hit on me or something? Anything. I'd take sex without commitment at this point. But Cameron showed no interest, and I wasn't going to push him to do anything he didn't want.
Let's go,
Jax said.
Or is this piece of junk even going to start?
Stop, I said. It takes a few tries before the transmission turns over. You know how it goes.
Thank God Cameron is letting me borrow his car.
Jax laughed, and his eyes brightened as I put the car into gear and drove down the driveway.
And I'm almost at my budget for buying my own car, too.
I'm so proud of you, Jax. I really am. I feel like you've turned into such an amazing, responsible young man. It's sort of mind-blowing, I said, leaving a trail of black smoke as we left the enormous Malibu estate.
Well, maybe Cam's right,
Jax said.
Maybe disconnecting that crappy side of my brain allowed me to stop having seizures and think sharper, too.
Don't get me started on that, I said, knowing that Cam and Jax had 1,050 jokes about how Jackson's right hemisphere was the only half of his brain that worked.
Well, I'm thinking at least 50% better with half my brain by considering buying a Toyota pickup instead of this hunk of junk.
You know what? I said, eyeing him. Leave the car alone.
Ha!
He reached over and rubbed my shoulder.
I love you no matter what, Mom.
Cameron. All right, deuces, I'm out, I said to my secretary, grateful this long-ass day was over. I was scheduled to be in the office all day, but after 2 emergency calls and determining whether my patients were candidates for emergency surgery or not, I'd been spinning in circles. I was exhausted, but the thrill of seeing Jessa and staring into those crystal blue eyes tonight at dinner, on top of being with my son, was what drove me to nearly skip out of my office.
"Hey, Dr. Brandt,"
I heard a male voice call out, pretending to be a female fawning over me. I turned back, knowing it was Colin, since the neurological office center was one floor above me. "Hey, handsome," I teased. Luckily, there were no patients around to catch me acting like some wacko. "You and me tonight, right? I know you're lonely, and Elena is working late at the center," he teased. "Perhaps you and Jake can play these dumb games until the end of time, but my ass can't." "Speaking of your ass," Colin said, shifting his leather briefcase in his hand and loosening his tie. "Any progress with Jessa?" I sighed. "No," I answered truthfully. "None at all. Amazingly enough, I haven't been laid and have been single for an entire fucking year. I've got no idea how I'm doing this." Colin smirked. "That's why your hands have been smooth as butter. It's all that lotion in the late hours of that night." "Shut the hell up," I said, having become way too accustomed to helping myself out these days. "I feel stuck on this one. I don't want to pressure her, but I don't know where she is with wanting relationships anymore. She seems like she is so happy not being in one." "Why don't you ask her?" Colin said. "I swear you've gone soft." "I'm not pressuring her. I'm just looking to see if there's any progress between us." "Jax mentioned something about you guys going to dinner tonight before his driver's test tomorrow," Colin said, as we walked to the physician's parking garage together. "That's progress, I think." I stopped before entering the structure and ran my hand through my hair in frustration. I can't find an angle in. She's closed off, and I swear she friend-zoned my ass months ago after she bought that piece of shit car. "Friend-zone my ass," Colin said. "And what is it with that damn station wagon and her anyway?" "God knows," I said, having wanted that answer since the day she proudly pulled that thing up to my beach house to pick up Jax in it. "She reminds me of Bella, being all proud of that piece of fucking crap truck her dad bought her when she had to go live with him," Colin said. "Who the fuck is Bella? An ex-girlfriend of yours?" "That chick from Twilight," Colin said, as if I knew what the hell he was talking about. "Is that a bar?" "Jesus, dude," Colin said, as if I'd missed something in life that I should have known about. "Well, I can't fault you for not knowing. Unfortunately, you are quite dumb when it comes to making a woman want you." Again, completely lost, I said. "You know, Twilight. It's that teenage vampire shit. Either way, Bella drove me fucking crazy with that goddamn truck. She insisted on driving that rust bucket when her boyfriend could have bought her a new car. It's stupid, right?" "He had plenty of money, too. He was a fucking vampire," Jake's voice resounded from behind me. I looked at him with even more confusion. "You guys are fucking with me, right?" I said with a laugh. "Sorry, I missed the Twilight craze. However, I'm shocked you two did not." Colin traded some knowingly amused expression with Jake. "Hey, the way to a lady's heart is through her mind, and if she's in love with, let's say, vampire novels, and she wants to discuss that shit at the end of the day during pillow talk time, you fucking do it." "Do you know how many times I got laid after agreeing with Ash that Edward was acting like a bitch in that book?" Jake said. "Which one, first or second?" Colin answered. "Or third or fourth. Eclipse was like peak bitch," Jake said, as Colin nodded knowingly. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm Team Jacob or anything." "It's cool, dude. The Quileute," Colin started, these two obviously forgetting I was standing here. "Can we honestly?" I said. "I mean, if you guys want to talk book clubs, please go ahead. I'm trying to figure out how to get my girl back. It's been a goddamn year." Jake gripped my shoulder. "Easily answered, man," he said, smiling at me. "Stop acting like a bitch and communicate." "We do communicate," I answered, "like fucking friends." "Then it's time to put your balls on the table and communicate more. Make a better fucking effort and tell her you want more," Colin said. "Seriously, be a man about it." "Not a vampire, obviously," Jake added under his breath, amusing himself immensely. I rolled my eyes and responded to Colin, I am. I'm respecting her boundaries. Staying off that subject is doing that. Bullshit, Jake immediately said. Has she asked you to stay off that subject when you approached it? No, but she made it clear she wasn't going to be in a relationship a year ago, I answered. Unless she turned into a nun, Colin said. I think she may have some wants and desires by now. You respect boundaries when she throws down that line, and then you stay on your side. So, unless she's told you she doesn't want anything to do with you aside from having a friendship, you need to step that shit up. Be a man and ask. If you don't, you could lose her to a werewolf, Jake said. Someone else could imprint on her, bro, Colin added immediately. You don't want that to happen. I couldn't help but laugh at how passionately they spoke about these characters that their wives made them talk about. My friends were such idiots, but they were mine nonetheless. I'll never understand how you both make perfect sense with the stupidest analogies. It's like being at a circus with you two sometimes. Would you rather have Jim help your sorry ass out, or us two clowns? Colin answered. Debatable, I answered. I'm going to get my girl back. There's the spirit that won Edward his girl, or did he? Jake arched his eyebrow. Maybe you and Jessa can read a few chapters tonight before you get laid for the first time in a fucking year. Oh, Colin said, walking toward his Bugatti. By the way, Elena says that Jessa wants you, has now for a while, but she thought your dumbass moved on. You're just now fucking telling me this? I answered, knowing that Elena and Jessa were practically best friends now. You never brought it up, and I'm not one to play matchmaker. He shrugged. Have fun getting laid tonight, Edward. My heart, mind, and soul just became lighter, knowing that this long-as-fuck year was over, and things might work beyond friendship with Jessa. I pulled up to the apartment Jessa had rented about a month after Warren left, like the little bitch he was. I was more than thankful Elena had insisted on giving Jessa an opportunity to work with her at the estate. I'd noticed that all my friends' wives were looking out for Jessa and Jax, which relieved me so much. I loved that they all took to Jessa so quickly, and that was the thing with all these extraordinary ladies. They kept our spoiled asses grounded, and with their level-headed way of seeing the world, they formed a wonderful bond of sisterhood. Be right there, Jessa said, whirling around and locking the apartment door after she exited. I smiled, loving the view I had from the curb. I watched her dance down the steps happily, wearing a black strapless dress and her golden blonde hair bouncing over her perfectly pronounced breasts. Where is Jax? I questioned with confusion. She slid into the passenger seat, and my hungry eyes roamed over her toned and smooth legs. It took everything I had to keep my dick from jumping to attention, remembering kissing along the insides of those thighs and tasting the delicious flavor of her. Fuck! Stop, you dumb fucker! I halted all thoughts, and my eyes went straight to hers, resisting the urge to run my hands over the silky smooth flesh of her legs. Did she have to wear a short dress? Colin better be right, because I won't make it another night without you, Jessa. Cameron, she laughed and rubbed my arm like a schoolgirl friend. Did you hear me? I'm too busy wondering why the fuck you're treating me like we're besties and dressed like I'm taking you to your hot date with another man. I'd never been this motherfucking insecure in all my damn life. I didn't, actually. I was distracted by how beautiful you looked tonight, I answered honestly. She looked away. My God, I couldn't do this shit. Every tiny little thing I did now made me so fucking worried I was doing the wrong thing. How many chances can a guy get before the woman realizes she just doesn't love him and won't love him? Jax is going with Colin and Jake, she laughed. I'm shocked you were cool with them going over the driver's license stuff with him. Hold up, I said, snapping out of my pity party. Those dipfucks are teaching my son the final driver's training shit? Jax wasn't mad about it, she shrugged. He'll be livid if he fails his written test at the DMV tomorrow, I said with a laugh, realizing my friends were at it again. My phone buzzed, and I opened it. The notification was from the group chat, and there was no way I would open that shit with Jessa sitting next to me. The guys took Jax so she and I could have a night alone together, the first time in a year, and God only knew what they were going on about. "Okay," I said, wishing I could mute the chat. "Okay," she said, smacking her palms on her knees. "Let's go grab a burger then. I have to tell you about my day, though. It was so fucking funny." Jessa went into an adorable story, telling me all the details with her usual cute animation. I had to gain confidence with this brilliant and very confident woman. I had to make something of this. The pressure was on like fucking game day, and if there was one area I did well in, it was sports. I had to keep my focus and stay sharp. No more of this bitchiness. I'd been wallowing in my pity for nearly a year, waiting for the day Jessa would take me back. Tonight, that all ended. I just had to find a way to open up things. Drinks and dinner at Darcy's would loosen us up. I just had to get our asses out of La Habra and back to downtown L.A. Chapter 49. Cam. We walked into Darcy's, and I was quickly reminded why I'd never taken a woman I was serious about to this place. The ghosts of one-night stands and ex-girlfriends seemed to lurk in every shadow. "Right this way, Dr. Brandt. It's good to see you again." The hostess smiled at me, her bronze eyes peering into my soul. She probably remembered me from the last time I was dumb enough to take a woman home from this place. I snatched Jessa's hand protectively into mine and kept her close. I don't know why I was feeling nervous. Who gave a shit if an ex showed up? It would suck, but not enough to park that concern in my head when I had this beautiful woman walking by my side. We were seated, and I ordered us a bottle of Screaming Eagle Cabernet, one of the finest wines from Napa Valley. Of course, I had to keep my game smooth and my woman impressed, so what came out of my mouth after I ordered the wine, I never expected. "So, when will you stop acting like Bella from Twilight and get rid of that piece of shit car?" "Bella from Twilight?" Jessa said, her head snapping up from where she'd been looking at the candle's flame dancing in the crystal in the middle of our table. She covered her mouth, rightfully stopping herself from laughing out loud. "Since when did you start reading ladies' vampire novels, Cam?" The wine arrived, and I dismissed the waitress after she poured it. That woman had enough dirt on my ass and surely didn't need this shit, too. "Since you and I became friends only, and I stopped dating women," I said, happy I could recover myself. "You stopped dating women?" she asked, taking a sip, her smile knowing more than she was saying. "Yep," I proclaimed proudly. I took a sip of my wine, happy that I could make it clear that I'd locked up Hotel Brandt for good, because my heart belonged to this woman and this woman alone. "So, if you stopped dating women, and you and I are friends only, then I guess you're into guys now?" I choked on the wine as it tried to run smoothly down my throat. "So did your new boyfriend introduce you to the Twilight series?" Oh, this was straight-up bullshit. Jessa wore the cute little expression, knowing I was nervous, and she was kicking my balls for trying to be cool. But hell no, I wasn't going down this easily. "First off," I held my hand up, pausing while the waitress placed hot bread and butter in front of us and then dismissed herself until we were ready to order. "I'm not gay, and one doesn't have to be gay to enjoy a good vampire book." I defended myself against this cute little doe-eyed vixen sitting in front of me. This book series had better be identical to Interview with the Vampire. It has to be. There's no fucking way Colin and Jake would know shit about a chick flick book. "Really?" she questioned. "So you like the Twilight series, then?" "You've heard of it, I'm sure." "Don't know too many people who haven't," she said. I wasn't backing down. "So then you'd understand why I compared your shitty car to Bella's," I recovered, taking another sip of wine. She challenged me with an arch of her eyebrow, to which I laughed but kept my game pulled in tightly. My car is nothing like hers, she said. I reached into the basket for the bread, buttered a piece, and handed it to Jessa. It's everything like hers. It's like she had that car just because Edward had money. Jessa's eyes squinted in humor, and she covered her mouth with her napkin after looking out the windows to the right of our secluded table. Something wasn't right. What the fuck was so funny? Her face dropped into her hands, and something told me I wasn't proudly defending a vampire novel near as hardcore as Interview with the Vampire. My God, Cameron, I love you. I really do, she said, tears in her eyes as she shook her head. But please stop acting like you've read and loved Twilight, or I'll lose my shit and choke on this bread and die or something. At least I know that acting like a jackass is what brings the words I love you out of your mouth, I said, folding my arms and finding my adorable Jessa more beautiful with this laugh and humorous expression than anything in the world. Now, please tell me what this book series is about. You honestly don't know? I remember the craze or whatever, but I was buried more in medical terminology books than best-selling books at the time, I said. Are the vampires gay or something? She lost it, and I wanted to read the fucking books to figure out what Colin and Jake read with their wives more than ever. Who compared my car to Bella's truck in that book? Which, by the way, it's a pretty damn good comparison. I didn't see that until now, but who told you that? Colin and Jake. They've made it sound like all I had to do was read that with you, and voila, I'd have my beautiful woman back. Her eyes grew serious, but she quickly recovered her expression. First of all, they're right. She smiled warmly at me and reached her hand across the table, and I quickly responded by placing my hand out to cover hers. Second, I questioned, not knowing if this would get serious or funny again. Second, the vampire thing has a lot to do with Colin and Elena getting back together. Well, not Twilight, but the Vampire Diaries. Elena told me how Colin was just as clueless with that series as you are about Twilight. Anyway, she said, speeding through this explanation, Colin got into it after Lainey's accident, and then he and Jake admitted to everyone they were closeted teen vampire junkies. It got Colin through some pretty dark times, I guess. But, she squeezed my hand, since that show was Colin's help while Elena was gone, I'm going to assume that Twilight was your comfort while I've been gone. I'm never living this shit down, am I? I questioned. I've never read it, Jessa, so I don't even know who anyone is. Well, no better time than now to prove your love to me, she teased. And what will Jackson think about his mother and father reading Twilight alone in their room? I said, feeling more confident, relieved, and happy than I had in over a year. The look in Jessa's eyes, the smile on her face, and the slow way she rubbed her thumb over my hand let me know the love of my life was back. Our room, eh? I love you, Jessa, I said, feeling it in my core. I can't go another day not knowing if I will ever really have you back, not knowing if you truly love me or not. It's been a very interesting year, you know, learning what I wanted for myself. I made huge decisions on my own, purchased station wagons like Bella's, and did not know where my future would lead me. Would I be single, or in another bad relationship that I trusted would be good? I didn't know. I learned that my heart has always been yours, Cameron, she said, and my own heart nearly stopped. I just needed to learn to love and trust myself before I could trust you or anyone else with it again. So you're giving me a third chance, I said, standing up and walking over to her. For the first time in my life, I honestly don't know what to do. Tell you what, she said, pulling the napkin from her lap and placing it on the table. Take me home, and we can figure it out from there. I helped her from her chair and paid for what we'd hardly nibbled on and drank at this dinner. I couldn't get her out of here fast enough. I had no intention of ever losing her again, and I planned to prove that the second we walked through the door, once we got to my place in Malibu.
Chapter 50. Jessa. We couldn't get to Cam's place fast enough. After coming to the conclusion that he wanted me back through more vampire talk than I expected, I couldn't wait for us to get out of there. I didn't care about dinner at that point. I was damn hungry, but not for food. Jax is spending the night with Colin and Elena tonight, I informed Cam as we walked up the steps to his beach house. My breath was caught, and a shiver spiked up my spine when Cam looked back at me after unlocking the door.
Okay,
was all he said. Cam's eyes were darker than the night sky. I'd never seen him look so passionate. I was expecting to be scooped up in the man's arms, but instead, I was pressed against the front door after he closed it. His hands immediately went to the zipper of my strapless dress. I exhaled, my eyes heavy with a rush of euphoric energy. His lips teased mine with a gentle kiss, while his hands slid down to my hips, gently and effectively pulling the dress up and over my head.
I love you,
he said, his hands sliding over my ass and cupping it. Our lips crashed into each other, hungry and desperate. Our kiss was wild and heated, and my senses were so blissfully assaulted by the sandalwood fragrance of his cologne that I hardly felt him pick me up. My feet were placed gently on the floor of his bedroom. I think that's where we were, and Cameron turned me to face the enormous bright moon filling the skies over the ocean. Goosebumps covered every square inch of my body, recognizing that this would be different from any other time I'd been with Cameron. His shirt was off, and his warm, hard chest pressed against my back. Time stood still, and I was utterly at the mercy of this strong man standing behind me. I melted into him while he slid a hand around my belly, and his other came up over my forehead, gently bringing my head to rest against his sturdy chest. The smell of Cameron's cologne intoxicated me as I fell deeper under this erotic spell. A warm sensation swirled in my belly as his lips gingerly pressed against my neck, his warm tongue tasting where his lips left a sizzling trail up my neck and to my earlobe. "Fuck," I whispered in a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Cameron said nothing. All I could feel was an energy of dominance and determination coming from him. We'd waited almost a year for this, and it felt more intense than when we were reunited for the first time since college. Something was different. I was coming undone from the inside out as he held me, his lips steadily claiming my neck with a determination that drove me wild with desire. He slid his hand from my belly, my naked body exposed to him for anything he wanted, and he was taking it the way he wanted it. And I loved this. His large hand slid over my pussy, massaging my clit between his thumb and fingers. Holy shit. My knees buckled as he maneuvered my clit between his fingers like he created the body part himself. He caught me with his other hand, pressing my belly and plugging me into his chest.
I'll never lose you again,
he said in a low, husky voice.
Never.
The sound of his voice matched the way his hands held me, loving me. I wasn't going to be able to stand much longer with my entire body trembling under the hold of this man. His warm breath covered the back of my neck before he pressed his lips against it. I exhaled and forced my eyes open. I was lightheaded, weak, and fully immersed in the pleasures and sensations only this man could ignite in my body. His fingers dipped into my hot entrance, while his thumb continued to work my clit in circles. And instead of being able to focus on the ocean sparkling under the light of the enormous moon outside Cam's bedroom windows, my eyes rolled back in my head. "Jesus," I said, reaching my hands back and gripping his slacks. A deep, aching need for Cam to be inside me pulsed between my legs, and I pressed my ass firmly against his hard cock. "Fuck yes," I said, while Cameron moaned and moved his lips from my shoulder to the back of my neck. His lips made a scorching trail as they gently kissed on top of my shoulders to the base of my neck. I couldn't speak as he continued to kiss over to the tip of my shoulder, and his teeth gently stroked along my jaw. I tilted my head to allow him more access, just to feel his lips, while he continued to roll my clit between his thumb and fingers. His movements were firm but soft, and his rhythm forced the buildup of what I knew would be an explosive orgasm. I moaned in half agony and half pleasure, unable to move or do anything for fear that the intense sensation building in me would go away. "Harder!" I groaned, moving my hips to compel his hand to follow my lead. Cam's fingers were firm in their movements, and his other hand gripped the inside of my thigh as I moaned. I needed more. His fingers dipped inside of me and searched greedily for my G-spot. My eyes rolled back in my head while my breath was stolen by gripping and fiery pleasure. I would have fallen to the floor, writhing in desire, while the spasm continued to swarm and erupt through my body. But Cam had a steady grip on me. While my lips grew parched from panting through the intense orgasm, Cam turned me to face him. His moist lips captured mine, and his deep kiss swallowed me up effusively. I couldn't gain my bearings. I couldn't do anything but relish the sweet flavor of the lips and kiss I'd missed desperately for all these long months.
"It's been too fucking long, baby,"
he said, cradling my naked body and returning his lips to mine. My head was spinning from when we walked into this house to when Cam slipped my dress off me and began working me over in ways I'd needed since the last time we were together. I couldn't even focus on what he was doing to my body because I was so enveloped with the sensations making me crumble. I was back on his bed, his vibrant blue eyes searching mine.
"I love you more than I can express, Jessa,"
he said, his voice low and raspy. I reached my hands up and ran my fingers through his hair. This man was perfect in every way, and we were about to make up for a very long year without one another. There was no way thoughts of ecstasy would consume me as they'd done when we first walked into this room. I maneuvered myself to roll Cam onto his back, and he did without a fight. His smile was lazy, matching his expression, seeming like he was lost in some trance. I straddled him and traced over the firm lines of his stomach and chest. His body was perfect, and there were so many times when I saw him at the hospital in his dark scrubs that I wanted to take him just like this. There was nothing sexier than seeing this man in his work clothes, or when he'd tease my eyes while playing football shirtless on the beach with his friends. Now, he was mine. The separation and the healing from old wounds was over, and I could fully enjoy him without feelings of worry and guilt threatening to ruin everything constantly. His hands ran up the sides of my legs.
"Well, now you have me, gorgeous. I'm hoping you're not planning on being gentle."
His eyebrow arched while he smiled. "Does it look like I'm planning on being gentle with your sexy ass, Dr. Brandt?" His face scrunched up in a humorous expression that made me laugh.
"Dr. Brandt, eh? I suppose you worked up some fantasies, and now you're finally fucking the hot doctor?"
I shook my head and pressed my finger to his lips, and he kissed it gently. "And how would you know?"
"I saw how you checked out my tight ass at the hospital."
He squeezed the outsides of my thighs.
"And the way you drooled when I went through charts,"
he said in some silly, sexy voice. "Oh, yeah?" I said, reaching behind me for his hard dick and using the pre-cum to lubricate where my hand tightened around him, sliding up and down.
"Mm-hmm,"
he said, catching his bottom lips between his teeth and stroking my hand on his shaft.
"And the way—"
He paused when I pressed my fingers just under the head of his cock. "The way?"
"Fuck, yeah. The way,"
he said, eyes closed and breathless.
"Fuck, baby."
He sounded so sexy that I felt myself getting wet and hungry for another orgasm. I wished I could say that Cameron was just a hot doctor, but he was so much more than that to me. He was a good man. The best man. the best father, and the most loving, compassionate, caring individual I'd ever known. I loved this man more than anything in my world, and I was so damn thankful we'd somehow managed to survive everything that we'd gone through from the moment he'd left me in college until we reunited to save Jackson, and everything that was madness in between. I wish we could have worked a year ago, but I knew our journey wouldn't have lasted. I had too much baggage that would have fucked with my mind while I tried to build a perfect family with this man. Now, I felt stronger and happier than ever, and the best part was that it didn't take a relationship to find my happiness. The relationship that Cam and I were about to begin only added to my joy, making all this so beautiful and perfect. Loving someone the right way was more rewarding than I imagined, but the most essential gift out of all this was that Cameron waited for me, proving that he was indeed the most amazing human being on the planet. Now, all I wanted to do was reward him for that.
Cam. I gripped Jessa's slender waist as she slid onto my throbbing cock. It was a damn surprise I hadn't come just by touching her for the first time in so long. I honestly didn't think I'd get a moment like this again, and part of me thought it might be a dream. I licked my dry lips, watching her eyes roll back into her head while she rocked back and forth. Then I pulled my legs up, positioning my dick to roll up and against her deep spot. She leaned back against my legs while I pumped up into her, jolting with pleasure every time the tip of my dick reached her spot. Fuck, this was amazing. Jessa's moans and tight pussy drove me crazy, and her perfect tits bouncing shamelessly in the air made me want to suck them. I couldn't resist this perfect woman any longer, so I leaned up and captured her breast in my mouth. She moaned as my teeth nipped at her nipple, hardening it even more. I licked underneath her breast, closing my lips around it. I rolled my tongue in circles, pressing against her nipple, as Jessa's hand came up into my hair, gripping and pulling it, while her hips moved faster and faster, giving my cock precisely what it wanted. I moaned loudly against her hot flesh, knowing that this woman's movements would make me come, and there was nothing I could do about that now. I wanted it. I wanted pleasure from my woman riding me hard and fast. Jessa gripped my shoulders, pushing me back so our eyes could meet. "Come," she ordered. "I want your cum inside me." She smiled seductively. My balls were tighter than fuck, ready to send my cum directly into her, but I didn't want this sensation to end. The rippling pleasure from her moving made me numb to everything but her tight pussy and the boiling of extreme pleasure ready to explode out of me. "That's it. Are you coming with me?" I managed. She practically left claw marks on my shoulders as she forced her hips backward, bringing my cock deeper into her. Shit. Fuck, I was done. I grabbed her perfect ass and jerked up into her, slamming in hard and deep, joining her pleasure with a growl and groaning of my own. The orgasm was so fucking intense, and it wouldn't fucking stop. While her pussy clenched around my cock, sending my cum into her, I rolled her onto her back. This was more than I expected, and the ecstasy streaming through my system was just a warm-up. As I came down from the orgasm, Jessa massaged her fingers through my hair and offered me a lazy smile. "You're so fucking perfect," I said. I kissed her lips, and then I noticed we weren't in the room I thought we were. "The fuck?" I said with a small laugh. "Well, shit." I dropped my forehead between her breasts. "Looks like Jax will be taking another room. Is this where he stays when he comes over?" I laughed and looked around at all the shit Jax and I had bought together to help make this room his for when Jessa was cool with him staying with me. I was never so fucking happy when we told Jax I was his father, and Jax responded as if he found out he was the son of some celebrity. I never questioned him for not being upset about why he'd learned so late in life. I was just thankful he responded the way he did. The only room in the house with Knicks paraphernalia on the walls and shelves, I said, knowing that I'd probably never convert my boy into a Lakers fan. Jessa laughed, then her eyes met mine. You are the best man and father that Jax and I could ever ask for. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that. I narrowed my eyes at her, my dick soft enough to slide out of her warm pussy. The only thing I regret, aside from not being in his life for so long, is that you raised him to be a Knicks fan when he got the genetics of a Lakers fan. She rolled her eyes. You're such a nerd sometimes, she said, running her finger down the length of my nose. I know this is wild, and probably the worst thing to say after fucking on our son's bed. Then don't say it, she smiled and laughed. Perhaps it was best if I waited. Fuck it. We'd waited too long, and life was passing us by each day that we didn't seize a moment. Marry me, Jessa, I blurted out. I suddenly wished I'd been a little bit more romantic, but, hell, maybe proposing to your love with a soft dick after just fucking on your kid's bed was romantic too. Jessa laughed and squeezed my head between her arms. You're on one of your after-sex highs, and I'm hungry, she said, kissing the top of my head. I will get on my knees here and now and beg for your hand, baby, I said, nuzzling her neck with my lips. But if you would like, I will make all of this right by proposing to you on the beach. Naked? She teased. Anything, I don't give a shit, just be my wife. I sounded like a desperate idiot, but I was dead set on this. Honestly, Jessa, I need you in my life. You and Jax are my family. You both belong here with me. Make my life complete, and become my wife, baby. I should send you a thumbs-up emoji response just to bring our entire relationship full circle, she said. Then she grew serious. Yes, Cameron. I would love nothing more than for you, me, and Jax to become the family we've waited too long to be. I love you completely, now and forever. She would never have any idea how much I loved her and our son, but I vowed in my heart to prove it with more than words. She was my treasure, and something I'd never planned to lose or take for granted.
Chapter 51. Jessa. Cameron and I spent that weekend wrapped in each other's arms until we couldn't resist picking up Jax and telling him that his parents would be getting married and we were going to become a family.
How do you think Jax will take the news? I'm thinking he'll at least dig settling down out here. You know, to finally pull off from this online schooling bullshit and start gaining friends at a new school.
Cam said. Yes, I answered with a smile. I know he'll be happy to learn he's no longer going to need to do school remotely, now that his mom has made a decision to live in Southern California. I was thankful that the school issue could at least be resolved. Since Jackson's surgery, I wouldn't settle down and force Jax into a new school, especially with him going through rehab, and with me not too certain where I truly wanted to live. Even though the school system in New York worked well with us for him attending remotely like he'd been, I knew it was something that needed to be worked out, and soon. I knew that Jax wouldn't have a problem making new friends, or possibly even challenging himself to pursue sports again, even if he wasn't playing like he used to. I also knew that he needed to be around kids his age to thrive. So, with this year that we had, both healing in our own ways, I knew I had to decide on a school for him to attend in person. I never imagined this decision would be made because I said yes to marrying his father, and our home would officially be here in Southern California. I had to admit, this was more than I could ask for in moving forward with my life. Yet something still had me contemplating how to reveal all of it to Jackson. School attendance was now the furthest thing from my mind. Instead, I was more concerned about his reaction to me saying I would marry Cam. I don't know why I'm so nervous, I said, biting my nails, something I never did.
Truth be told, I am too,
Cam said, bringing the back of my hand to his lips while he drove.
Think I should give him the Bronco in case things go sideways and I need to buy my love?
I smiled at him, winking at his joke. Because I certainly raised him to take bribes for love.
I couldn't possibly be more grateful for how you raised that boy. Seriously,
he said, changing lanes to get off the freeway.
I probably would have fucked him up just by how irresponsible I was at the age. I don't talk about him much anymore, but my father would have been damn proud of how his grandson turned out.
He kissed my hand again.
And proud of you for raising him so well. No doubt about that at all.
I'm sorry about your parents, Cameron. I know you don't bring it up much, but since you did, I want you to know you can talk about them whenever you like.
I've grieved them well, I think.
He smiled over at me.
I used to go to the cemetery all the time, trying to talk to them and work out my frustrations. But I realized it was stalling me in life. I know I take them with me wherever I go. And you know as well as I do, my dad would have kicked my ass if he knew I stayed stagnant and in that dark place.
He had a profound touch on everyone's lives. I remember walking into the room with all those stiff, powerful, rich men. Somehow, your dad commanded every single one of them. Cam smirked.
I see some of my dad in Jax.
He glanced over at me, his dark Ray-Bans hiding his eyes.
It's so strange how genetics work, you know?
I smiled, but then a certain sadness washed over me. I want to say something because I need to put it to rest.
Go ahead,
Cam said, and I realized I sorta hated when we both got serious. Especially Cameron. I shook my head, pushing the awkward nerves away. I'm sorry I never told you about being pregnant, I said.
Don't do that, baby,
he said. No, I'm deadly serious, and this is something I need to say. I've watched you with Jackson this past year, and you are such an incredible father. I see how you are with the kids when we get together, and they are drawn to you like a moth to a flame. You have such a wonderful personality, and beyond feeling like I robbed Jax of you during his important years growing up, I feel like I robbed you, too. I did that because I put an idea in my head about how you would take it, not trusting myself or you, and I didn't allow you to decide for yourself whether you wanted to be in his life. It was wrong of me, and I can't take any of it back, but I can acknowledge it and apologize, and hope that the years ahead will make up for it. That was more than I expected to say, but it had bothered me for years that I'd never given Cam a chance to make his own decision about our son. I never gave him a chance at anything, and over this last year, I'd seen him at work and with all the kids. It was so obvious why he'd chosen to work with children and why his patients adored him. He loved children, and I never gave him a chance with his own because of my insecurities.
Jessica,
Cameron said, stopping at the red light.
I want you to understand that I know why you never told me. I get it, and feel like an even bigger piece of shit, realizing it was due to how I left you. It was bullshit. I put you in a position to believe I would have lost my shit or something. Who knows? But I guess that thumbs up emoji response fucked up more things than I would have ever imagined. It worked as a full stop, and I'd never thought that's how it came across.
It's in the past for good, so let's keep it there from now on. I'd worked through this pain. We had no reason to revisit it again, and he agreed with a nod. So as long as we're on the topic of emoji thumbs-up responses, I said with a smirk, let's talk about how it's going to be forbidden for us to use in our texting from this point forward. He shook his head.
You finally had me serious in conversation, and now we're going to make fake laws about a damn emoji,
he said with a laugh, pulling up to Elena and Colin's estate in the Hollywood Hills. Okay, I chuckled and laughed. Let's let Colin, Elena, and Jax decide whether we keep or ditch that emoji.
What are you planning? God, do not tell Colin that that is how I ended things with you.
I smiled at him as we pulled up to our side of the house next to a bright orange Lamborghini. Relax, I said, getting out of the Bronco.
Relax,
he huffed, opening his door and walking over to me.
Damn,
Colin said, walking out of the front door as soon as we approached.
I trust everything is kosher between you two? I'm presumably looking at two flames reunited in the fiery combustion of love? Yeah, Dad, Cameron mocked. All is fair in love and war. I see it is, he said. Where's Elena and Jax? Cam asked. In the kitchen making pizza, Colin said, turning to walk into their impressive home. He's teaching a man how to make pizza or something.
How's that working for Alex? I questioned with a laugh, knowing how Colin and Elena's 2-year-old loved Jax.
Alex thinks he's the one teaching Jax. It's an entire shit parade, but hell if I care. My son seems to have written the manual on the terrible twos, and whatever works to keep his destructive little butt under control, I'm down. It's half the reason you were eager to come up with some crazy lie to keep Jax until this afternoon.
Cam interjected while we walked through the large home.
It's the entire reason, my brother, he said. It's the only reason I'm thankful you two needed some alone time. Speaking of which, it's all good, and no more breakups, right?
Colin added with a mischievous smile. I think we're going to survive this one, I answered as we turned a final corner and walked into the enormous chef's kitchen.
And thank the gods for that,
Colin said. Who are you, Thor? Elena laughed as she pulled a hot, fresh-baked pizza from the oven. The gods.
Hey.
Colin walked over to the fridge, pulled out 2 beers, and then looked at me.
Beer or wine, hun? What's your flavor tonight?
I'll have a beer, I said, watching Cam meet Colin at the fridge, grabbing his own beer. That's my girl, Elena said as I walked over to her and hugged her. How'd it go? Well, I smiled, but then pulled it back, realizing Jax wasn't even in here. Where's Jax? We have news.
Goddamn right you do,
Colin said, smacking Cam on the back while he took a sip of beer.
Choke it down because I want to hear all about it. We'd like Jax to know about it before your ass finds out.
He grinned. Oh, damn it, Elena giggled. Okay, I get it. But we sort of know. She squinted with a please tell us expression on her face. Okay, I said, unable to contain my excitement, knowing Jax wouldn't be upset. But where's Jax?
They're out back, throwing the ball around,
Colin said. Then he looked at Cam.
Before we get into the juicy details, I have to say that Jax has got a mean left-handed throw. Unlike your dumbass, he hits his target when he fires one off.
Cam smiled with pride. Jax could throw well with his right arm, but the boy didn't stop until he worked out the left-hand throwing. It's like he welcomed every challenge thrown his way so that he could conquer them. It's just who Jax was, and it was most certainly something he got from his father and, no doubt, from Henry Brandt.
I'm beyond impressed with his skill. The kid seriously never ceases to amaze me. We'll go more into that later, Colin said. Back to how this lovely lady never ceases to amaze you.
How did it all go down? Elena asked before looking at Cam. Did you have rose petals all over the room? You know, all that cute romantic stuff? She said, nudging him as she walked by and put another pizza into the oven.
Something like that.
Cameron looked at me nervously. I could only laugh because I didn't consider that we'd have to share our engagement story, and we hadn't discussed an alternative to the naked, sweaty reality. He was pretty cute about it, I said, my eyes locking with Cam, urging him to follow my lead.
Bullshit,
Colin said, looking like the cat who ate the canary.
Spill it, Cammy. Were you sappy, or was this a dud proposal?
Cam and I locked eyes. There was no getting around this. These guys could sniff out a lie like a bloodhound on the hunt, and Colin was onto the game. It was a dud, I said, thinking I might save this. There was no way I would tell them about Cam proposing, still naked, directly after sex. It would never stop there. Ever.
Total dud,
Cameron said, drinking his beer while Colin and Elena stared at us as if we'd robbed a bank and lied about it. Just how dud-like are we talking here? Elena chimed in. The beautiful woman would roast us if we veered the tiniest bit off track.
Right.
Colin pretended to act interested.
On a scale of dip-fuck to dud, where'd your ass land? Dip-fuck, of course, being at the bottom. Right around the dip-fuck portion of the dumbass scale you just created, Cameron answered. Mm-hmm. Colin eyed me, trying to get me to crack. Go on, he said dramatically, pulling Elena close to his side. This shit is so hot and romantic,
Don't interrupt, Col, Elena said, both husband and wife trying to play Cam and me. She's just getting started. So, I agree with Cam. It was very close to the dip-fuck part on your scale, I said.
One would argue that I was the reason it all fucking flopped.
Cam played along, and now I had to hope I could hang with him.
You fucked up the proposal?
Colin asked me. I shrugged and took a sip of my beer.
So, we're having this amazing sex. Amazing. Off the fucking charts,
Cam said, and I kept a straight face while Colin and Elena knew they were being bullshitted. In fact, I don't think they knew what to think.
Jessa practically needs a nap after I prove my worth to her. Once again,
Cam said seriously.
Then my lady rolls over, and while I'm trying to spoon and shit, being romantic, you know, it's been a fucking year since I had her in my arms. And to my surprise, she reaches for the phone. Fuck you, Colin responded to Cam. How the hell did this shit go down? You two little bandits trying to keep shit a secret.
I grabbed my phone to see if Jax was okay, I said, playing into the lie. They seemed to start buying it now. And of course, I didn't have any missed calls or texts from him.
So I texted her,
Cam said, shrugging at Colin and Elena.
I should have been pissed, I know.
He shook his head.
But I wasn't. She was just so beautiful, laying there. Naked, polished body. Skip the details that would make us sinners blush, Colin said. You texted? Anyway, with profound love, I texted her, "Marry me?"
Cam said, acting emotional. All eyes were on me for my portion of the proposal lie. Well, I was about to locate Jax on the GPS tracker, but I saw Cam's text come through, and I checked it first. Good damn thing, because he might have smacked your bare ass while lying by you on the bed, Elena said. Right, I smiled. I read the text and knew in my heart the answer was yes, but I wanted to verify Jax was with you guys and didn't drive off looking for a party like teens do. So I just hit the thumbs up emoji, and that was it. We're engaged.
Oh, for the love of all fucks, hot and sweet. That is the biggest load of shit I've ever allowed anyone to go on about in my presence. The thumbs up emoji as a yes?
Colin interjected.
Hey, that thumbs up emoji stole my damn heart,
Cam said, crossing his arms. That emoji is dismissive, and I hate it almost as much as I hate that lie, Elena said, walking over to pull the pizza out of the oven.
Not the thumbs up emoji again,
Jax said. I turned and crashed into my boy as soon as I saw him, hugging him tightly.
Did Cam do it again to you, Mom? Do it again? What are we talking about here? Seriously,
Colin asked.
Mom and...
Jax paused, and he'd done this from time to time since learning Cam was his dad. It's like he wanted to officially call him Dad, but hesitated out of uncertainty.
You better call me Dad,
Cameron teased. I leaned into Jackson's side, shocked at how much he'd grown in the past year. Jax had a proud smile on his face.
Mom and Dad,
he said.
It's how he dumped her in college or whatever. Mom hates that emoji more than anything in the world. Yet, you said yes to him with it?
Colin said, pointing his thumb toward Cameron. Yeah, I said. I have no idea, but he got the point just like I got the point when he dumped me.
It was an emoticon back then, okay?
Cam insisted. This had better be one massive and irritating lie, or I will insist you both hire me as your full-time therapist, Elena said.
Lie about what?
Jackson said as Alex ran to Colin, only to be flipped in his arms and hoisted onto his dad's shoulders.
What's up with you two?
Jackson's eyes shifted from me to Cameron.
I know it's been a long year,
Cameron started.
And too long of a lifetime, not having me in your lives as I should have been. My selfish immaturity is why I didn't experience the best years of your life growing up. But I vow to you and your mom that I will never miss another day. I want, more than anything else, to have you both in my life forever, and for us to be a family.
I accepted your dad's marriage proposal, I said, overcome with emotion after seeing tears in Jackson's eyes. He only nodded to Cameron and turned to me. My son's strong, muscular arms enveloped me, and his silent sobs rendered me an emotional mess. Jax and I had held each other so many times like this, during good and bad times, funny times and sad. And now, as we held each other again, I knew my son, who'd been through so much, had a full and happy heart. We didn't need to exchange words. We just knew. We knew what we'd been through and how fortunate we were. Jackson was seizure-free and healthy, and the man we both loved, who treasured us as much as we treasured him, was here to stay. We were complete. We were a family now, and our lives would forever be blessed. Cameron's arms came around us where Jax and I stood, crying and holding each other. In some funny little way, it was like putting a big bow on this gift of us. I'd learned to appreciate every struggle in the journey that had pulled us apart because, in the end, it brought us to now. Together. This was our happily ever after. This concludes Dr. Brandt by Raylin Marks, narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2020 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.